When the world outside collapses into chaos, one isolated farmhouse becomes both fortress and home. Cut off from the remnants of civilization, a handful of survivors, family, friends, and unlikely allies, must learn to endure a new kind of war. One fought not only with bullets and barricades, but with trust, fear, and the fragile hope of rebuilding. As each day brings new threats from the surrounding wilds and the desperate men who roam them, tensions rise, loyalties are tested, and the line between survival and morality begins to blur. Yet beneath the fear, courage flickers, quiet, stubborn, and human. Told with raw realism and emotional depth, this is a story of resilience and the quiet heroism that emerges when ordinary people are pushed beyond their limits. In a world stripped bare, survival means more than living. It means remembering what makes life worth defending.
This is Bella, Wisdom, Born Out of Necessity, written by Barrel Coops.
Book 2 in the series. Chapter 1, Way Gill, Wednesday. Bella treasured every hour at her grandmother's small farm, the way a good meal lingers on the tongue and the scent of clean air settles in the lungs. Out here the air felt newly minted, a world away from the city's haze, and every visit drew her back to the same promises. The warmth of thick stews, the clatter and soft breath of animals, and the sense that the land itself would hold her if she faltered. Way Gill Farm lay folded into the rolling hills of the Yorkshire Dales, a short walk from the quiet sheet of the Way Gill Reservoir. 41 acres were hardly an empire, yet to their family it was a whole country. Her grandparents had bought this slice of hillside decades earlier and set it humming with life. Goats, sheep and pigs grazed the tough grass, chickens patrolled in murmuring knots, rabbits nosed at clover, and an old donkey, ill-tempered as a winter wind and adored all the more for it, kept a watchful sideways eye on everything Bella's grandmother did. The farmhouse, squat and steady in its coat of local stone, carried the memory of centuries in its cool walls. Bernard, her grandfather, had spent years coaxing it back to strength, laying new timbers, lime-washing, and finally tacking on a rear extension that became an extra bedroom, turning the place into a snug 4-bedroom home. The rooms were no ballroom suites, but Bernard would tap the doorframe with a grin and say, "You only visit them to sleep. Why wish for them any grander?" His work showed everywhere. Sheds and barns raised one careful beam at a time, a neat new chicken coop, and enough dry storage to see them through a hard winter. 7 goats, 22 sheep, 2 mother pigs with litters that changed as quickly as children's moods, a pair of rabbits, 11 industrious hens, and their proud cockerel. Between them all came eggs, the occasional chicken, pork, and fresh goat's milk. Bella's grandmother matched that effort with her hands in the soil. Over seasons, she had built a chessboard of raised beds where carrots shouldered up beside cabbages, and a greenhouse that clicked softly in the breeze. The orchard, recently stretched to make room for new apple varieties and 2 young plum trees, promised future summers in blossom. What they didn't eat, they bartered or sold at the monthly market in the nearby village. The rest her grandmother turned into jars that glowed like stained glass, jam, chutney, and preserves lined up in disciplined rows. When an extra luxury came into view, a fattened pig or a lamb went to market at the right moment, and the books balanced. It was a small economy of care and graft, a life drawn straight from the land. From the ridge above the track, Bella's breath tightened as the shape of the farmhouse slid into view and refused to be what she remembered. The roofline was bitten away, and the front wall wore a scorched mask. Smoke had long since gone, but the blackened stone held the memory of heat. The silence felt wrong, the kind that makes birds forget their business. Panic rose before she could master it. The farm had always sounded like work, buckets knocking, animals talking to each other, and now the quiet pressed in as if the world were holding its breath. Where was everyone? The journey here had been full of hope, a return to the centre of things, and all at once she stood at the edge of something broken. She let her bags slide from her shoulders, the shotgun and bow slipping after them into the rough grass, and ran. Wind worried at her hair and stung her eyes until tears blurred the track. Yet even through that watery haze she saw movement in the fields. The animals cropped and wandered, unhurt, their rhythm unchanged. A thread of hope tugged. Her grandfather would never leave them, not for storm, not for illness, not for fear. If the goats were still in their pasture and the hens still working the yard, then he must be close. Maybe shaken, maybe hurt, but near. And her father? And Bobby? The questions crowded her chest until she couldn't tell the beating of her heart from the thud of her feet. At the main track, the scale of the harm showed itself, the windows dark with soot, portions of the roof collapsed inward, the familiar front stoop powdered with ash. It looked, she realized with a cold clarity, unfit for living, as if a single night had stripped it of welcome. "Dad! Bobby! Grandad! Granny!" Her voice swung across the yard and came back changed by the emptiness. "Where are you?" A figure stepped from the shadow of a nearby shed, shoulders bent with a weight he had not carried the last time she saw him. Bernard's face was the same map she knew, crisscrossed by weather and kindness, only now the lines ran deeper, carved by a night that did not end at dawn. She reached him with her words tumbling over themselves. "What happened? What on earth? Where is everyone? Dad? Bobby? Granny?" He met her panic with the careful calm that had steadied skittish lambs and frightened children. "Oh, my dear girl," he said, and the fondness in it almost undid her. "How did you manage to get here?" "We came by boat," she answered, breath snagging. "But where is everyone?" "We had a blaze," he said, choosing each word as if it might crumble. "So we're in the barn for now. Bobby's safe. He's sleeping inside." Relief cracked and reformed into fear. "And Dad? And Granny?" Something in his face folded, the way paper gives along an old crease. "I'm so sorry, Bella." He swallowed, and, for a moment, she saw the man who had rebuilt a house struggle to hold himself upright. "Your grandmother was caught when the fire took hold. We think it was her heart, or a stroke. There was no time." He looked toward the vegetable beds as if they might answer for him. "She didn't survive. We laid her to rest by her garden. She would have liked that." He wiped at his eyes with a work-scarred hand and let it fall, the yard around them holding a new, unfamiliar quiet. "Dad," Bella managed, the word catching as the tears finally broke loose. Is he okay?" "Your father is all right," Bernard said, steady as a gatepost in high wind. "He took my Land Rover to go looking for you when his own car gave up the ghost. He thought you'd be waiting at home." "We couldn't stay, Grandad," she said, the day's grit and fear drying her throat. "The city tipped into danger, no power, no water, food running thin. Matt and his dad had an escape planned once we heard a CME was coming, and we meant to be here by Saturday, but it struck early and everything went sideways. We followed the canals as long as we could, then walked the rest." Bernard frowned, lines knitting along his brow. "CME? Coronal mass ejection," she said, reining in her breath. "A great plume from the sun, a storm of charged particles. It hits our systems like a fist, knocks out electrics, scrambles what we rely on." "Ah," he murmured, the words settling as understanding reached him. His gaze shifted up toward the ridge. "And those people on the hill?" She drew a deeper breath, finding the steadiness that lived under shock. "We were ambushed on the way. Matt's father was shot and didn't make it. The others are Matt, Daz and his mum, and Brenda. She survived a train crash, and Matt's dad pulled her out. Daz's mother is a doctor. She patched Brenda as best she could. There's also Rachel, Brenda's best friend, who we ran into by chance, and Alex, who's hoping to head to Scotland soon. Can they stay, at least for now?" "You've shouldered more than you should have had to," Bernard said, sorrow softening his voice. "Bring them all to the barn. There's straw for beds tonight, and tomorrow we'll make a better plan." He turned toward the big doors with the purposeful walk she remembered from lambing nights and winter repairs. Bella held herself back despite the ache to sprint to Bobby and fold him into her arms. It felt right to bring the others in first, to make the introductions properly, to be the bridge between past safety and this new, uncertain present. While she waited, her thoughts snagged on her father, circling the same questions. Had he found the note she left in Leeds? What shape had the city taken after they slipped away? How bad had it become when her back was turned? Their companions came down from the hill in a loose file, dusk gathering around their shoulders. Daz broke from the line, his arms full of the things she had shed in her run, her bag, the shotgun, the bow, the worry she had chosen to leave in the grass. "Don't fret," he said, easing the load into her hands. "We picked up everything you dropped." Bella swallowed against the raw edge in her voice. "My grandmother. She's gone," she said, the words arriving as if each were a step she didn't want to take. "The fire on Sunday took the house, and it took her too." She steadied herself with the next breath. "Dad's driven to Leeds to try to find me. He's in Grandad's old Land Rover." Daz's face gentled. "We saw the house," he said quietly. "We knew why you ran. It was nothing to carry your things." She found a grateful smile that didn't quite hold. "Thank you, Daz. Grandad says we can use the barn for now. He's putting food together. Let's get everyone settled." With Daz, Matt and Sandra handing over the last of her gear, Bella followed them into the barn's cool breath. The structure, all metal ribs and broad span, lifted high enough to feel almost like a nave, the roof lost in a dim blue haze. Bernard's practicality showed in every choice. Straw bales laid out in a generous rectangle for sleeping, with more stacked too high in the centre, and topped with a sheet of sturdy plywood to make a broad, serviceable table. In the corner, an old cast-iron stove, dragged from retirement and pressed back into service, crouched on its bricks. The iron wore a skin of rust. But as Bernard always said, it was the job done that mattered, not the polish on the tool. 2 oil lamps, one resting on the makeshift table and one hung near the stove, cast their amber wash through the space, shadows slipping and reforming along the corrugated walls like fish in a dark stream. At the far end, straw bales had been stacked and shouldered into a snug private corner, a small, thoughtful shelter that could only be for Bobby. The pull toward him was immediate and irresistible. She moved on quiet feet to the little enclosure, promising herself only a glance, only enough to ease the clamp on her chest. Peering around the bales, she found him curled and deep in sleep, his face softened, his breath moving with the even rhythm that had lulled her through storms when they were younger. The sight unwound the tightest knot within her. She watched a few breaths longer, gathering the ease they offered, and then slipped back to the others with her heart a shade lighter. Night settled over Waygill with the gentle weight of a familiar blanket, the barn holding its own weather. Lamp glow, the sweet, dry scent of straw, the quiet murmur of people finding places to lie down. Outside, an owl sent a slow question across the fields. Leaves answered with their small speech, and the farm, even injured, remembered how to rest. Inside, they made a rough camp that felt, for now, like belonging. Under the patient light, they worked the straw into beds, pressing it flat with their hands and then fluffing it for comfort, the motion steadying after a day that had offered no mercy. Rachel and Brenda tucked themselves close, the shock of their reunion giving way to the kind of hush only old friendship can keep. Their whispers thinned and finally slipped into sleep. Sandra, Daz and Matt sat side by side a while longer, speaking in the quiet tones people use when the dark is listening, turning over the day until weariness closed their eyes and the barn at last settled into a slow, collective breathing. Seated a little apart from the others, Bella and Bernard leaned toward one another, as if the hush around them could hold what words could not. Bernard spoke first, the shape of the fire taking form in his low, halting account, the sudden flare, the smoke that moved like a living thing, the moment the roof found air and roared, and Bobby's wild, brave dash through heat and dark to reach his grandmother. Pride ran through his voice like a bright thread, but it snagged on grief. When he reached the part where courage could not turn back time, his voice thinned and broke. To see him, this solid, weather-worn man, who had stood up to hard winters and harder years, wipe at his eyes was like watching a stone give way to water. It told Bella more than anything he could have said about the love that had bound this place together. The barn felt larger than a church and smaller than a cradle. Shadows folded in along the rafters. Straw held the day's warmth and released it in a sweet, dry scent. They sat close, shoulders touching, and the space between them filled with what had been held back all afternoon. The old ache of loss swelled until it could not be contained, and then it moved through them in sobs that rose and fell, a tide with its own gravity. They did not hurry it. The night made a cocoon around them, and grief did its patient work. Time loosened its grip. They stayed there in the slow hours, kin by blood and made closer by the hurt they shared, letting silence do the stitching that words could not manage. In the circle of his arm, Bella's shaking eased. In the weight of her leaning, Bernard found a reason to steady himself. When she could speak, she told him everything, the steps and missteps, the choices made at speed, the way guilt kept finding a way back in. Bernard listened without flinching, his old hands still, his eyes taking in her face as if he might learn the bruises of the day by study alone. Each detail landed with a small, precise pain, and still he kept his voice even, the anchor he had always been. When her words emptied, quiet folded over them. Bella's head hung. Her breath hitched and stuttered, her body caught between exhaustion and the aftershocks of fear. Bernard felt the ache of it the way a healed bone knows the rain. He lifted her chin with a hand that trembled despite his will and met her eyes. "Bella," he said, soft as a blessing, "look at me. Life sets things in front of us no one could be ready for. You did what you believed was right when it needed doing. Turning the blame on yourself won't change what's been. You've shown courage and a kind of grit most don't find until much later. I am proud of you." A tear tracked down his cheek before he could catch it. "Your father," he went on, "loves you, and he's doing what any parent would. He knows there are risks, but love will always make a man go. We don't get to hold every line, my girl. Some things will be beyond our hands." Her mouth trembled. "But, Grandad, so many people." He touched her shoulder, the interruption gentle. "You can't lift the whole world. You chose as best you could, with the best intentions. Don't let guilt devour what strength you have left. We keep ourselves safe today. We keep each other. That's the work." She folded into him then, her face pressed to his chest, and he drew her close, rocking her the way he had rocked fretful lambs and frightened children, a small rhythm that said, "You're here. You're held." The barn answered with its own small sounds, the soft tick of metal cooling on the stove, the whisper of straw when someone shifted, the quiet murmur of a grandfather's reassurances that lasted just long enough to steady a granddaughter's breath. Lamplight pooled in amber on the plywood tabletop and climbed the corrugated walls in slow waves. Beyond the doors, the night wrote its own calm. A bird called once from the hedgerow, crickets sent their steady stitching through the fields, and the countryside kept its unhurried promises. The tales Bella had brought with her, sirens, darkness, streets turned mean, felt as if they belonged to another world that had slipped its moorings and drifted far from this valley. Bernard smoothed her hair with work-scarred fingers, drawing a stray curl from her brow and tucking it behind her ear. Sleep had gentled her features, softening the grief's sharp corners, leaving the faint silvered tracks of tears like the last lines of rain on a window. In that stillness, she looked as young as the child who used to race the swallows over the fields, and as fierce as the young woman who had got her people here. He breathed out, a sound almost too small to be called a sigh, and let memory find him. Bella laughing with her parents by the orchard fence, Bobby staggering under a basket too big for him, his wife's hands bright with jam as she turned jars into sunlight on the pantry shelf. That last image caught and held, and the emptiness it left pressed through his ribs. He bowed his head and prayed, not with grand words, but with the plain speech of a man who had always believed that care is a form of faith. He asked for a hedge of protection around these few he loved, for strength enough to meet what came at daybreak, for the rough comfort that lets a person stand again. He asked, too, for his son to find the road home from Leeds, and for a measure of wisdom to navigate the uncharted days ahead. The embers in the stove sank to a red quiet, each pulse a heartbeat in iron. Bella's breathing set the pace inside the barn, slow and even, a lullaby that required no tune. Holding her, feeling the day's weight settle through his bones, Bernard let his eyes close. The body's old bargain claimed him at last, grief and duty both gave way to sleep. Outside, the farm held its breath between worlds. The hedges were ink, the fields a hush, and the sky watched without comment. Dawn would come as it always had, on its own terms, with whatever it carried, and when it did, they would rise to meet it together. Chapter 2. Robert, the previous Saturday. At first light, when the horizon bled orange into a thin seam of pink, Robert and Bernard set off for the village with the kind of purpose that leaves no room for small talk. The plan was simple enough. Find Harry at the garage, the man everyone trusted with engines and odd noises. and ask why Robert's car had died without warning. Hope travelled with them, riding on the notion that there would be a quick diagnosis, a part, a fix, and then Robert could head back to Leeds and to Bella. The village met them with a hush that did not belong to morning. Doors stood open to let the dimness out and the uncertainty in. Word reached them quickly. They were not alone. Power had failed the previous evening and had not staggered back to its feet. Cars that should have grumbled into life gave only silence. Houses sat powerless and dim. The usual bristle of radios and kettles and tills had drained away. In the shop, the keeper wore the same puzzled strain as everyone else and pointed to a handwritten sign. Cash only. The card machine lay inert on the counter like a stranded beetle. Robert felt the shape of his worry change. No longer a problem with one car, but a net cast over everything. Leeds felt further away than miles could measure, and in the space where solutions should have been, his duty to reach Bella grew heavier. Bernard, sensitive to the crackle of panic under his son's quiet, tried to draw a smile out of thin air. "There's something to be said for the old ways," he offered, patting the Land Rover's dashboard as if to reassure an old horse. "No frills, no clever chips, just metal that does as it's told. Can't say the same for those new contraptions." Robert found a tired half-smile and let it stay a heartbeat. "You might have a point, at least today." They rattled home along the uneven track, the world around them too still for comfort, their talk circling the same confounding facts: dead electrics, silent phones, card readers blinking into nothing. Then a darker certainty rose out of the distance and took the breath from both men. A plume of smoke, thick, oily, wrong, lifted beyond the fold of the land where the farm should be, and dread went to work in their bones. Bernard's hands tightened on the wheel until his knuckles bleached. The old engine took his urgency and translated it into a protesting roar. The Land Rover, faithful and stubborn, found more to give. Gravel spat from the tyres as they slewed to a stop. The yard was a ruin of ash and heat haze. Bobby stood there with soot on his face and terror in his eyes, working over his grandmother's still body with the desperate clumsiness of love. Robert ran before he knew he had moved, eased his son's hands away, and took over with the calm muscle memory of someone who has practiced for emergencies and never wanted to meet one. He pressed, counted, breathed for her, begged time to yield, but time had already stepped past them. Bernard watched a lifetime fall out from under him and folded to the earth, the world narrowed to smoke, and the impossible quiet of the woman he had built a life with. No one had words. The air itself seemed thickened by loss. When the worst of the shock loosened its grip, the part of Robert that fixes, tends, and orders returned. He dragged out the petrol water pump, primed it, and together they dropped the intake to the brook. Side by side they fought what remained of the fire, hose arcing, boots slick with ash, the pump coughing and catching until it settled into its steady, necessary thrum. It took an hour to force the blaze down to sullen tongues, and then to steam and blackened timbers. It could have been worse, Robert told himself, and the thought brought no comfort at all. With the smoke thinning and the ruin laid bare, a realization struck hard enough to feel like impact. "Dad," he said, urgency wearing a rough edge on his voice, "what you said about vehicles, the computers in them." Bernard looked up, eyes rimmed red, and nodded as if the movement itself cost him. "Aye. The Land Rover runs. The newer cars don't." "It fits," Robert said, thoughts racing to link the day's fragments. "An EMP, something like it, anyway. A pulse that kills electronics. It would explain the village being out, the card machines, the phones, everything with circuits dead. Older machines keep going because there's nothing delicate to fry." Bernard's brow furrowed deeper, grief and comprehension sharing the same lines. It would account for all we've seen. Robert nodded once, not in victory but in grim alignment. It was the only story that made sense of the silence. He found Bobby by the swing, the chain giving a small complaint each time the boy shifted. The child's face had the raw, glazed look of someone who had met the unthinkable and could not yet name it. Robert crouched to bring himself level. "Hey," he said, voice worn gentle, "you were brave. You did everything you could for Grandma. I'm proud of you." The truth of it showed in his eyes and, for a moment, softened the wreckage in Bobby's. He gathered his son into his arms and held him in the way that says I'm here when language cannot. They stayed like that while the day moved on without them, grief drawing the three of them, man, boy, and the absence between, into a small, fierce knot. When Robert stood again, the weight of what lay ahead settled across his shoulders, solid as a yoke. He fetched an old blanket, the one that had warmed knees by winter fires, and with Bobby beside him, they laid it carefully over his mother's body. It was not enough, and it was all they could do. Later, the sound took on a rhythm of its own. Steel biting earth, the dull thud of lifted soil, the soft slide as it fell aside. And with each shovelful, Robert and Bernard marked what had been taken from them. They did not speak. Their backs and breath said all that words would have fumbled. The day thinned around them until the sun sank and laid a melancholy wash across the fields, and when the ground was finally ready, they carried the beloved matriarch with the care of men who understood both weight and worth, settling her in the garage for the night, a temporary resting place, guarded by tools and memories. Darkness folded over the farm and left the two of them inside it, sharing the same quiet that grief insists upon, and staring toward a tomorrow already heavy with work. The loss felt too large to hold, yet they would lift it together, one piece at a time, the way they had always built and mended here. Inside the barn, moonlight sifted through the slats in thin, pale threads. Robert cleared a patch of floor with deliberate hands, shaking out straw until it lay soft and level, laying blankets over it to make a bed that could be called a bed when there was little else to call comfort. Motion steadied him. Purpose gave his hands somewhere to put the ache. The old cast-iron stove stood outside like a relic waiting to be believed in again. Robert fetched tools, measured with his eye and coaxed it into the barn, setting bricks to seat it solidly and fitting a run of pipe for a chimney, angling and securing until he trusted the draw. When the tinder caught, a small orange heart began to pulse against the corrugation. Flames stitched light across the walls, and the crackle became a kind of company. Heat moved into the cold and made a promise. Not much, but enough. He returned with an armful of plates, enamelled and a little grimy with ash and the day's rush, and passed them to Bobby. The boy, hollow-eyed but willing, set to with a bucket of fresh water and the plain grace of a task he could finish. The cool slip of water over china, the hush of the rag, the neatness as each plate came clean, these small rhythms put space between him and the hour that had undone him. Robert crossed to the henhouse. The hens muttered softly as he lifted them, slid warm eggs from straw to palm, felt their smooth, certain weight. Back at the stove, the smell of burning wood had already threaded itself into the hay and timber. The glow, low and steady, made the barn feel less like a shelter of last resort and more like a room where a night could be endured. For a breath or two, normalcy glanced off them and moved on. They ate without speaking, Beitzton because bodies require it, not because hunger called. The quiet was filled by the stove's gentle ticks and the scrape of cutlery on enamel. When Bobby's breathing lengthened and settled into sleep, the silence shifted, and reality, kept at the edge by work and ritual, walked back in. In the flicker of lamp and fire, Robert felt the thought rise like a sudden fever. Bella. It had been there all along, pushed under by smoke and urgency, and now it took its full shape. He saw her as she might be, alone in Leeds without power, the house grown strange with its own stillness, the city beyond humming with the wrong kind of noise. Fear and guilt twisted together and settled hard under his ribs. He made himself an oath as clean as any he had ever spoken. At first light, after they had paid their respects, he would go to her. Morning arrived in thin gold strands laid across floorboards and bale edges. Birds stitched the first notes of the day from the hedges outside. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that looks kind on the surface and leaves the air feeling delicate. Panic quickened Robert when he did not see his father. He checked room by room and then building by building, braced against a dread he could not name. He found Bernard in the garage, seated beside his wife's still body, their joined hands the only movement in the room. The years they had made together seemed to gather and sit with them. Harvests and winters, arguments and laughter, the thousand common kindnesses that turned two lives into one. Bernard's shoulders had sagged under a weight no labour could train for. His face carried grief's raw etchings. Tears shone and did not fall. He had kept her hand through the night, and in that simple, stubborn act had held fast to all that could still be held. Robert's eyes burned. He understood that there are bonds whose breaking remakes the air. Burying the dead is hard, and watching your father face that hardness is harder. Every lift of dirt felt like placing another shared moment into the ground. Robert saw what each shovelful took out of Bernard, the hitch in breath, the tremor in grip, and he gave the only gift that mattered, time. He would not hurry him. This last labour with her was its own kind of love. When they turned back toward the house, smoke hung in a faint veil, and the scent of char made the morning unreal. The ruin sat inside a countryside still green and generous. That contrast jarred as much as anything. The wreckage drew a map of the fire's path. The kitchen, centre of meals and talk, bitten out to its bones, a bedroom hollowed to black ribs, the other rooms smoke-marked and stubbornly present. Soot traced the reach of the heat. The acrid sting in the nose told the story even where the flames hadn't. Hope showed at the cellar hatch like a handhold. Robert lifted it and went down into air that kept its cool. Down there, the fire had found no purchase. Rows of jars stood to attention, labels picket fencing their fronts in his mother's neat hand. Through the dim he could make out the jewel tones of preserved summers, and beyond them the familiar shapes of cured hams and cheeses hanging easy in their slings. The sight landed like a benediction. Here was her work, her care, her way of laying by for lean times, untouched, intact. For a long moment, surrounded by what she had made to keep them, Robert felt gratitude shoulder its way through the sorrow. The fire had taken. It had not taken everything. In the cool dark, among the jars that held sun and patience, he felt the thread of his mother's love run on, unbroken. After a few minutes alone in the cellar's cool hush, the loss came at him from every side. The absence of his mother like a muscle torn, the thought of Bobby and his father trying to carry what could not be carried, and Bella penned in Leeds, where the city itself had turned unfriendly. Grief bit down, but duty tugged harder. 3 people needed him moving, not mourning. By late afternoon the light had begun its slow slide, and Robert crooked a finger for Bobby to come with him for eggs. He knew there wouldn't be many. That was never the point. The task would ask for hands and eyes, and in that asking might lift, even briefly, the weight pressing on the boy's small chest. Back at the barn, the stove clattered into its familiar conversation with itself, a sound that tried to stitch normal life over a day that would not accept it. The scents were wrong, the metallic taint of smoke, the black memory of char, where once there had been the warmth of baked bread that drew you room by room until you reached the kitchen and her. He missed that comfort with a physical ache. Water shouldered into a bubble on the pan, steam hissing a thin veil through the quiet. He lowered the eggs and let them knock a gentle rhythm against the pot, a steadying metronome. He wanted coffee, the way a tired man wants shelter, something hot to brace him for the night work ahead and chase off the ragged edge of weariness. But there were goats to milk before he could think of Leeds, and Leeds would not wait long. They ate their simple meal, boiled eggs and crackers, because bodies need fuel even when hearts refuse it. Then he stood, folding the day's sorrow back far enough to clear a little ground for what must be done, and beckoned Bobby. They moved into the yard together, wordless partners against a tilted world. Milking the goats became its own declaration. Life would be met and kept. Robert's movements took on the calm of habit, determination showing itself in method rather than speed. The evening insects sang their thin chorus as he crossed to the house for essentials. The old boards, smoke-dark in places, still knew his tread and answered with their familiar creak. He gathered blankets and utensils, the ordinary tools of comfort, and let their weight remind him of all the hours those things had served joy as well as need. Then the cellar again, cool air rising to meet the lantern's dim ring, light caught on rows of jars and cans, his mother's neat labels soldiering along the shelves. A cured ham, a sack of potatoes, the precious tin of coffee. Each sight pulled a thread of memory taut, the table they had filled together replaying in the mind's ear with the murmur of his parents. Talk and Bobby's laughter flitting through like a bird. Arms full, he stepped back into a yard washed gold by the sinking sun, shadows lengthening like quiet company. In the barn he set about making a table from bales and plywood, ingenuity turning scraps into a place to gather. It was plain, serviceable, and exactly enough, a small monument to resilience. Bobby came in from feeding the animals, dust on his sleeves and a faint, surprised smile on his mouth at the order settling into the space. They worked in companionable silence, pausing now and then to trade a nod, and together shaped a softer sleeping corner for the boy, hay flattened and blanketed until it looked like somewhere a child might rest and forget the day for a few hours. Small victories, but real ones. Supper was what the cellar and yard could give: slices of ham, boiled potatoes and eggs, crackers spread with a rub of goat's cheese. Robert noticed, with a half-smile that reached his eyes and then retreated, that Bobby preferred biscuits loaded with peanut butter to anything crumbled from the dairy. When they had finished, Robert leaned back and let the moment's quiet hold while he found the words that had been waiting. "I need to fetch Bella from Leeds," he said, weighing each syllable so it would land true. "I'm planning to leave tonight. The dark should make it easier to move through the city without being seen." Bobby's eyes flashed with a resolve that made him look older. "I'm coming too." "No," Robert answered, gentle but set. "You can't. There's work here only you can do. The goats need milking, the pigs and hens need tending, and the eggs won't collect themselves. I won't be long. By dawn I should be back with Bella. But Dad," he lifted a hand and let it rest in the air, not a command so much as a promise. "I've decided. It's safer this way." He turned to Bernard. "Dad, I'll need the Land Rover. Have we enough diesel to get there and back?" Bernard's worry showed in the lines around his mouth, but he nodded. "Tank's full, and there are 2 5-gallon jerrycans in the shed. Take one in case." Robert did the sums aloud, more to tighten resolve than to inform. "About 40 miles to Leeds. If I leave around midnight, I should make it back early morning with her." Bernard's voice took on the practical caution that had saved them more than once. "Pack food and plenty of water. You've no idea what you'll meet on the road." "I will," Robert said. "I'll take the rest of the ham, a couple of eggs, some biscuits. Bella had good stores when I left, so she shouldn't be hungry, but I'll fill empty bottles here so we're covered if the city's water is off with the power." He tried on a wryness that felt almost like hope. "My gut says she's been at Matt's, lost in video games with Donald letting her have her way." He let the thought settle like a marker on a map, then stood to gather what he'd need, the night outside already drawing its veil across the fields. Chapter 3. Robert. Arduous Journey. He set out a little before 11, letting the dark fold around the Land Rover like a cloak. Back roads would be slower, but they promised fewer eyes and fewer traps, so he threaded the lanes toward Keighley with the old engine's steady hum for company, and a map's rough logic guiding his hands. The night held, patient and close, until the A59 ring road rose ahead, and with it the first ruin of his plan. Cars lay abandoned in haphazard ranks, nose to tail and sideways, a toppled parade that turned the carriageway into a dead river. There was no way through. Unease moved in beside him as he swung off toward Keighley proper, a place he would rather have skirted by fields and miles. The back streets were hollowed out, windows dark, the quiet so complete that his tyres sounded immodest on the tarmac. Then figures took shape where he had hoped for emptiness. A cluster ahead, bats and sticks in their hands, and when he checked his mirror, another knot sliding out to close the rear. The road narrowed to a vice. His thoughts ran quick and hard. The larger group would be the hammer, the smaller, the hinge. He chose the smaller and put his foot down. Surprise broke across their faces, bodies flinched and fell back, but not all of them cleared cleanly. A length of wood arced from the dark, punched through his open window, and clipped his temple with a hot, bright sting that made his eyes flash. He held the wheel through it and kept moving. He cut left into the trading estate, lanes of shuttered units, running like a grid he might lose a tail in, then found himself bleeding onto Bradford Road and facing the city he had been trying to avoid. Instinct pushed him for the open. He turned the bonnet south toward Harden, betting distance and hedgerows would do the work that streets could not. The map under his hand offered little comfort. Every line seemed to run through the hard centres of towns, each name a small mine he might step on. With no better option, he picked the southern edge of Bingley and prayed it would be kinder than Keighley. At first it was. The town lay under a thin wash of moonlight, the streets mostly empty, the stillness so complete he felt his knuckles loosen on the wheel and the ache release from his shoulders by a degree. Calm, however, had teeth. Near the railway station a looted supermarket smouldered with its own pale light, and in that glow a crowd shifted, hungry silhouettes, restless and sharp. Heads turned toward the sound of an engine that still ran. Desperation lit their eyes. They moved for him as though he were a raft. He knew what would happen if he stopped. He did not stop. He laid into the horn and the throttle together and drove through the only gap that presented itself, and the thuds and bumps he could not avoid wrote themselves straight into him. Guilt came up like bile. He swallowed it down with the one truth that mattered. He had to live to reach Bella, and kept going. The sight of the tracks gave him an answer as clean as a plumb line. Steel rails ran straight out of town, a corridor no car could block and no crowd could flood. He could have cursed himself for not seeing it sooner. He eased the Land Rover toward the line, feeling for the balance point between caution and speed, and nosed the front wheels onto the ballast. The tyres skittered, then bit. The whole vehicle began a new conversation with the ground, gravel rattling, sleepers thumping, everything a little too loud in the night, and he felt, for the first time in hours, the edge of possibility. He tried at first to ride between the rails, thinking the Series 2 narrow enough to fit, but the geometry was against him. The gap was tighter than his eye had guessed. He shifted to a compromise, one set of wheels up on the sleepers, the other skimming along the gravel shoulder beyond a single rail. It was ungainly to look at and strangely sure underfoot. The eastbound line's sleeper gaps, chosen and filled with stone for trains rather than old trucks, gave him a choppy but workable rhythm, and though it cost him speed, it bought him safety. The rails, once the spine that stitched towns together, became his private road. The Land Rover kept time on the wood, bump, 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 and the sound steadied him in a way that felt almost like hope, the memory of boyhood adventures flickering and then hardening into focus. This was not play. The stakes were a daughter and a city turned hostile. He kept his eyes ahead and let the straightness draw him onward. Where the tracks lifted to cross the River Ire, he eased to a stop at the bridge's crown, the world opening in a quiet panorama, water running black beneath, streets stilled to a diagram, sky paling from the east. He climbed out, flexed the ache from his fingers, drank and relieved himself in the cold air, the metal ticking as it cooled. The pause let time catch up with him. Leeds lay only 15 miles from Weygill, an hour and a half at 10 miles an hour if you could keep a constant pace, but nothing about the night had allowed constancy. He had learned not to count on clocks. The track, his track now, still ran forward into unknowns. He climbed back in, set his hands, and let the Land Rover find the next sleeper. Robert kept the Land Rover balanced on the rails through Shipley, the town sliding past in fragments. Dark windows, the pale squares of doorways, the occasional figure turning too late to make sense of a truck riding the line. By the time curiosity gathered into recognition, he was already beyond the houses, the night swallowing his passage as cleanly as it offered it. Out in the open, the railway gave him what roads could not. Distance from doorsteps and sight lines, a ribbon cut through fields where only foxes and owls kept watch. For a few minutes it almost felt like driving had felt once, engine steady, horizon honest, until the mouth of a tunnel rose up and took the light. He eased off, brought the headlights up, and let the Land Rover nose into the cool, damp breath of it. Sound changed in there, turning the engine into a hollow echo that ran ahead and came back. The dark seemed to lengthen with each yard. When shape finally emerged, it did so all at once. A derailed train sprawled across both tracks, a mangled barricade of steel and carriage and shadow. The way forward ended at metal. He sat with it a heartbeat, heard his own breath, and then slipped the Land Rover into reverse, coaxing it back the way it had come until the tunnel gave up its claim and the night unfolded again. Shipley's edge rose to meet him, and as he swung along the boundary he spotted another set of rails peeling away to the north. Detours were all he had. He took it. The line shortly ran under a bridge, and beneath that bridge a canal slid by with its indifferent old patience. Beside the water lay a path wide enough to tempt him. He weighed the fact that it would be a longer loop against the promise of fewer people and fewer blockages, and felt the balance tip. A little ahead, a level crossing stitched the rails to the road. Beyond that, a ramp fell neatly from tarmac to towpath, as if it had been waiting for a vehicle exactly like his. He dropped onto the canal's edge with his hope restored by degrees. The track was broad enough, firm enough, but the water's slow bends shortened his view and turned corners into questions. He took them carefully, letting the tyres hum on the compacted grit while the canal breathed its soft, continuous story at his side. Moving there felt like slipping into a parallel world. Narrowboats shouldered through the dusk with painted panels and tidy chimneys, carrying an air of stubborn grace that had nothing to do with the panic he had left behind. He passed a few without incident, even one heading his way. Their pace and his were different creatures, and he eased past with a nod he was not sure they saw. Miles later, the railway came into sight again, a promise of straightness through the hedgerow, but the two could not meet. Trees and thick undergrowth barred any thought of reconnecting, and ahead the towpath cinched tight around an old lock, stone shoulders closing in until there was no passage for a vehicle. The Land Rover would not go through. He climbed out, locked the doors by habit, and pushed into the trees for a look. On the other side he found an open field, green laid out to the far hedges, the kind of space that offers every possibility and no clear instruction. He followed the field's edge back in the direction he had come, marking dips and gates and the lie of ground, trying to plot a line that might thread a truck where a canal would not. When he returned, the scene had shifted. The narrowboat he had slipped past earlier now sat moored a little way along the bank. 4 people stood on the towpath beside it, voices taut and low, their eyes cutting toward the Land Rover as if weighing it for parts or trouble. The calm of the water felt thinner, the night's gentleness spoiled by a new calculation. Robert felt the prickling awareness along his shoulders that says you are being measured, and he paused with the key cool in his hand, considering the next move that would either keep him moving or turn this quiet stretch into another kind of blockade. Chapter 4. Conflict at the lock. Ahead of him, 5 strangers had fanned out around the Land Rover, 3 broad-shouldered men and 2 women with eyes that took the measure of things quickly. They ran their hands along the panels, tugged at door handles with mounting irritation, peered through the glass as if value might reveal itself by staring. There wasn't much inside to tempt them, yet Robert's pulse thudded hard. It was the truck he feared losing, the only thread tying him to Leeds and back again. Confrontation felt like stepping onto thin ice. Doing nothing felt worse. He set himself with the canal at his back and the trees behind him, squared his shoulders and tried to wear confidence the way one wears a coat, hoping as he did that the sweat in his palms wouldn't give him away. If a fight was foolish, perhaps a story could do the work. He drew a breath and let his voice carry. "Oi! Lads, someone's trying to nick our Land Rover. Grab your weapons and flank through the trees. Cover my approach." The nearest man startled, palms lifting in quick surrender. "Hold on a tick, mate," he said, the surprise real. "We just thought it was left, you know." Robert let incredulity sharpen his words. "You watched us pass not long ago. Why would we leave it here?" "Honest mistake," the man said, already beckoning the others toward their narrowboat. "We'll be on our way." Robert held their retreat in his gaze until they turned fully to the water, relief rushing in so fast it left him a little unsteady. He slid into the driver's seat, exhaled a long, frayed breath, and brought the Land Rover to life. The bluff had been threadbare and just enough. He reversed, lining up with the narrow gap he'd scouted earlier, and eased back through saplings, pushing aside scrub, angling past stumps and the low hidden hazards that like to catch axles. A fence met him, old timber gone soft with weather. He clicked the 4-wheel drive in, felt the truck hunker, and shouldered through into open field. Skirting the hedge, he steered for the sightline of the railway, the surest compass he had. A gate offered him out onto a quiet country lane, and a little farther on the lane stepped over the rails at a level crossing. He took it slowly, wheels finding steel and then tarmac again, the old comfort of road returning to his hands. Not far beyond, a strip of cleared sleepers ran like a gravel track where a line had once been, decommissioned by the look of it. He turned onto it, grateful for a surface that would neither crowd him with people nor throw up a barricade without warning. He had gone barely a mile when the Land Rover sagged sideways with the unmistakable shudder of a tyre giving up. Good luck had always felt temporary. He pulled to the verge and set to work. The jack lifted obediently. The nuts did not. Whoever had torqued them last, his father, with the garage's air gun, had cinched them past the comfort of hands. He leaned, braced, swore under breath, and made the kind of progress measured in millimetres and minutes. Sweat gathered and ran, his forearms shook with the effort. At last the wheel came free, and the spare went on. By then the bruised colours of twilight had deepened into a full night, and exhaustion descended with the same finality. He could feel the 30-odd hours without sleep like weight in his bones. Driving into Leeds in that state would be a gamble he had no right to take. He rolled beneath a stand of trees, let their branches break up the truck's outline, killed the engine, locked the doors, and let himself fold into the driver's seat until sleep took him. He woke into a darkness pricked with thin stars, unsure of the hour, his stomach tugging him toward wakefulness. From his stores he cut a few slices of ham, cracked 2 eggs to eat cold, and tested the flask with low expectations. The coffee, more warm than hot, was still a small mercy, easing the raw edges of the night. When the horizon began to lift in oranges and purples, he understood his miscalculation. He had meant to arrive under cover to slip into Leeds while the city slept and eyes were few. Dawn had other plans. Morning would be waking the streets even as he reached them. He capped the flask, set his hands on the wheel, and adjusted, because there was nothing else to do. He made good time until Kirkstall Forge Station, where the tidy run of gravel that had been carrying him simply thinned to nothing and forced him back onto the rails. A short roll later, the line lifted over the River Ire, and he let the Land Rover idle at the crown of the bridge while he unfolded the map and let his pulse slow to something like steady. Leaning to the parapet, he caught a shape that didn't belong. Parked below as if discarded was a road sweeper, but not the municipal kind that trundled after parades. This one was black from grille to bodywork, its windows barricaded with steel plate, and its windscreen guarded by a heavy mesh. A snowplough blade sat bolted to the front, blunt and broad, the sort of contrivance that would turn a street full of obstacles into clear way. For a breath he imagined climbing down, testing the locks, claiming the machine the way a scavenger claims a prize. In a city gone skittish, a vehicle like that would be a moving fortress. Then the picture shifted to the wrong version, someone inside a confrontation on the edge of arrival, and he let the idea go. Too close to Leeds to gamble. He slid back into the seat and patted the Land Rover's tired wheel with a rueful fondness. "You've done right by me so far, old girl," he muttered. "Let's finish it together." The engine caught. The bridge fell away behind. Leeds began to gather ahead as a map of familiar edges and routes. The city unfurled with the ache of recognition. Near the station, old habits took over. He threaded the truck through the snarl of backways he had learned to trust, shouldered through a fence into the car park when the obvious approaches looked too exposed, and, finding no one close enough to challenge him, slipped behind the station, ducked under the rail lines, and let the labyrinth pull him inward. The back streets had served him for years, when rush hour turned the main roads mean. Now they offered what he needed most: cover. Terrace corners and narrow passages marked out a path his hands already knew, each turn closing the distance to home. Pulling up outside felt like crossing a finish line he had invented just to have one. The brickwork, the rosebush leaning its thorny shoulder against the doorframe, the old oak spreading its patient canopy, ordinary things presented themselves with a tenderness that hurt. He went in gripping the shape of relief as if it might vanish if he looked away. It did. On the wall, in hurried strokes, Bella had left her message. The words hit with the suddenness of a fall. She wasn't here. He had no way of knowing if she had reached Waygill or if the road had bent her elsewhere. For a moment his knees forgot their business and he let the wall take his weight. The journey's narrow escapes reeled past, roadblocks, tracks, the lock. And then the question no one wants, whether it had all been for nothing, whether intention counted if arrival failed. Under the despair, a small spark refused to be stamped out. Bella planned. Bella adapted. She had friends who would not let go. He tightened his jaw around that glimmer and told himself he would find her, whatever the ledger of cost. He moved through the rooms like a man cataloguing what can be carried forward. Water first, cool on the tongue, steadying. The pantry next, because food makes decisions possible. But the note tugged at him again, a line he had skimmed and now read as if it hid something it wanted him to see. The dustbin is in the garage. Don't forget to put it out before you go. It was nonsense in a crisis, unless it wasn't. He let instinct step in where reason balked and crossed to the garage. The bin stood where it always had, green against the wall. He lifted the lid and felt his throat tighten at the sight of the black polythene bag neatly stowed inside. He opened it and found what mattered. Food sealed away, bottles of water, small things that add up to care. Bella had thought ahead, tucked provisions where no opportunist would bother to look. The gesture struck cleanly through him. In its practical tenderness, he saw her mother's hand again, and for a moment memory rose, sweet and brutal. The sound came in on top of it, wrong and immediate. The Land Rover turning over, voices in a muffled tangle, tires crunching as weight shifted. Panic cut through the haze. He tore for the door, shouldered it open, and reached daylight in time to see the back of the truck he had named and begged and trusted shrinking down the road, the engine's note fading into the morning spread. He stood there with his breath snagged, the quiet rushing in around him like water when a hull splits. The vehicle had been more than movement. It had been the promise of return. Alone on the threshold, he tasted the old metallic edge of helplessness and refused it. The question rose anyway, stark as a signboard. What now? He let it hang there, not as surrender, but as the next problem to be solved, and turned back inside to take stock of what he still had and what he could make from it, because standing still had never carried anyone where they needed to go. Chapter 5. No transport. The Land Rover gone, the map of his evening narrowed to two hard lines, foot or water. He felt the choice like a stone in his stomach, the idea of threading leads on foot through its meaner quarters making his throat close. Still, there was a small grace to the thought of returning to the railway, the long dead ribbon he had followed already, quiet away from front doors and the flash of strangers' faces. For the moment, it offered the clearest promise of forward motion. He hunted out a stout rucksack and packed with the careful, almost ritual patience of a man who knows what each item must do. Bella's parcels of food went in first, then a lightweight waterproof jacket that he drew over his shoulders as if the fabric might lend him courage. He laced his walking boots until they bit his ankles and felt, absurdly, a measure of readiness return as his fingers closed on the pack's straps. A thought stopped him, one of those small, sharp epiphanies that arrive late but change everything. Bella's offhand plan about slipping out by canoe at night suddenly glittered with possibility. If she'd left one behind, it could be the difference between a dangerous street and a silent glide down towpath. The key to the lock-up became his immediate aim. Practicalities and peril braided together in his head. In a canoe you are exposed. In a canoe you cannot carry awkward weapons. He thought of Bella's bow and arrows, compact, lethal at a distance, awkward in close quarters, and found they were not where he might need them. She had taken them. The absence drew a cold question. Would he be able to use such things against another person, if pushed to it? Whatever the answer, he decided he needed a non-lethal option, something to put space between him and a threat, without burning him with something he might regret. His fingers closed round the lock-up key and went deliberately toward the yard, each step measured. Years in the woods with his father on hunting trips had taught him more than how to point a gun, lessons about how to move without announcing your passage, how to read the lie of ground and the lay of shadow. He thought of leads, brick faces and alleyways as a different kind of timber, dense and vertical. The same rules of concealment, he told himself, still applied. The lock-up door complained as he pushed it open and then revealed two kayaks. a green one, heavy and honest, the kind he had always trusted, and a red that flashed too bright in the grey. His chest unclenched a little when he saw them. He reached for the green as if it were an old friend. The red, however, wore a long, unhappy crack down its hull. A fiberglass repair kit sat somewhere in his memory, bought, promised to be used, and then set aside the way good intentions often are. He made a mental note that the red was not to be trusted. 2 paddles lay against the wall, the wooden-handled one he favoured, solid and familiar, and a compact telescopic spare that folded down small and would fit where space was tight. They were simple things, but in that moment they felt like instruments of salvation. He rifled through drawers and cupboards next, old flasks, empty bottles, the plastic beakers that had come out on family trips. The pool house held a reserve that, while not spring water, would be drinkable in a pinch. He gathered what he could, filling bottles from the header tank with the pragmatic impatience of someone who knew water's value when systems failed. The kitchen knives caught his eye, their steel flashing in the cool light. He handled them, felt their weight, and felt the queasy reluctance that came with knowing how final a blade could be. Could he bring himself to use one against another person? The question sat heavy and ungiving in his chest, and he let the knives go back where they lay. In the garage, among the forgotten and the useful, he lifted a length of rubber tubing and a bucket of stainless nuts, small and oddly comforting in their ordinariness. They were not weapons, not exactly. They were tools, and perhaps, in a pinch, a way to make distance without making irrevocable choices. Standing in the doorway with pack on and paddles slung, he let the narrowness of the options press on him, and then steady him. Nightfall and canoe still felt like the better gamble if water was where the path lay. Failing that, an early move on foot before the city woke would have to be the plan. Whatever the choice, he told himself, he would take it deliberate and as clean as he could manage, keeping his hands honest and his judgment intact. Deep in thought, Robert let himself sink into the familiar give of the living room cushions, the evening breeze murmuring at the window, while the old clock kept time with its patient tick, and in that slow, steady hush, an idea uncurled and showed its shape. A catapult. Simple, quiet, and, with the right ammunition, forceful enough to stop a man at a distance without making a widow of anyone. The rubber tubing would be the muscle, the stainless nuts the blunt knuckles at the end of the swing. If the rubber had held its integrity, he could keep trouble an arm's length away. The thought steadied him, swapped a little of his dread for readiness. He carried the coiled rubber into the light, and memory came crowding in. Teenage afternoons spent bodging toys out of odds and ends, the fish tank scheme that never quite left the page. The way projects had piled up like seasons. Dust moved in the sunbeam while he pared back the perished outer skin, working down to the clean, supple heart of the tube. He drew it tight between his hands, braced for the sting of failure, and felt relief climb his spine when it held true, elastic and strong. The old motions returned as his hands remembered what his mind had stored away. The fork that fits the palm, the way a grip should sit against the lifeline, the balance between draw and release. The afternoon shaded toward evening while he worked, uncertainty draining off like sweat as the first rough frame became a tool instead of a notion. Shadows lengthened across the floor, time tapping his shoulder to remind him that night would arrive with or without his consent, and still he kept cutting and shaping, letting competence crowd out fear. In the garage's mild chaos he found the pruning saw and a set of steps, and in the garden the trees offered their choices. He moved among them with a quiet care, trimming a handful of likely forks from different boughs, ash for spring, hazel for give, a piece of apple that felt right in the hand, knowing from experience that the promising ones don't always prove themselves once strung. Back indoors, the bench filled with shavings and tools. He set the knives he had earlier weighed as weapons to honest work, paring and smoothing until 4 frames stood ready, each with its own stance and feel. Soft leather would make the cups, and the answer lived in memory. Bella's old archery wrist guards, outgrown and tucked away near the cupboard where her bow had once been kept. He found them where he expected, cut careful ovals and laced them to the bands, finishing the slings with knots he had tied 100 times on other days. The test wanted doing. He brought out the bucket of stainless nuts from the garage and propped one of Bella's straw targets at the far end of the room, his mind's eye flashing a stern warning about thumbs and the time a misdraw had crushed his nail to purple ruin. He set his grip right, kept his thumb low, drew smooth, and let flight. The first nut thudded into straw with a satisfying depth. The next clustered close. A third shaved the edge of the mark. Accuracy calmed him more than coffee could have. When he was done, he slid 3 catapults into his rucksack where they would ride quiet and out of sight, and tucked the 4th into his coat pocket, a reassurance at his fingertips rather than a threat. The sight of the camping cup he had pressed into service for water nudged another thought loose. Distance meant rest. Rest meant heat, if he could manage it. A stove would turn cold nights tolerable and make decisions easier. He dug the camping stove out of a cupboard and set it on the table, then went to the garage for the spare gas can he had bought for the blowtorch weed killer, the sort of purchase that feels extravagant until the day it becomes a solution. With the pieces to hand, the temptation to test became a plan. He screwed on the canister, bled a whisper of gas, struck a flame, and watched the small blue cone steady before he set the kettle to it. Coffee would not fix anything, but it would warm his core and clear the grit from his thoughts. It would fill his flask with something that felt like resolve. The room softened as the smell rose, bitter and rich, a memory of mornings before all this, and he leaned back and let the heat of the black coffee slide through him, smoothing edges he hadn't realized he was bracing against. The knock, when it came, cleaved the quiet in two, sharp enough to put his heart against his ribs and drive the chair's comfort from beneath him. He set the cup down, listening to the second-hand sudden loudness, and turned toward the door. Chapter 6. The strangest of conversations. The knock came like a dropped stone in a still pond, ripples running through a house that had held its breath since he'd arrived. In these days, surprises wore teeth. He did not go straight to the door. Instead, he climbed the stairs as if the boards themselves might betray him, slipped into Bobby's room and eased the curtain just enough to take a look without offering a face. A man stood on the path below, mid-50s by the look of him, polished black trousers, a plaid jacket neat over the shoulders, a matching hat set just so. No weapon showed in his hands. Robert checked the rest in a practice sweep, shifting from window to window to see what the street might be hiding. No second pair of boots in the hedge's shadow, no slow drift of figures at the corner. The stillness held. He waited one beat more, then chose to answer. By the time he drew the door open, the man had already begun to retreat, but the hinge's complaint turned him back. "I live over there," the stranger said, gesturing toward the corner house to the right. His voice carried a hesitance that did not match the outfit. "It's quiet as a church everywhere. I've tried doors up and down, no answer. Do you know when the electricity's coming back on?" For a heartbeat, Robert could only blink. The world he had crossed in the past days, and the world this man stood in, did not seem to share a border. He could tell him about the dark villages, stalled cars, the sense of something large having slipped its leash, but would it be believed? And what then? "I'm as much in the dark as you," he said at last, giving the line enough truth to carry. "My phone's out too. If you hear anything, pass it on." The man nodded as if they had discussed a missed delivery rather than the end of a system, and strolled back along the path with a leisure that jarred. Watching him go, Robert felt a pinch of guilt and let it pass. Some minds needed time to find the shape of a thing. He doubted the man had travelled far from the city's safe grids. He wondered if he had ever looked out over a hillside and understood how small people can be. He poured another coffee and let the warmth loosen the wire in his chest. Any further knock would go unanswered. The little island of quiet he had carved out felt necessary now, and unnecessary risks would have their say soon enough without invitation. The heat made him drowsy. His eyes kept slipping shut, the last day's weight insisting on payment. To fight it, he moved, checked stores, counted and recounted what he would take, turned the rounds of the house to secure what he would leave. Activity kept sleep at bay and shored up readiness in the same motion. For a moment he imagined the shock of the pool, cold, slicing fatigue clean in two, and dismissed it as quickly. The night ahead would have edges enough without courting a chill. A glance toward the hooks where Bella's things had lived told him what he already suspected. Her sword was gone. The thought drew a crooked smile. With that blade she would carry an edge in more ways than one. Outside the light thinned toward evening, and with it came the practical itch to lay the map flat and measure time against distance. He traced the route with a finger and stopped, sudden as a stumble. In all his planning he had forgotten a torch. Drawers yielded nothing. Most had already been claimed, no doubt by Bella, who anticipated with an enviable precision. In the garage's dust-soft corner he unearthed a torch body at last, empty of power. He scavenged batteries from the television and DVD remotes, snapped them into place, and felt the small win lift him. In a world pared down to essentials, light counted. Almost ready, he thought, and then another memory tugged him toward the garage. The cordless drill kit sat in its case, a weight of future usefulness. With the farm's damage and the generator to feed the charger, it made sense. He added it to the growing stack, locked the house with methodical care, and took his load to the lockup. The canoe took gear the way a good pack does, each item nested and strapped, the weight balanced fore and aft. He settled it on the portable wheels, paused to listen at the door, street quiet, no footfall shape in the sound, and slipped into the evening, locking behind him. At the slipway he let the hull kiss the water and felt at once the different grammar of movement, a glide instead of a roll, a pull that answered at the wrists rather than the ankles. He had barely found a rhythm when a knot of young men appeared on the bridge overhead, outlines restless against the stone. Their attention was turned outward, not down. He bled off momentum, feathered the paddle, and slid under the overhang where branches curtained the bank, letting green shadows take him in. Breath held, back still. The moment passed, so did they. He found himself repeating the trick again and again, a quiet landing in cover whenever voices rose or a figure stopped too long. People had begun to take what they needed by any means, a canoe heavy with supplies read as invitation. At the weir by the museum, where water folded itself white and loud, he hauled out and turned to the canal. Upstream, the river's muscle would be too much. The canal would ask for patience rather than force. Soon the city's edges thinned, and fields took over, the towpath paralleling him like a companion he did not have to talk to. Moonlight laid a pale corridor on the water, and he worked along it with a steady pull. Night was his ally. The plan was to make as much ground as the dark would give him, drinking from the flask when thirst spoke up and saving the rest for when he stopped. He would need a safe piece of ground before dawn to lie up. He would trust his eye and the lie of land. To keep time, he had brought the living room's old carriage clock, the kind that minds its own business without a plug to feed it. Its tick felt true, and in a changed world that was worth more than the metal of its case. Near the outskirts of Bingley, the canal changed from road to obstacle course, locks, one after another, each requiring a carry to the towpath. Daylight would make him visible, visible would make him interesting. He scanned the margins and found a dense stand of trees that promised cover. He dragged the canoe up into the wood until the towpath disappeared from sight, built a screen of branches over the hull, and laid a tarpaulin under him to keep the grounds damp from climbing his bones. He settled with his back against the canoe, aiming for a few hours that would mend more than they took. Sleep came, then left. Around 1 in the afternoon, the shape of voices threaded the leaves, bright, careless, getting louder. Teenagers, he guessed by the pitch and the scatter of their laughter, angling closer to the place he had chosen to be unseen. He stilled his breath and listened for numbers, for footsteps, for the difference between passing by and finding. Chapter 7. Way Gill Farm, Thursday morning. First light eased over the hills and found Bella waking to the quiet weight of her grandfather beside her. Bernard had kept watch through the small hours, lids heavy, gaze steady in the practiced way of someone who had learned long ago how to sit with the dark. Vietnam had taught him the shape of aftermath. That knowledge lived in the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. A cockerel's call lifted from the yard and pulled morning the last inch toward them. Air was what she needed. Bernard felt it and did not speak. Bella stepped outside into grass beaded with cold, the light soft as breath over the fields. With each step, her father's absence pressed harder, until the unshed tears she'd held through the night slipped and went where they had been trying to go. The farm answered with its small, ordinary music, leaves worrying at a breeze, birds trading notes, and she walked without destination, trying to find a way to keep moving through a day that would not wait. Everything had changed. More would change. For now, it was enough to keep breathing. "Bella, is that really you?" The voice came bright and close. "I've been so worried. Dad's been out everywhere looking. Did he find you? Is he with you?" Before she could shape a reply, Bobby hit her like weather, arms flung tight, fierce as relief. Joy and release blurred her sight. She held him until he wriggled and laughed, muffled against her jumper. Okay, you're squishing me," he protested, grinning. She brushed a tear away with the heel of her hand. Bobby's eyes already danced with news. "You won't believe what happened while you were gone," he said, and launched in. They found a fallen trunk and sat shoulder to shoulder, swapping pieces of the last days. Bobby painted the farm in quick strokes, nights in the barn, the stove's comfort, Grandad's steadying, while Bella walked the edges of her journey and softened what she could. Laughter came in little bursts, and so did the catches of breath and the tears, and both felt like a kind of healing. In the barn's makeshift kitchen, Bernard moved with the ease of long practice. The old stove threw a warm orange wash through the rafters. Pans hissed. The smell of eggs and mushrooms and bacon threaded the air with the bright acid of tomatoes. The farmhouse had taken its blows, but in here this morning they had made a pocket of safety. Alex stretched in the doorway, shedding sleep. "Good morning, Bernard," he said, making the name friendly on his tongue. "That smells impossible to refuse. Can I help?" "First, rouse the sleepers," Bernard said, amusement soft at the edge of his voice. "Breakfast is nearly ready. Scrambled eggs, mushrooms, a bit of bacon, fried tomatoes, and some cold ham and goat's cheese from last night. Not a feast, enough to stand you upright." "After what I've been living on, that's a banquet," Alex said, eyes creasing. He turned to go, and the light sound of Bella and Bobby's talk drifted in from the yard, a small clean joy in a world that had tilted. When the others shuffled in, practicalities rose at once. Bernard pointed them to the washroom by the old milking parlour. A stone shed refitted with a proper sink, toilet and shower, a godsend after lambing nights before anyone set foot in the house. He sent them down the path and returned to his pans. "Alex, what do you fancy?" he asked when the young man reappeared. "Surprise me," Alex said, breathing in like a man at a bakery window. Bernard slid half a fried tomato onto a plate and handed it over. Alex stared, wrong-footed, and Bernard's chuckle followed as he reclaimed it. "Only teasing. Say what you need, especially now. Guessing wastes time." He plated generously, scrambled eggs, 2 sun-sweet tomatoes, sautéed mushrooms, a crisp strip of bacon, and passed it back. Gratitude lit Alex's face. "Better," Bernard said. "Eat." "It's magnificent, thank you," Alex answered, settling on a hay bale and falling to with quiet gusto. One by one the rest queued, were served, and found their spots. The barn settled into a contented hush, punctuated by the clink of forks and low murmurs, each plate a reminder that care could still be made hot and handed across. When the last dish was scraped clean, Bernard touched Alex's sleeve and nodded toward the yard. "Lend a hand with the old generator," he said, easy as a pretext. Outside, where the air carried only the mild sounds of morning, he came to the point. "I hear you left gear by the canal," he said, measuring Alex's face. "I've had to make my peace with the possibility that my son and the Land Rover may not come back. There's a farm close by. Daniel owned it. He died a few weeks back. Most of the shiny kit has walked, but there's a little Fergie tractor still there. Last I saw, a flatbed was hitched to it. It doesn't run. If you can bring it back to life, we can fetch your things, and it'll earn its keep here." "I'll try," Alex said at once. "I'll need directions and tools. Any clue what's wrong?" "Daniel reckoned the fuel was fouled. Water in the system," Bernard said, thumb moving along his jaw. "He took ill before he could sort it, so it sat where it was left. Trailers still loaded with hay bales, which we could use. I used to help him with haymaking each year and borrow the Fergie and baler in return. That exchange is done now. We'll fetch the baler another day." He paused. Bella can guide you. Folks round here know her and Bobby. It'll head off questions. And Alex, don't speak to her yet about my fears for her father. I'm giving time a chance before I lay that weight on her. I'd value your discretion." "Of course," Alex said. "You've given me food and a roof. Point me where I'm useful, and I'm yours." Chapter 8. Unwelcome Visitors. In the barn's dim hush, Alex unpacked and repacked with a mechanic's patience, shedding what he didn't need, shoring up what he did. At Bernard's shed, he gathered tools with the same care he'd used to line up spanners on a bench, adding one more just in case until the rucksack felt like a person on his back. He topped it off with 2 litres of water, a clutch of warm greenhouse tomatoes, the last of the ham, 4 boiled eggs and, at Don's quiet insistence, a bandolier of shotgun shells. Essentials, and then some. The road to Daniel's farm was only a mile, a curious stretch that lived between categories, more than a private lane, less than a council road, stitched to 3 farms like a vein, Bernard's, Daniel's and Tom's farther along. When the farmhouse came into view, the front door yawned open, a dark mouth in a familiar face. Alex set the heavy pack down out of reach of that black square and told Bella to stay put. She read the caution, then ignored it with the kind of independence that had already carried her through worse. They went forward together, footfalls measured. Inside, dust held the air. Whoever had come had already gone. They made a clean, thorough sweep until instinct gave them the same answer as sight. Empty. Alex shouldered the rucksack again and turned to the yard. Daniel's little grey Fergie sat where memory said it would, trailer hitched and loaded with hay bales, waiting like a dog by a locked door. The fault proved as simple as Daniel had suspected. Fuel filter old and choked, years of neglect pulped into one small part. Alex swapped it out with neat, practiced movements, peered into the tank, and found the diesel clear and full. He primed the line, turned the key, and the old engine woke with a rattle that rounded into a steady, eager chug. In a place gone uncertain, the sound was balm. Before they left, they pulled boards across the smashed front door and fixed them down, screws biting into timber with the satisfying finality of a boundary set. "Windows later," they said without saying it, and climbed aboard. The run back asked little. The Fergie's low gears and long patience ironed the ruts out of the lane. The trailer swayed and agreed. Bernard's eyebrows went up when they rolled into the yard sooner than sense allowed. Alex told the story of the filter, and Bernard's silence filled in the missing piece. The way illness can turn an easy job into a wall you never climb. They formed a chain for the bales. Alex and the girls heaved and passed, Bobby and Bernard stacked in the barn's cool, sweet-smelling shade, building a wall that promised winter wouldn't have its way without a fight. Then the report. Daniel's front door breached, cellar untouched. Bella spoke to the windows they'd bored later. Bernard nodded, considering. After the canal trip, they'd go back and do a proper job. With Daniel's only kin in France, it would be a sin to let good kit rot for want of hands. Alex agreed at once, adding that he'd like to dig deeper on the place. There'd be timber somewhere, cut to length, and the farmhouse roof at Way Gill wouldn't mend itself. His mouth twitched when he said, almost shyly, that he was good with repairs. The house was part of the valley's backbone. Letting rain chew at it felt like neglect on purpose. They left 4 bales on the trailer as makeshift seats and turned the Fergie toward the canal to salvage what they'd stashed in haste. Alex had come prepared with a siphon hose and a plan. Lift diesel out of the narrowboats, let any water settle and be thrown away, and decant the clean fuel into a carboy. Water wasn't their shortage. There was the well, the spring, the river, the whole quiet plate of Way Gill Reservoir looking down on them. Diesel would turn the world again. At the Fergie's unhurried pace, the 30-minute journey took its own time. The engine's steady thrum drew doorways open. Faces appeared with the same expression, surprise, then the kind of hope that attaches itself to working machinery. They tipped hats, they waved, and the tractor trundled on. At the canal they loaded what mattered, bags and tins and blankets, tools, small mercies. Alex set the hose, crouched with one eye on the boat's belly, and drew diesel into waiting containers from both craft. The smell reached into memory. Workshops, garages, the old world's hum. The boats might never move again, the fuel would. 2 hours later they rolled back into the yard. Bernard had already worked the morning into shape, chores done, goats milked, the strain sitting in the set of his back. Over food, he spoke the decision that had been forming under the day's tasks. No market for surplus milk, no cheesemaker's hands now his wife was gone. Over the next year, as the nannies dried, he would cull to meat. Smokehouse and cellar would do their old work, and nothing raised here would be wasted. After they'd eaten, Bella, Alex, Sandra and Bernard climbed back on the tractor. Bernard's feelings about weapons had shifted from principle to practice. After what they'd seen, refusal felt like pretending. Bobby looked as if he might argue to come along, but they left him with a job list and the dignity of being needed at home. At Daniel's, Alex and Sandra set to measuring and cutting boards for the ground floor windows, the sound of the saw steady and companionable. Bernard and Bella went through the house with a care that bordered on reverence. The pantry had been turned over by hungry, hurried hands. The cellar, hidden to anyone who didn't know the trick of the latch, was full. Jars, tins, sacks. They cleared it methodically, the cool air wrapping them like a blessing, and carried what they could to the trailer. By late afternoon, the windows were boarded tight, edges snugged down, the front door sealed against weather and idle curiosity. Bernard combed the sheds with a gleaner's eye and found what gleaners always do, more than you expect. Meanwhile, the others shifted the remaining hay and straw from the barn into the trailer, each load a small insurance policy against the hard weeks to come. They looked once more and made a list in the dust with a gloved finger. Baler, harrow, plough, disc roller, implements that would put the Fergie to honest work. They stacked the hand tools Bernard had earmarked earlier and found a neat pile of pre-cut timber, lengths in useful sizes. A compact petrol generator crouched in a corner. They lifted it aboard with a grunt and a grin. A larger diesel generator, near as heavy as a promise, was noted and deferred. Another day, more backs. In a final piece of fortune, they turned up a row of empty 5-gallon cans. Alex's face sharpened. Bernard's did too. They ran a line to Daniel's diesel tank and drew it down into the cans until the pump began to wheeze. Liquid gold stowed careful. They capped each tight, lashed them upright, and stood for a moment in the quiet yard, listening to the soft tick of cooling engines and the distant talk of birds, feeling the rare, solid satisfaction of a day that had given more than it had taken. Upon their return, the yard filled with purposeful noise, boots on hardpan, voices low, the thud of bales and boxes shifting hand to hand. In short order, they had the day's haul stowed and the diesel hidden with the care one gives to treasure. At Bernard's suggestion, they siphoned off a portion to an old defunct concrete septic tank and sealed the hatch again. He wiped his palms on his trousers and let a grin crease his weathered face. "Who'd think to check a septic tank?" he said, and the laughter that followed sounded almost like the farm they used to be. Brenda and Rachel came up the yard with their minds made. "We're taking the garden and the greenhouse," Brenda announced, feet planted, hands on hips. Rachel nodded, her eagerness bright. "We know enough to get things growing, and it makes sense to keep fresh veg coming." Heads bobbed in ready agreement. Everyone understood the worth of a steady harvest now. Brenda's mouth tilted, sheepish and honest. "Also, we're not big on meat." "Not vegetarians," Rachel added, laughing, "but given the choice, we'll pile our plates with greens." The barn's mood warmed. Their preference was more than taste. It was a promise to coax life from soil. No one doubted the beds would be in devoted hands. Work resumed, a steady hive, hay rustling, the timber of old wood and new plans, until a hammer's hard rhythm cut clean through the hum. The sudden racket drew them outside. Alex was high on a ladder, tiles spread beside him, tools arranged in a neat, chaotic halo. Bella shaded her eyes. "Why now?" He paused to swipe sweat from his brow, voice carrying down with the conviction of a man who needs forward motion like breath. "Because it needs doing. I can't sit on my hands." "You've been at it since dawn," Bella called back, concern threading her words. "You've earned a break." He shook his head. "I want a running start. Tomorrow I'll stay on the roof. Once that's tight, we can clean up inside. Then walls, ceiling, floors. Imagine it, Bella. By week's end you could have your house back, whole, mended." Admiration moved through them like a small current. Bella's smile answered his momentum. "There was paint at Daniel's," she said. "We can freshen everything." Alex grinned down. "Exactly." He turned back to the ridge, his energy contagious. Around him, people picked up pace without being told. "What can we do?" Matt asked, the eagerness in his voice cutting through the clatter. Alex scanned the damage, eyes quick. "Take the inside. Strip the burnt ceiling boards and wall laths. Lay plywood first. The floor's charred underneath and I don't want anyone going through. And remember, we can't dial 999 anymore." The joke landed heavy but not unkind. The truth of it sharpened their care. Daz and Matt disappeared into the darkened rooms. A while later, Alex stepped in with feed sacks to catch debris, just as a cloud of soot rolled out. Matt emerged grinning like a chimney sweep. "You definitely gave me the filthy job." "Figured you could handle it," Alex shot back, eyes bright. Laughter pinged off the scorched walls, quick and genuine, a reminder that even now there was room for levity. By day's end, their progress showed. The worst of the old plaster and lath was down. The kitchen ceiling, already beyond saving, had been completely stripped thanks to Daz's grim persistence. 2 sturdy trestles from the garage stood assembled beneath the open joists, a makeshift platform for the repairs ahead. They'd combed the sheds, hoping for timbers stout enough to replace the most scorched floor beams, and come up empty. With nothing more to pull apart and the evening still young, they stepped outside to the trough, sluiced soot and grit from hands and faces and let the cool water reset them. Clean enough for now, they headed for the barn to change and chase the last of the grime under a proper shower. Alex cornered Bernard about timber. Bernard shook his head. None on hand. "We'll try Daniel's tomorrow," he said. "There might be what we need." Tiles, too, about a dozen to replace those cooked and cracked by the heat. Bernard felt sure Daniel's stores would match the roof. "And I remember a big stack of boards at his place," Alex added, thinking aloud. Perfect for walls and ceilings. Plans began arranging themselves between them like laid-out tools, wood for the bones beneath their feet, tiles to seal out weather, boards to close the rooms against wind. The work would be hard. It would also be forward, and for the first time in days that felt like enough. Chapter 9. 3 are dead. Fresh from the shower, Alex stepped into the yard and found himself face to face with a German shepherd trotting up on light feet, tail swinging with cautious hope. He crouched, palm to the dog's head, and met eyes that were warm and certain, as if they knew him. When Alex turned toward the barn, the shepherd fell in at his heel, an eager shadow. Inside, Bernard looked up at the bark and stilled, recognition turning his face grave. "That's my neighbour's dog," he said, already halfway to the door. "From just past Daniel's, Hill Farm. What's he doing here?" He frowned, more to himself than anyone. "He's a home soul, that one. Never leaves Tom or Betty or their lad Clements, not on his own." Bella, drawn by the tone, came from the talk and laughter she'd been sharing with Bobby and the girls. "Grandad, what is it? Whose dog?" "You remember Clements?" Bernard asked, his worry plain. "This is their dog. He doesn't wander. If he's here without them..." He let the rest hang and then set his jaw. "I should take him back. See what's what." "That's a long way to go alone," Bella said, hearing the weight between the words. "I'm coming." Alex cut in, already moving. "The tractor and trailer are out front. I'll drive." He glanced at the shepherd. "Will he be all right on the trailer?" Bernard nodded. "He's a farm dog, knows tractors, trailers, the back of a Land Rover. He'll do." The old grey Fergie fired and took the lane with its familiar, stubborn chug. Bella and Bernard rode the trailer with the shepherd snug between them, one hand always finding his collar. Alex had insisted they bring the crossbow and Bella's bow and arrows. Bernard didn't argue, only drew the line at firearms that might put a person in the ground. Bella let that stand. They bumped past Daniel's and swung down the quiet spur to Hill Farm, a road that usually ended in peace and the smell of hay. Today the open gate gaped like a wound. Tom never left that latch undone. He kept his boundaries as neat as his hedges. The wrongness sat heavy. "Stay here with the dog," Alex said, aiming for calm he didn't feel. The shepherd whined, bushy tail gone still. Bella was already beside him, matching his pace, refusal in the set of her shoulders. There was no stopping her. They moved along the margin of a thin belt of trees, each rustle and twig snap pulling their senses taut. The world narrowed to breath and sound, leaf against leaf, the small creak of bark, and the farmhouse grew out of the quiet like a shape you wish the dark would keep. The driveway stopped them, A man lay there, grey in the hair, dressed for work, still as stone. Farther on, a woman's body had come to rest in the doorway, her position awkward, unanswerable. Alex felt dread tighten under his ribs. Bella's breath hitched. Time went thin and long as they scanned for movement, for angles, for any sign that death wasn't the only thing waiting. They steered away from the obvious entrance. The back door hung open, but an open door can be a mouth that bites. Alex glanced to Bella and gave hand signals clean and economical. Close, quiet, watch. She nodded, fingers settling on her bowstring, eyes on the corners and the thresholds. He stepped through the back, easing the door with his shoulder. A sound met him, a soft, high thread of pain. Kitchen. He turned and found the source behind an overturned table. A teenager, crumpled where he'd tried to make a little cover, bleeding hard from a gunshot wound. Alex dropped to his knees, caught up a tea towel, and clamped it to the injury. The cloth went red quick. He layered another and pressed, steady and firm. "Tell me what happened," he said, voice quiet, urgent, keeping his weight where it counted, while the house held its breath around them. The boy's breath rasped, each word dragged up like a bucket from a deep, stony well. "Dad, the dog wouldn't stop barking," he managed, pain flaring in his eyes. "He went out anyway. Mum and I were in the doorway, then—" He flinched at the memory. "Shotgun. He dropped. Another blast. Mum, she just fell." He paused, fighting for air. "Then they turned on me. Rifle, I think. I ran inside for our shotgun. They came in the back. I'd only just got it in my hands when I heard—" His voice shook. "He shot me." A wet crackle rose in his chest. A thin thread of blood bubbled at his lips. Alex rolled him gently onto his side, angling the head to ease the fight for breath. "How many?" Alex asked, urgency quieted to something the boy could carry. "Could you see them?" The lad's gaze clouded. "Saw one, the one who—" The word broke apart. "Didn't see." His voice fell to a whisper that failed to find the end of the sentence. His eyes closed. Alex's fingers went straight to the neck, searching for the small thrum that says not yet. Nothing. A cold emptiness opened in his gut. He swallowed against it, lifted the tea towel and wiped the blood from his hands with a care that felt like respect, then set the cloth back down and closed the boy's eyes with 2 steady fingers. Outside, light and air hit him in a single sheet. Bella crouched behind a ramshackle shed, bow within reach, her face gone pale, her eyes blown wide. He beckoned and told her, voice low and even, the shape of what lay in the kitchen. The news landed and stayed. There was no space to set it down. The danger that had made the dog wander still walked these fields. "I wish I had my shotgun," he muttered, scanning the yard. The crossbow felt small now. "His is gone too." Bella tipped her chin toward the shed. "Look." The door complained on its hinges. Inside, 2 German shepherds lay still on the packed earth, their eyes dull glass. Sorrow struck cleanly. "They're probably his parents," Bella said, and it carried all the grief that wouldn't fit anywhere else. They walked the gravel back up to the trailer, where Bernard stood with the dog pressed close against his knee. Their empty hands and faces told him most of what he needed. His gaze moved once over the yard. Open gate, wrong quiet, the shepherd's anxious whine, and he nodded as if agreeing with a voice only he could hear. The Fergie coughed and caught. Bernard directed Alex to the tool shed. They came out with 2 shovels, the metal dull under a blanket of cloud. They chose a stand of trees and cut graves into the earth, the work slow and clean. Blankets became shrouds. They laid Tom and Betty side by side, set the 2 dogs near them, then stood a moment with hats in hands and the weight of too many memories pressing at their ribs. The house felt different when they went back in, as if its breath had gone. The pantry had been turned over, cupboards yanked open and left yawning. The cellar door, tucked where locals knew to look, had fooled strangers. Its cool trove of jars and sacks stood untouched. It was a mercy amid wreckage. Tom's place had always been a crop farm. Out back, the vegetable garden sat wide and orderly, furrows waiting, unpicked. Whoever came had not wanted greens. They took what preserves they could carry to the trailer, adding a handful of useful kitchen things to replace what the fire had swallowed at Way Gill. Bernard worked like a man under water, his movements careful, slowed by grief and the mean trick of survivor's guilt. Each jar lifted was a memory of his friends. Each one set down felt like a promise to keep something of them going. Outside, to close the house and say something to the next passerby who might not mean well, Bella and Alex fixed boards over the ground floor windows. Screws biting home. In a shed they found an old tin of red paint. Alex shook it, prized the lid, and together they left a bold, slashing X on the front door, part warning, part marker, part vow, then stood back a moment in the quiet, listening to the farm that had been fall still around them. Chapter 10. Traps were set. They traded looks across the table until Bernard cleared his throat. Good, Alex nodded. We'll work in 3 watches, about 3 hours each. Bella and I take first. Matt relieves us for second. Bernard, can you cover third? Heads dipped in agreement. I'll sit up with you on the last, Sandra added. 2 sets of eyes beat 1. Bernard's mouth softened. Thank you, lass. I'll be glad of the company. We should rig an alarm, Bella said. Cans on a string, anything that makes a racket if someone comes in. That'll do, Alex replied, rubbing his jaw. Tomorrow we'll scavenge what we need, and from now on essentials stay close and hidden. If they break in, they won't find much. Bernard pushed back his chair and disappeared into the barn's dim. He returned with a red mechanical alarm clock cupped in both hands, setting it down with a gentle thud. Will this help? Alex peered at the face. 8 o'clock. If we change around 3, we'll buy everyone a block of sleep. I'll take that shift with Matt, Daz offered, eager and solid. Bernard leaned toward Alex, voice low. There's a gate alarm in the shed, old mechanical sort. We could string it across the track for tonight. Let's set it, Alex said, already standing. In the shed's flicker-lit gloom, Bernard moved like a man who knew where memory kept its hooks. The lantern threw unsteady gold over old timber and deeper shadows. He tipped the contents of a dust-dull box onto the floor, odds and ends that added up to a lifetime. Wire brushes, files, a jar of vine eyes, a tin that still rattled with screws. From an ancient tackle box he drew 2 reels of fishing line and laid them aside with the care he reserved for tools that still had one more job in them. The gate alarm looked unremarkable until you understood it. Bernard set it on the bench and worked with tidy economy, clean, oiled test, talking Alex through each step as he brought the old device back to purpose. See this tube, he said, tapping the metal. Fix the body to a post or tree, run your fishing line across the approach, tie it off here to the pin. Pull the spring plunger up, pin it, load a shell. He slid the plunger back, holstered it with the pin, then yanked the pin free, unarmed, so the plunger slammed home with a hard, decisive click. With a cartridge in, that point hits the primer. The line goes, the pin pulls, and you've got a bang. So a tripwire, Alex said, impressed despite himself. Not lethal, but loud. Exactly, Bernard said, pride and regret mixed in the eyes. Meant to scare, not maim. Enough blast to make second thoughts. A smart deterrent, Alex agreed, running a finger over the worn metal. In our situation, time and distance are worth more than confrontation. Bernard nodded. We're not looking for more blood. He packed the tools with that same gentle order, and they stepped back into the night's cool breath. Bernard led, a jar of vine eyes in his pocket. Bella followed with a fistful of zip ties she'd scavenged from the barn. 200 yards up the track he stopped, surveying the hedgerow and the fall of ground. Here, he said. Downhill. Bella lashed the alarm to a fence post with zip ties, snug and solid. Bernard tapped a long nail into the top of the post to cradle the fishing line's reel, then drew the filament across the track, almost invisible in the lantern's thin light, and screwed a vine eye into a stout tree to take the angle. Patiently, he set more vine eyes at points along the route, threading the line through each guide as he walked it back toward the old milking parlour. At the parlour's corner post, he tied the bitter end off secure. Back at the device, he slid a shell into its tube and capped the primer with a scrap of plank while he set the spring. He drew the plunger up, pinned it, took up the slack on the line, cut and tied to the pin. With the plank still in place, he gave the rig a last demonstration. You catch the drift? He asked. Simple and ingenious, Alex said, meaning both words. Bernard reset the plunger, slipped the pin home, removed the wooden guard and stepped back, armed and ready. As they walked in, Bernard pointed up to the feed store, a low attic above the milking parlour, shoulder to shoulder with the barn. Through the old loading door they'd have a clean view along the track. Side windows would cover the rear and forecourt. a little redoubt built before they knew they'd need one. They warmed their hands and bellies with steaming mugs. Then Bella strung her bow. Alex checked the crossbow's limb and latch, and they took 2 maglights from the peg. Outside, the dark had settled into itself. They climbed to their perch and let the barn's light fall away behind them, 2 sentries listening to wire and wind, waiting for the night to tell them if anything moved. Chapter 11. Robert, hiding in the daylight. The voices came first, careless, too loud for the quiet of trees, and with them the wordless lift of Robert's pulse. Their talk ran hot with bravado about a robbery turned rough, the sort of swagger that hangs off boys pretending at men, and he shrank deeper into shade, willing leaves to hide what they could. He eased one hand into his pocket and found the slingshot he'd stowed there. The other closed around the cool weight of a few 13mm stainless nuts. If it came to it, he could make distance without having to close the gap. He prayed it wouldn't. They drifted past, blind to him, bravado trailing off down the towpath. Relief came in a wave and ebbed just as fast. The day still lay long ahead, hours to sit still while the sun did its slow work. He waited, counting the drag of time in breath and birdsong, until darkness finally unrolled enough cover to move. He slid the canoe to water with quiet hands, packed what little he had, and pushed off. The first flight of locks went cleanly. Out of the canal, travel wheels clipped on, a shoulder haul round the gates, and back to the Black Mirror. At the next set he stopped short. Faint, practical sounds carried in the night, and then a narrowboat showed itself in the chamber, working by the same logic he was. Use the dark while it's yours. He held back, let their lantern glide through tiers of water and timber, and only when they'd slipped outward did he take his turn, keeping a stretch of canal between them. He edged past Bingley's sleepy windows and into the sparser edges of Keighley, grateful for the way countryside swallows noise. Miles later, the boat reappeared where he hadn't wanted it, anchored broadside across the channel, blocking any quiet, clean passage. He backed water, slid into the lee of trees, and drew the canoe up into brush, masking its pale hull with armfuls of green. At the wood's edge he watched. The boat sat and said nothing. Cold worked in under his clothes, his stomach answered with a hollow twist. He tested the flask and found the coffee stone dead. In a pocketed hollow he set the camping stove, coaxed a small flame to life, and only then remembered he had nothing metal to heat the drink in. The silliness of it, in a night like this, almost made him laugh. He snuffed the flame, packed the stove, and settled back to the tree line. A weak glow candle or lamp breathed through a porthole and then died. He took it as permission. The canoe kissed water again, and he set a near-silent stroke, angling to be a shadow that slid past another shadow. He was halfway alongside when a voice tore the quiet. "Who's there? I've got a gun. Show yourself." The warning cracked open into a shotgun boom that shoved his heartbeat into his throat. No impact, no pain, but terror knows how to speak without either. Fight the voice or flee it? Instinct chose for him. He put his shoulders into it, blade and boat working like one body, and drew the night around him as he left the boat behind. No shout followed, no chase. Just the loudness of his own breath and the canal returning to its hush. A few miles shy of Skipton he found what he'd been watching for, trees thick enough to take a man out of sight and a small inlet that would hide a canoe. He slid into it, dragged the hull up under a tangle of branches, and made a mean little camp where he could wait out the day. The Land Rover rose in his mind then, and with it the look that would harden his father's face when he learned it was gone. He pushed the thought away and worked himself deep into the sleeping bag. Water lapped soft against the bank. He let it be a lullaby. 6 hours later he came up out of a thin sleep, checked his watch and sighed at the noonlight stillness. The barge had cost him time. Had he not paused, he might have been past Skipton already. There was nothing to do but wait until the shadows lengthened and the world grew less curious. When they did, he broke camp and moved. He missed Bella then with a physical ache, her steadying presence, her quick, practical eye, and he fixed his thoughts on arriving to arms that would fold him in and forgive the detours. The paddle set a rhythm his chest could follow. Skipton's edges slipped past with no more trouble than a few glances from people who had their own worries to carry. 2 miles beyond, his planned exit knotted tight. 2 barges lay moored across from each other at the slip he'd meant to use. No sound came from them, no sign of eyes on the dark. Still, caution held him. He nosed ashore a little short of the spot, slid the canoe into a thicket, and let memory take him by the hand. Fields opened, fences to judge and hedge gaps to choose. He skirted a broad farm and came up on the worn ribbon of Ashton Road as if he were a boy again, headed home to a telling-off and a hot meal. The land settled into the silhouettes he knew, farms shouldering against fields, old houses holding their quiet places, and then the shape he had been drawing in his head for hours, the outline of home. The farmhouse sat dark. Good, he thought. They're keeping to the plan. The thought had barely formed when a shotgun tore the stillness in two. A hard white beam pinned him where he stood. He twisted to break from it, and heat ripped through him, instant, searing, world-tilting. The ground came up without warning. The light burned on, and then everything else fell away. Chapter 12. Surprise in the night. The night held its breath, and then the blast from the track cracked it open. Bella's heart kicked hard. The tripwire had gone. She and Alex were moving before the echo died, shouldering to the loft's window, trying to drag shape out of darkness. A beam flared along the lane and caught a figure breaking away. Alex's fear, still raw from Tom's farm, leapt ahead of thought. He lifted, sighted, loosed. The bolt struck. A cry tore the quiet. "Don't, Alex, no!" Bella hit his arm, and the second shot flew wide into the hedgerow. The face in the light tipped up, familiar even in the poor glow, and the ground fell away under her. "You just shot my dad." She was down the stairs and out the door before the words finished, feet hardly finding earth. Her father's groans braided with the wind. The arrow stood from his shoulder like an accusation. The sight hollowed her. Sandra's voice, firm, steady, cut through the panic, snapping the moment back into order. "Get him inside." Daz and Matt took the weight. Alex's apology chased them, thin with shock. "I'm sorry, Bella. I didn't know." There wasn't time to hold it. He shouldered Robert carefully, matching his steps to the man's breath, and they carried him to the barn. The big table became an operating bench. Bernard brought a lantern close, others followed, and the barn bloomed in warm gold. Robert's pain-found voice as Sandra worked his jacket and shirt away, the sounds around them thinning to the scrape of metal and the whisper of breath. "It's going to be all right," Sandra said, calm threaded through every syllable. She checked the wound, looked to Alex. "Barbed?" He shook his head. "No. Plain point." "Good." She lifted her chin. "Give me space." Bernard and Daz braced the light where she needed it. Bobby slipped in at the edge of the circle, eyes wide. Bella met him, turned him gently away, and steered him to the stove's quiet. She told him what mattered, voice shaking with relief and fear. "Dad's back. He got hurt by accident, but Sandra's with him. He'll be okay." The fire answered with its soft crackle. They held each other and cried the kind of tears that wash grit from a day, then waited because waiting was all that could be done. "Alex," Sandra called, not looking away from the wound, "I need your strength. On my word, straight and clean." He stepped to the table, set his hands, and on her count drew the bolt free in one smooth pull. Robert's jaw locked against the pain. Sandra was already there with pressure, packing, thread. Stitches bit home in a neat line, surgical spirit stung, a bandage settled like a promise. Colour crept back to Robert's face by degrees. He turned toward the fire, found Bella and Bobby watching, and reached with his good hand. "Come here, you two." They did, the relief raw on their faces. "How did you get here?" Bella asked, breathless. "Canoe," he rasped, trying for a smile. His gaze travelled, counting strangers. "Who are all these people?" "Friends," she said, warmth finding its way into the word. "They got us here when we might not have made it." His eyes caught the recovered bolt. "That's not ours. Too short." Bella hesitated, then told him the shape of it. "Alex fired. He didn't know it was you. We found Tom and his family today. We're all strung tight." Alex stepped in, guilt bare. "I'm truly sorry, sir. I reacted." Robert breathed out, a small, wry thing, even from the pain. "Hard days. Help cover my jobs while I'm mending and we'll call it even." "Of course," Alex said, the promise clear. He slipped outside to reset the alarm and take up the watch, shoulders squared to the dark. They talked a little, enough to lay markers on their separate routes to this point, and agreed to keep the rest for daylight. Bernard sat by the hearth, eyes shining with quiet gratitude. To see his own under one roof, that was the salve he'd needed. Bobby, bustling with purpose, pressed the next task into being. With Daz and Matt, he enlarged his corner, bundled hay bales into a second bed for his father, and walled a nook for Bella. Rachelinda came with deft hands, and soon a clean, tight pallet was ready for her too. Then, at the far end, they rigged a separate space for the girls, a little square of privacy in a world that had forgotten the word. Work done, the three men stepped out into the cool and split the night's duties. Daz and Matt climbed to the feed store loft above the milking parlour, settling where the track lay framed by the loading door. Alex, always thinking in lines and angles, set rules before they went quiet. Bows and crossbow first, the hunting rifle kept for last resort. If no one fired on them, no one died by their hands. Hours thinned, the dark held. Near dawn, Daz's eye caught a twitch along the left fence, a small suggestion of movement that tightened his chest. He stilled, watched. A beat, and then a quick, low shape crossed the track and slid into the trees. In the soft grey he saw it for what it was, a fox with a pheasant caught in its mouth, trotting home to a den that needed feeding. He let out the breath he'd been holding and felt something loosen. Even now, even here. The old rhythms continued, wild lives carrying on beneath the noise of their fear. Chapter 13, all together, except for Bernard, who rose with the pale edge of dawn as he always had. The barn slept deeper and later than most mornings. By 9, the place roused in pockets, low conversation, the shuffle of straw, Bobby's quick voice threading through his father's slower replies. Robert masked the throb in his shoulder with a father's practiced bravery, smoothing his face for Bobby's sake and waving away concern as if pain were only a bothersome fly. Bernard had already eaten and set himself at the stove, the old rhythms returning without needing to be called. Pans went on, fat sang, and the barn filled with the anchoring smell of eggs and bacon. Rachel and Brenda appeared last, hair mussed, eyes blinking against the day. If the world were kinder, Alex thought, the pair would sleep until noon and call it medicine. He didn't linger over the thought or his breakfast. Guilt sat heavy and would not be fed. He forked down eggs, stood, and slipped out to relieve Daz and Matt on watch. Recent days had pared the farm's rules to one that mattered. Someone's eyes were always on the track. Daz and Matt came down from the loft with the loose gait of men who'd stared too long into dark spaces. "Yours," Daz said, grateful and hollow-eyed, and both of them veered toward the promise of hot plates and full mugs. Sandra, who never trusted one set of eyes when two could be put to work, fell into her own circuit, checking the milking parlour's windows in turn, sweeping the fields east and west until the glass clouded faintly with her breath. Daylight did not loosen Alex's sense of threat. He and Bella walked the plan while the kettle purred, daytime watches as well as night, until the place had teeth. "Rachel and Brenda next," he said, and the corner of his mouth lifted. It wasn't malice, he simply knew them. Neither had come north with a taste for sentry duty and a weapon in the lap. But the times had a way of bending preferences. He remembered the old-school bell he'd seen on a shelf in the house and touched the idea. "We hang that in the lookout," he said. "If anything goes wrong, hit it, loud and fast." They put it to the table, heads nodded. A bell meant the whole place woke at once. Bella fetched it, a squat, scuffed thing with good brass under the dust, and dropped the clapper into her palm once, testing the tone. In the loft, she set it by the loading door and faced Rachel and Brenda with a brisk clarity that made refusal pointless. "You're on watch. Eyes on the track. If you see anyone, ring until you're sure we've heard. Then again." Alex waited for the grimace that didn't come. To his surprise, both women took the charge like a rope tossed to them, grateful for purpose, maybe a little brightened by it. Bernard added a pair of old binoculars, their strap cracked and serviceable, and the new sentries settled to their vigil, scanning the hedgerows as if they had been doing it for years. With the shifts set, and Bobby already bent to the goats with the solemn competence of someone who likes to be trusted, the others drew in at the rough table and turned the talk toward what came next. Alex laid out his intention to get to Daniel's again for timber and boards. Daz put his hand up to go along without being asked. Until the house stood tight against weather and eyes, they'd keep the watches spinning by day. Bernard hesitated, the way a man does when he feels a fence is high and might not need mending. Then he let the caution stand. No harm in care, he said, until we've got the place buttoned. He and Robert had spent more of their lives outside than in. The two of them took the farm work as if it were the only thing they'd ever done. Anyone wants to learn, come with us, Bernard added, which in his mouth meant exactly what it said. Robert's gaze slid to the greenhouse and the beds beyond. I'll take the garden, he said, and something gentler moved behind his eyes. Been a few years, but I remember more than I've forgotten. He looked to Rachel and Brenda. If you'll have me, I'll show you what my mother showed me. The offer landed like a hand on a shoulder. Outside, the bell hung quiet. The track lay empty under a thin wash of sun. Inside, the shape of the day assembled itself. Alex and Daz for timber, Bernard and whoever else for stock and fences, Sandra in her steady orbit, Rachel and Brenda at the loft's window, Bobby proud over the milk pails, Robert hiding his wince each time his arm shifted and refusing the chair when there was work to be done. They were still a long way from safe, but the plan, like the breakfast, was warm and sufficient. And for the first time since the world had tilted, the barn held more than vigilance. It held a small, stubborn sense that, together, they could push the day forward and call it theirs. Bernard leaned back and rubbed at his temples, the gesture small and telling. We're getting on with the house, he said, voice warm with approval and heavy with the practical worry that followed it. But the sleeping, that's the knot, isn't it? Too many bodies, not enough corners. Robert, who could not leave a problem unprodded, turned the thought over until it caught the light. The barn's got volume, if not polish, he said. Partition it, hang insulation where we can, rig a couple of safe heat sources and a flue, and we'll turn draught into rooms. It won't be pretty, but it will be warm enough to see us through winter. Faces loosened as the idea took shape. You could almost hear people placing themselves in imagined spaces. Alex, though, had gone quiet, gaze tipped north as if his eyes could see over the hills. It's a good plan, he said, and the words were honest, but I might not be here to enjoy it. I've got to get to Scotland. My uncle's alone. I can't sit here and not know. Bernard's brow gathered. How do you mean to do it? On foot, most likely, Alex replied, weighing risks aloud. I could try to coax an old engine back to life, but a vehicle is a horn you can't turn off. Noise draws eyes, and the machine itself draws hands willing to take it. Walking keeps you small. Quiet buys you miles. Bella's concern flared. Alex, that's an enormous stretch. How far is his place? Straight line, about 180, he said. By road, it doubles, and if I skirt towns and trouble, I could be looking at 500. 20 miles a day, and you're still a long haul from the door. Bella shook her head, not in refusal, but in calculation. That's near 50 days. Food, water, somewhere to sleep when the weather turns. Any one of those could undo you before you're halfway. Why not stay, at least until we have more to spare? He met her look and didn't blink. It's not the miles, he said softly. It's the not knowing. You went to find your own. I have to try for mine. Bernard leaned forward, the habit of offering solutions as natural to him as breathing. Tom had an old BSA from the 60s he was fixing up for Clements. If it's where he left it and not rotted through, you might get it to cough and carry you. You've the hands for it. Alex's mouth tugged toward hope. If the frame isn't eaten and the engine hasn't seized solid, maybe. But first things first, I promised a roof and we're burning daylight. Daniel's timber won't fetch itself. He tipped his chin to Daz. You in? Absolutely, Daz said, already halfway to standing. Back soon, Alex told the table, not as bravado but intent, and the two of them set about gathering tools. They took the tractor, the little trailer rattling behind like a tin tail on a comet, its boards already carpeted with saws and hammers and 2 crowbars apiece, the kit of men who mean to lift more than they find. The lane unspooled beneath them in a wash of hedgerow shadow and engine thrum, and Daniel's old barn rose where it always had, ribs proud against the sky. Inside, dry beams and planks lay like answers waiting to be spoken. They worked in an easy rhythm, measuring by eye, cutting square, stacking lengths that would become floors and frames, the piles growing until the trailer began to look purposeful rather than hopeful. Somewhere in the hush of dust and swallows, a murmur threaded the quiet in a way wind doesn't. There, then gone, too shaped to be leaves. "Did you hear that?" Alex breathed. Daz's eyes had already gone still, head tipped, listening the way a deer listens. They slid to the tool shed and pressed their backs to its weathered boards. The wood was sun-warm through their shirts, the air around them suddenly thin. Minutes stretched, soundless, but for the far wash of wind and their own careful breathing. No footsteps, no voices rising, nothing you could pin to a shape. "Maybe it's nothing," Daz said at last, and they both pretended to believe in harmless nothings. By degrees they returned to it, loaded what they could, lashed the stack tight and angled toward the waiting tractor. Alex climbed up to the seat, fingers closing on the key when Daz froze mid-step, chin cocked, eyes widening in a way that made the skin prickle along Alex's neck. "The bell," Daz said. "Did you hear the school bell?" Alex stilled, the world narrowing to the small space between his heartbeats. If the bell was ringing, the farm was calling them home. Then gunfire split the distance, sharp reports that cracked the day open and stripped the softness from his voice. "We go now." Daz was already scrambling up, face drained, resolve set. They flung bows and the shotgun onto the seat box, slung arrows and shells with fumbling speed, and Alex twisted the key. The engine caught with a cough and a growl. The tractor lurched forward, tires biting at the lane as if it too understood urgency. The shots came sporadic, then closer, walking the fields toward them on invisible legs. Alex and Daz traded a look that held everything necessary: fear, urgency, refusal to be late. And Alex drove harder, trailer clattering, hedges whipping past, every turn of the wheels pointed at the same small square of home. Chapter 14. Raiders at the door. Bella and Brenda had drifted into old stories, the easy, looping kind you fall into with someone who knew you before the world tilted. The barn's hush made a room around them, and for a few minutes the lookout duty sat forgotten on the table between their elbows. Then a slip of shadow at the edge of vision tugged Brenda back. She stood, guilt already rising, and raised Bernard's old binoculars to the light. Figures moved in the far field. The sharp crack came on the same breath as the sighting. Heat lanced her upper arm. She reeled. "Oh," was all she managed before she went down, blood blooming fast through cloth. Rachel didn't waste the half-second it took to be afraid. She seized the school bell and rang it like a summons to war, the peal cutting hard through the farmyard. A second blast answered, but the sound was wrong, deeper, closer. The tripwire by the track had gone. Their perimeter had shouted too. Bella was already moving. She grabbed her bow. Matt snatched the hunting rifle and a handful of cartridges. They slipped to the milking parlour's entrance and stole a look, measuring angles, breath held low in their throats. Upstairs, Bella took the narrow stairs 2 at a time, aiming for the loft door that framed the end of the field. 2 men ghosted the boundary with guns cradled, shotguns by the look of them, using the hedgerow's broken line like they'd done this dance before. From the doorway, she had no clean shot. She slid to the side window and worked the latch with careful fingers. Wood long past its prime betrayed her. The frame gave and went, glass shattering into the yard with a crash that made every head jerk up. The men dropped behind the old concrete trough in a single, practiced fold. Across the loft, Matt had muscled a hay bale into place as a shield and settled the rifle to his shoulder. He scanned the trees that bordered the track, looking for the pair Rachel swore had fired from that direction, the ones who'd cut down Brenda. A flicker of movement, a breath of certainty, he squeezed. The figure jolted and dropped, leg hit, and Matt's world narrowed to the sound of his own shot giving him away. The bale kicked and shredded as pellets and bullets tore into it, hot splinters and straw in his face. He went low and slid, praying the loft boards would remember how to hold a man's weight. The firefight's first rage thinned. In the brief slack, Sandra came up the stairs with purpose. She touched Bella's shoulder, checked Matt's eyes for the kind of wild that makes mistakes, and then crossed to Brenda with all her focus hardened to a point. Out on the lane, Alex and Daz slowed as the farm rose between hedges. They could hear it now. Distant gunfire, the bell's aftertaste hanging in the air. Driving the tractor into that noise would be walking a target to the front door. Daz peeled right, folding himself into the field's shoulder and hedgerow shadow. Alex ghosted left, keeping low behind the broken backs of old walls. The near barn's fallen stones offered height enough to look over without giving himself away. Alex eased up, breath tight in his throat. A soft scuff froze him. He waited, counted 3, and lifted his eyes just enough. A man with a beard, a double barrel broken at the elbow and then snapped shut, stepped into a gap in the hedge. Alex's stomach turned with the memory he didn't want. Robert under the lantern, the shaft in his shoulder, and he made himself be sure. The gun was not theirs. The face was not a friend. He set the crossbow, lining the sight with the break in the leaves, and held steady. When the man slid into view again, Alex loosed. The bolt hit hard. The man folded, then clawed to rise. Alex, reloaded by feel, peered around the stone and saw the shotgun coming up. He fired again. The second bolt took the fight out of the body. The gun went off wild as it fell, the echo rattling the hedges. Alex's legs carried him before he had time to shake. He swept the hedge gap, confirmed what he had to, and took the shotgun and its shells, hands working with the automatics of fear and training. Footfalls thudded on the far side, too many to count cleanly. He ducked back behind the wall, loaded both weapons, the reclaimed shotgun and his bow's groove still warm, and made a little geometry in his head. If they came single file through the same cut, he'd take the rear man first with the crossbow, drop to the gun for the leader. Shadows pooled at the hedge's far end, figures stalling where they must have found their dead. The line moved again, cautious now. One man broke, sprinting into the garden and out of Alex's sight line before the shot could form. The other kept coming on the hedge's measure, angling toward the gap. Alex waited for the body to align with the memory of his sight, exhaled and sent the bolt. It struck at the neck with a sound that ended arguments. The man pitched forward, momentum chewing him into the grass. Silence snapped back, too sudden. The second attacker was somewhere he couldn't see. Keeping low, Alex slid along the wall and into Marjorie's garden, the roses and herbs thick with summer scent that felt almost obscene in the moment. He lifted the shotgun, eyes working every crease of green, listening for a boot scuff, for any sound that wasn't his own blood in his ears. Nothing. The hedge rustled with nothing but the wind. The path beyond sat empty. The man had vanished. In the loft of the old milking parlour, Sandra had Brenda's sleeve cut and a pressure bandage tied off in the space of a breath, hands steady, voice low and practical. With gunmen in the fields and the yard alive to danger, there was no carrying her to the barn. This would have to do until the world outside loosened its grip. Matt settled behind the hay bale he had dragged into place, easing his cheek to the stock and angling the rifle so only the muzzle kissed the thin slit between bale and loading door frame. From that narrow keyhole he watched the track and the hedge line and let his breathing smooth itself into something the sights could sit on. Time stretched thin. Then a man broke cover, sprinted across the track and dropped behind the far embankment, firing wild toward the loft to pin them, while his partner stayed hidden. Matt didn't bite. He played dead wall, let the shooter grow sure of himself, and waited for the rhythm that would bring a head back into view. When it did, just a flicker at the lip of the bank, Matt was already there. He pressed the trigger. The figure snapped out of sight and did not return. Across the loft, Bella kept the trough at the field's edge in her sight line, the two shapes hunched behind it, patient as stones. Matt's shot rattled them. One man bolted for the trees. Bella led him by a heartbeat, lifted for distance, and let the arrow go. At over 60 yards, it shaved the back of his knee and took him off his feet, a clean, mean cut that stopped the run cold. The second man chose that instant to move. Bella weighed the nearer sure thing against the runner who might yet scramble for cover, chose the longer problem, adjusted and loosed again. The shaft took him in the ribs. He folded and stayed down. Which left the first. He was struggling, pushing up into her sight line with a stubbornness that made her stomach twist. She knocked and drew, sent the next arrow through the soft place below his ear. Even so, he clawed a little more ground, slowed now, hurting and human, and something in her balked at finishing a body already beaten by the moment. She held the last shot and watched, breath tight, ready if he found his feet again. On the far side of the yard, Alex edged along the low wall, keeping his profile tucked to the stone. From that angle, he caught sight of a man slipping round the house, working to flank, and in the same glance saw Bernard in the barn doorway, where habit had put him. The distance made the borrowed shotgun a blunt instrument. At that range it was noise and not much else. Alex snapped it skyward and fired. The report cracked over the field like a shout, and tossed the empty aside, even as the flanker turned at the sound, presenting a cleaner line. Alex brought the crossbow up, sighted, then chose motion over waiting. He vaulted the wall and drove straight at the man, bolt ready, steps eating the yard. The raider flinched and slid behind the house front, just out of view. A single rifle shot the air, precise and solitary. The man pitched and stayed down. Alex slowed, checked the corner, and felt his shoulders drop a fraction at the sight of stillness where there had been intent. Back in the loft, Matt kept his glass on the tree line. One more out there somewhere, if Rachel's count and the Bell's panic had been true. Bella stayed alongside him, bow in the nook, eyes tracking the places a person might try. The last man stepped out onto the track with his hands lifted, palms showing like a schoolboy's clean slate. For a breath, Matt's fury rose. The memory of Tom's yard, of Brenda's cry. But he kept his finger nowhere near the trigger, control sitting on the anger like a lid. The decision was taken from him. A rifle cracked behind them, once, then twice. They turned to the sound and found Rachel with the spare gun braced and steady, her face set into a shape none of them had yet seen. On the track, the surrendering man folded to the gravel and didn't move. Silence fell back like a curtain. The four of them stayed suspended in it, breath the only sound. "Why?" Bella asked, the words small and shocked in the big space. Rachel's eyes were bright and hard. "For Brenda," she said, each syllable deliberate. "He shot my friend."
Chapter 15. Emotions Afraid.
Alex stopped at the loft doorway and let his eyes take the room in, slow as a man checking the weather. The air was taut with something that felt like taut string, nervous, electric. Bernard stood at his shoulder, the old 303 Enfield leaning against his thigh, a weight that made the silence feel official. "They're all here," Bernard said, low and rough as gravel. "Loft's full. Bobby and Robert are in the barn." Alex's head snapped. "Where's Daz?" Bernard blinked, puzzlement folding his face. "Wasn't he with you?" "No." Alex's answer came out ragged. "Last I saw, I told him to hold the far end of the track while I circled the house. He hasn't turned up." They moved without ceremony down the ladder and through the hay-scented light, landing in a scene stitched with worry. Bella, Sandra and Matt clustered together, hands busy, faces pinched as they tended Brenda. The girl's arm showed through the bandage, a dark, angry smear that made Alex's stomach drop. Sandra looked up, voice frayed. "Where's Daz?" "He was with you, Alex." He swallowed and tried for steadiness. "I left him at the track, thought he'd made it back." Sandra's hand gripped his sleeve like an anchor. "He's my son. Find him, Alex, please. Just find him." The plea was thin and brittle. It slid under his ribs and stayed. The track felt longer when he ran it. Hedgerows blurred. The field smelled of turned earth and something sweetly dead at the edges. Alex checked the usual hollows and rabbit runs, his crossbow a cold familiarity against his shoulder. A tractor's distant thrum finally threaded through the hush like a life-preserver. He broke through a gap in the hedge, and there was Daz at the wheel, grim and mud-marked, the trailer heavy behind him. "Daz, where the hell have you been?" Alex demanded, equal parts fury and relief. Daz nodded toward the trailer. Two men lay slumped on the boards, each struck by 2 arrows, the shafts like terrible punctuation. "They tried to run," Daz said, voice flat with the kind of resolve you only get when there's no better option. "I couldn't risk them bringing the rest of their gang back. When I realized they were making a break, they'd already passed. Had to chase. Had to stop them." Relief loosened something in Alex's chest that had been knotted tight all day. He hopped onto the trailer as Daz eased the tractor toward home. The barnyard opened up, and Sandra's face folded into instant wet relief at the sight of her boy. She ran, breathless, hands on his shoulders, as if she could check the bones and say everything was whole. "I thought," she started, and the words dissolved into a sob. Daz only shrugged, tired as an old fence post. "I'll tell you properly," he said later. "Brenda needs you." They let the brief reunion hold. Robert and Bella had drifted to Bobby's small room, a corner of the barn where the talk turned inward and sharp. Robert's voice came out rough, a man wrestling with something bigger than the dirt under his nails. "You took a life today," he said straight to Bella. "How are you? How do you live with that?" Bella's face was a study in lines, grief, steadiness, something fierce and private. "I don't take it like it's nothing," she said. "I wish it hadn't happened. But it was them or us. You saw what they did to Tom's family. Grandad told you. They weren't one desperate man. They were an armed group ready to slaughter. If it came to you and Bobby or them, I'd choose you every time." Bernard inhaled slowly, the sound held in his chest like a weight. "There were 7 of them," he said. The number landed like a stone in the room. "I broke a promise to myself today. I took up a rifle in anger. I shot because Alex drew one of them on. He gave me an opening. If I'm looking to justify what I did, that's as close as I get. I can't, in good conscience, condemn Bella." Bella's voice softened, thoughtful. "One of them was disarmed. I could have finished him, but he wasn't a threat then. I didn't. That restraint, that's something that matters to me." Bernard's face went hard with resolve. "I'm going out to make sure the last one doesn't get away. He owes us answers." He was already reaching for his jacket, the movement without fanfare or permission. Robert's next words were small and honest, and they carried a tremor. "I understand why you did it. I just didn't know how easily one could do it. It shakes me." Bella looked at him, eyes steady as flint in a coal. "Dad, it wasn't about whether I could do it. It was about what was necessary. Maybe you wouldn't do it if someone aimed at you. But if that weapon was pointed at me or at Bobby, you would act. I did what I had to. I'd do it again." They sat with those truths for a moment, their edges sharp and unavoidable. Outside, the yard breathed against the quiet, a distant clink of tools, the low murmur of the fields. Inside, they were taut, a family stitched back together by action and resolve, raw around the seams but still holding. Bella drifted back toward the main space, meaning to check on Brenda, but the stove's warmth caught her and held her. She sank to the hearth and let the fire do its quiet work, flames climbing and folding back on themselves, reflections skating across the glass door like minnows. The day replayed in long unspooling threads. Her father's voice, the sharp geometry of danger in the fields, the choice she'd made, and the man she had chosen not to finish. The conviction settled in her chest with a steady weight. She had done what she must, and where mercy had been possible, she had not turned from it. The trance broke with a tap on her shoulder that startled through her like a shot. "Are you all right, Bella?" Daz asked, lowering himself beside her. "I was," she said, a hand to her sternum as the fright bled away, "until you scared the life out of me. What do you want?" "Just to check on you," he said, palms lifted, surprise flickering there. "It's been a hell of a day. A week ago no one our age would have imagined doing any of this." "Don't you start," she snapped, the words coming faster than she meant. "I've already had a lecture from my dad. I'll say it again. If anyone threatens my family or my friends, I'll stop them, and I won't lose sleep over it." Daz kept his hands up, voice gentling. "Hey, no accusation. I'm not judging you. I'm saying I've had my own lines to cross today. We all have." The tightness left her shoulders by degrees. "Sorry," she said, softer. "It's a lot. I didn't expect to have to defend my choices, not tonight." "I get it," he said, nodding in a way that made room for her anger without feeding it. "We're all still making sense of it, each in our own head. Just remember we're in this together." A small, grateful smile tugged at her mouth. "Thanks, Daz. That helps." Bernard's shape appeared at the edge of the firelight, his approach so quiet she hadn't clocked it. The look on his face told her he'd heard enough of her last words to know where she stood. "Bella," he said, firm and kind in the same breath, "I understand. I won't fault you for it. I'm proud of you, of how clear you've been in the worst of it and how steady. Your dad is too, even if it knots his tongue. Don't doubt that for a moment." She rose and folded herself into him, the hug fierce and brief. "Thank you, Grandad. I love you." She murmured into his shoulder. "Whatever strength I've got, I learned it here." Bobby slipped in as if conjured by warmth, flinging his arms round Bernard's waist, so the three of them made one tangle of elbows and coat wool. The sight pulled at something private in Daz. He eased to his feet with a quiet excuse and left them to their circle, the fire throwing an amber wash over their faces. They sat a while, listening to the soft tick of settling iron and the slow rhythm of the farm beyond the walls. "Grandad," Bella said at last, her voice careful, "the man in the field, what happened to him?" "He didn't make it," Bernard answered, and the tiredness in his tone told the rest. "Too far gone by the time I got there." Bobby looked up, his curiosity edged with the day's hard lessons. "What about the others? How many were there? Did any get away?" "There were 9, Bernard said, choosing each word, leaving the fates of the rest where they were, out in the dark, laid to ground, accounted for in ways that didn't bear retelling tonight. "We were lucky, truth be told. They came in too sure of themselves and not nearly sure enough of us. They thought this place would be easy. The 3 of them watched the flames fold and open, the heat easing the ache that had built behind the eyes. The day's weight settled over their shoulders like a heavy blanket, not to smother but to remind. They were still here. They had held the line. Dawn would come, and with it the work of making this battered place a home again." Chapter 16. Makeshift Operating Theatre. Sandra drew a long breath and steadied her hands on the rim of the wash bowl. In any other life she would have handed Brenda over to bright lights and calm voices, to anesthesia and stainless steel. Here she had a wavering lantern, a torch beam that jittered with someone's nerves, and a barn that smelled of straw and antiseptic. It would have to be enough. The room held its breath with her. Lantern light licked at rafters. Shadows climbed and slipped back down again. Rachel stood with the lantern raised, knuckles pale around the handle, her eyes too wide. Matt kept the torch where Sandra pointed, the cone of light skating as his grip betrayed what his face tried to hide. "We don't have a hospital," Sandra murmured, mostly to herself as she lifted tools from the steaming pot. "But we do have time we can't waste. I wish—" She stopped. Wishing for morphine or a proper theatre was a luxury they couldn't spend. Rachel's voice found her in the hush. "Will she be okay?" It came small and raw, the sound of someone asking for a promise the world might not allow. Sandra met her gaze and let her own fear sit behind her eyes, not in her voice. "She's strong," she said simply. "I'll do everything I can. It's going to be hard." She peeled back the makeshift dressing and assessed the ruin beneath. The lantern caught the ragged edge of bone, the angry swelling, the seep and pulse of it. She took another breath and, gentler now, turned to Rachel again. "I need to be honest." She kept her tone even, her hands still working. "This is the decision no one should ever be asked to make." Rachel swallowed, tears threatening again. "Is there any chance, even a small one, that it could heal on its own?" Sandra shook her head, sorrowing and certain. The bones shattered in more than one place. Without proper theatre, without drugs, without clean bed rest, it's a risk that could take her with it. "What if we found equipment? Medicine?" Rachel pressed, as if sheer will might conjure them. "It's not only what," Sandra said, thinking aloud. "It's when. We don't know when she'll wake. Even if we could scavenge what we need, time's already against us." Rachel closed her eyes, gathered herself, and opened them again with something like resolve shining through the salt. "Then do what you have to," she whispered. "Save her, even if it means the arm." Sandra nodded once, grateful for the courage in it. "I'll do my best, I promise." Rachel set the lantern down, wiped her cheeks with the heel of her hand, and stepped out for air that didn't smell of fear. The moment she was gone, Sandra called softly for Bernard. He came at once, reading her face before she spoke. "I have no choice," she said, keeping her voice low. "I need to amputate before infection takes the decision away from us. I need a clean plastic sheet. Bleach to scrub it." Bernard didn't argue. "Right," he said, already turning. His boots faded toward the farmhouse and then thudded on timber as he lifted the cellar hatch. He went down into the cool dark, torch cutting a narrow path, and came back with a bottle of bleach and a plastic tablecloth, still folded with the ghost creases of a purchase long ago. Marjorie had bought it for messy dinners with small grandchildren who had somehow grown up too fast to need it. Now the unused thing had found its grim purpose. Meanwhile, Alex dragged a tall ladder under the rafters and set it firm, checking each foot like a man who had learned not to trust luck. He climbed and tied off lengths of paracord, 3, then 4, letting them hang in tidy loops over the space Sandra had marked out. Below, Matt and Daz built a table from what the barn would give them, a foundation of hay bales stacked square and tight, their edges tamped and tested, the frame trued by eye and stubbornness. Alex prowled the sheds for a clean sheet of ply and came back with the best he could find, its surface scarred but whole. They muscled it into place atop the bale pillars until it sat level with the milking parlour's half wall. Sandra took the plastic cloth from Bernard and spread it, smoothing the creases with flat palms until it lay glossy and taut. She poured bleach and scrubbed in circles, the sharp scent cutting through straw and smoke, wishing and not wishing for the chemical bite of a real theatre. Bella followed on her heels, tying lanterns to the paracord one by one. She struck a match, cupped it, and coaxed each wick to life until a warm, steady light pooled over the table and threw long, thin shadows up the beams. From a few steps back, the scene looked impossible and true at once. The old tools of a farm crowding the edges while at the centre a clean, bright island waited for a life to be saved. Sandra lifted her instruments from the rolling boil with tongs, metal flashing wetly before she set each blade and clamp in a neat, unhurried row. From her bag she drew a sealed suture kit, bandages, gauze, rolled crepe, small civilized things that felt like hope by the handful. She checked the bindings, the tourniquet she'd improvised, the dressings they'd need after, and then laid her hand a moment on Brenda's shoulder. "All right," she said softly to the room, to herself, to the girl who could not hear her. "Let's begin." They eased her onto the improvised table, as if setting something precious down, each movement careful and wordless. Straw hissed under boots. The plywood rocked a fraction before settling. Daz and Alex took her shoulders. Bella steadied the legs. Matt aligned the bandaged arm, and Sandra, face pinched with concentration, checked once more that the limb lay exposed and accessible. Under the lantern light, Brenda's breath came shallow and even. For a moment, the barn was nothing but the small, constant sound of that breath and the scrape of leather on wood. Sandra inhaled slowly, as if drawing the courage she would need. "I'm ready," she said, voice steady, though it carried the weight of what would follow. She turned to the gathered faces, the soft, worried ones she had come to rely on. "Step outside. Give me space. I'll call you when it's over." Bobby hung back with his grandfather for a long second, eyes glued to Brenda's pale profile. Then, like a boy pressed to grow up, he nodded and slipped away, the two of them disappearing into the yard to take up the chores that had become their refuge, the hollow comfort of routine. The rhythm of milking goats and the sharp domestic cluck of hens felt absurdly ordinary against the day's violence, but it steadied them. It reminded everyone that life still had ordinary things to be done. Once the barn door closed on the small domestic world beyond, Bella's jaw clenched. She looked out past the table and into the yard, where the afternoon's work waited. "Those bodies," she said quietly, voice level and practical, "they can't stay where they fell. We bury them. Now. If we delay it, it'll be harder. It's the right thing to do for everyone here." They moved with the efficient, grim choreography of people who had done hard things before breakfast. Alex drove the tractor close while the others hauled and lifted. Bodies were arranged with the respect they could afford in that moment, covered where they could, and loaded onto the trailer. Bella and Daz worked through the cellar in parallel, carefully stowing weapons where they wouldn't be found by casual hands, while Alex rifled pockets for anything that might tell a story. He used a battered enamel bowl and filled it with the small human relics he found. A cheap ring, a watch that stubbornly kept time, a bundle of keys, and more prosaic things too, notes of cash, loose cartridges. The inventory was revealing in its omissions. Identification was scarce. Only 2 men had wallets, and only 1 slip of paper gave an address, not a local name, but a place on the edge of Burnley, a satellite town called Colne. It felt like a breadcrumb dropped too far from where they stood, a weak hope that would take them nowhere fast. Among the keys, 2 sets caught Alex's eye, one stamped Union, another Leyland. Old vehicle marks, he thought, and the thought settled his forehead with a question. "How did they come in?" Bella asked aloud, scanning the yard, reading the angles as if they were a map. They couldn't have walked all that way with Kit. If they had 9 people, they needed wheels. Robert joined her at the trailer and traced the land with a farmer's certainty. The quarry, he said bluntly. There aren't many places near enough for them to hide a couple of motors and not be seen. The old logging track runs in behind Tom's. It's covered, it's quiet, and it meets the quarry. That's the only place they could have slipped through without us catching them on the road. Bella's expression hardened into resolution. The pieces fit too neatly, keys that matched older makes, an address that placed origin eastward, a quiet access route that would have spared them the sight of engines in the lane. Then that's where we start, she said. If they left anything there, vehicles, gear, we find it. And if not, we at least have somewhere to take them from the farm. I'm not burying them here. Her voice left no room for argument. The plan closed around them like an agreement signed in sweat and necessity. Chapter 17, The Quarry. They slipped from the shelter of the trees with their borrowed guns held low but ready, a thin file of shadows moving over rutted ground. Robert and Rachel had stayed behind to strip the house of danger and panic, leaving the heavy work to the rest. Behind them, the trailer rode heavy, its cargo a blunt reminder of the day's ledger. Daz perched on the front bales, eyes combing the track, calling quiet warnings to the driver when the path dipped or snagged. At the turn-in, a tangle of sawn limbs and rough timbers barred the way like a warning. They meant to keep folk out, or slow them, Alex murmured. They nosed the tractor off under cover and killed the engine. No one wanted to be caught with a running machine between them and the woods. Tracks told their own tale, broad, recent, purposeful. Alex crouched to trace the tyre pattern with 2 fingers, a quick flare of hope in his voice as he pointed the line onward. They took the trees, moving from trunk to trunk. Bella's binoculars steadied in her hands as she glassed the quarry floor, and there they were, patient in the dust, an old Austin Champ Army Jeep and a Leyland Tiger Cub bus, paint-tired, bones sound. Relief and suspicion arrived together. They climbed for a better vantage. Alex and Bella belly down on a shale shelf, while Matt ghosted to the ridge with the rifle and binoculars, the lookout everyone needed. The quarry held its breath. 30 long minutes stretched, the silence so complete that a falling pebble sounded like a clock. Nothing moved. Whoever had come here with malice had not left a sentry. With Matt's scope sweeping the edges, Bella and Daz descended. She checked the squat buildings first, peering through grime-streaked panes to find nothing but emptiness and wind. Daz worked toward the vehicles, pausing at each door, listening. Each silent check loosened the band around their chests. The bus was a surprise in reverse. Rust outside, riches within. Stacked rows of tins and packs, tins again. Blocked crates of ammunition, jerry cans lashed in neat ranks. A back seat glittered with dumped jewellery like a magpie's hoard. A raider's larder and ledger both. In the shed beside it, the lock gave grudgingly, and a strange catalogue revealed itself. More fuel cans and battery tools, and absurdly a tailor's dummy leaning into the dim like a quiet witness. Stolen? Repurposed? The mind wanted a use where none made sense. Whatever their plans, the long game had been interrupted. The provisions were now theirs to make honest. They circled to a far corner where pallets lay in high, weathered stacks, away from the main buildings. Alex steered the tractor in with care, brow creased, while Bella put the thought into words they'd all already reached. A burial would take days and ground they didn't want to give. The quarry offered an answer no field could. Together they built the pyre. The pallets squared into a platform, bodies lifted with a respect stripped of ceremony, placed shoulder to shoulder. The only sounds were the soft thud of wood, the grunt of effort, the steadying words they didn't quite speak. Daz splashed petrol from a can, the sharp reek rising as a physical thing. He stepped back, hand already searching pockets. No one had a match. The 3 of them stared, grim amusement flickering and dying in the same breath. "Check the cabins," Bella said, already moving. They rolled the tractor to 2 low structures. A crowbar from Alex's kit persuaded the first porter cabin's door. Inside, office bones, the dust of ordinary work interrupted. They rooted through drawers and files until Alex forced one last stuck runner and found a rag bag of salvage. 2 lighters, key bunches, pens and iPad loose odds. Bella pocketed the fire with a thankless relief and left the rest for now. The second unit, an upcycled shipping container, had a stubborn lock that laughed at the crowbar. Bella ran back for the keys and dropped them into Alex's palm. He tried them one by one, shoulders hunched, until the right cut turned and the door sighed. Boxes were stacked to the roof, hard hats, visors, gloves, office supplies, new lifting slings, a neat rank of fire extinguishers. Along one side, fat rolls of heavy, clear sheeting. Along the other, tripods and cases, surveying gear and tools that promised possibility. At the back, a safe squatted and kept its counsel. No key they'd found would coax it. Bella ransacked the office again for any overlooked key, but the room had already spent what it had. Back outside, they found the long gap between container and quarry face piled with chain link, galvanized stakes, coils of fencing wire, and 2 mobile scaffolding towers that made Alex's eyes brighten. "Those," he said, pointing, "they'll make the roof work possible." They muscled both towers onto the trailer and bound them with rolls of plastic sheeting and ratchet straps pulled from a crate. Alex added a box of extinguishers, relocked the container, and walked back to the stacked pallets. Bella pressed a lighter into his hand. A thumb flick, a brief flame, and then orange took hold, licking up the dry slats and catching fast. The smell turned at once from petrol to something darker, older. They stood a moment, heads bowed for their own reasons, then turned to practicalities. Keys in hand, Alex tried the ignitions. The champ barked into life like a dog waking. The bus coughed, then settled into a deep, dependable rumble. "Who can drive?" he called. "Tractor's mine," Daz said promptly. "Cars? Not so much." "I've had my dad's van a few times," Matt offered, eyeing the Jeep. "I can handle the champ. The bus is a lot." Bella shook her head with a dry smile. "I'm better on 2 bicycle wheels than 4. I'll ride the tractor with Daz." They formed their small convoy, Daz and Bella leading on the tractor and loaded trailer, Matt careful and alert behind the wheel of the Jeep, Alex steady at the bus's big wheel, mirrors full of the quarry's dark mouth and the pire's column lifting skyward. As they crested the rise and the farmhouse showed itself, low, familiar, stubborn, the distant smear of smoke on the hill wrote the last line of what they'd done. No triumph in it, only the kind of relief that lets you breathe enough to plan the next task. Chapter 18. The Stowaway. Sandra stepped out of the barn with the look of someone who had held her breath too long. "Brenda's stable," she said, voice roughened by fatigue, "but when she wakes it will hurt like hell. We need somewhere cleaner than this, sealed, controlled." Bella was already moving. "We found rolls of plastic in the quarry, fresh but not sterile. We build a room from straw bales, line every surface, walls, floor, ceiling, with plastic, then scrub it down with bleach." Sandra's eyes tracked the idea as if measuring it for size. Then she nodded. "Better than what we have." "Right," Bella said, the word an ignition. "Let's make it." Daz and Alex hauled the plastic sheeting inside while Alex and Bernard went to dig out tape from the shed. To keep dust off Brenda while the work went on, Bella sketched a small cage of clean air round the improvised bed. A light frame of timber wrapped in polythene, a veil against the floating grit of a barn. Alex scavenged lengths of wood and started cutting. Bernard arrived with a battered staple gun and a fistful of staples, and the others shifted back into the barn, cleaner ground than the yard, to skin the frames with sheeting. When the panels were ready, they fitted them together around Brenda's table, then tied an extra layer overhead so the lantern light fell soft and steady rather than in drifting flakes. The day thinned as they worked. They left a wide mouth to the new room so they could slide Brenda through, then set about turning the bright plastic cube into something like a theatre. Sandra and Rachel pulled on rubber gloves and old goggles and set to with buckets of hot water and bleach, scrubbing every plane until the air stung and the polythene gleamed. Outside, the boys finished unloading the trailer, the quiet grunt and pass cadence of labour returning the world to order. At the house corner, Alex and the others sighted the scaffolding they'd brought back, its blunt, reliable weight a comfort after the treachery of ladders. He climbed, set his stance, and began stitching splints to the rafters, pre-cut lengths of timber that bit and held. Matt and Daz made a chain up the tower, tile after tile passing hand to hand until the last one slid into place with a small, satisfying knock. Down in the yard, Alex carried a dented enamel bowl that chimed softly with each step. He tipped its contents on a trestle near Bernard. Watches, rings, keys, notes, loose change, odds and ends given up by the dead, and in the bus, a whole box of jewellery. "What do we do with this?" he asked. "Some of it is clearly stolen. Money, too." Bernard stared at the little glittering heap like a man looking at tide flotsam. "Some belongs to Tom's family," he said gently, "and they won't need it now." His voice caught and steadied. "The rest, we can't know the owners. Put it all together, lock it in the old barn by the house. We don't touch it. If the world rights itself and someone comes looking, we give it back." Bella shouldered jerry cans to the garage, one after another, counting under her breath and making a silent note to bury some later. In the cellar, shelves filled with quiet clinks as tins and ammunition found their rows. The bus emptied, and the house seemed to inhale, fuller but somehow lighter. Sandra's call lifted over the clatter. It was time. They moved Brenda with a tenderness that made the room seem smaller. The framed veil came away. The stretcher slid in. Hands found their places without instruction. Inside the plastic room, the air held the faint, sharp scent of bleach and hot water. They shifted Brenda to a clean bed, fresh sheets and blankets from Daniel's house, tucked tight against the draught. She did not stir. The women settled in, Sandra at the bedside, Rachel close with a basin and cloth, the quiet choreography of care resuming where the violence had forced it to pause. Outside, the men dismantled what had been necessary and had served its hour. The table, the paracord lights, the partition. The plywood went back to the wall. The bales were restacked. Bernard wrapped the severed arm with a care that said more than anyone could and carried it out across the yard alone, toward the garden where Marjorie lay. He took his time returning. By the time he came back, the cleared space had been claimed by life again. The long table dragged out and set near the stove, the clink of plates warming by the fire, the familiar bustle of a meal being made, because meals are how people mend. Bernard and Robert worked shoulder to shoulder, sliding pans on and off the hot plates, while Bobby ferried jugs and mugs and cutlery wherever Bella pointed. "There's plenty," Bernard declared as they began to lay dishes, boiled potatoes shining with steam, runner beans, peas, carrots, cold slices of mutton, a jug of thick gravy that Bella set down like an offering. "Fill your plates and don't be shy." For a little while the barn was the old farmhouse again. The scrape of chairs, the soft chorus of appreciation, hot cups warming hands gone cold from work. After the last cups were set down and the warmth had seeped back into knuckles, Alex, Matt and Daz pushed themselves up again. There was still light to use, and the generator would not move itself. Matt eased the jeep round to the garage. Together they wrestled the heavy unit off the bed and walked it into a dark recess where it would be safe from weather and wandering eyes. Daz climbed into the back of the jeep to fetch the old canvas they'd thrown in earlier, pulling it toward him in a dusty wave. He froze. Under the canvas, curled as small as a creature trying to make itself invisible, was a child, filthy, wide-eyed, no more than 6. A short length of chain ran from a cuff at her ankle to a bolt in the floor. Her breath came in quick, brittle puffs. For a second the yard's evening sounds fell away. All that remained was the thin rasp of fear from a throat too young to know how to hide it. "Alex," Daz said, not loudly, not softly, just enough to carry. "Matt." They were beside him in an instant, faces changing as they took in what he had found. No one reached for the chain. No one spoke her name, because they didn't have it yet. Alex crouched slowly until his eyes were level with hers, palms showing, voice gentled to something the child could stand to hear. "Hey," he said, "you're safe now." He did not promise more than that. He looked once at the shackle, the bolt, the small bruised skin, and then back at her. "We're going to get that off," he added, as if stating the next step of a repair job. "And then we're going to get you warm." Behind them, the kitchen clatter had quieted. Somewhere inside the barn, a chair scraped, and Bella, hearing the change in the rhythm of the evening, turned toward the door. Chapter 19. The Tin Bath. Matt found the bolt cutters by touch on the garage wall and took the chain in their jaws. The steel parted with a dull bite, the sound oddly small against the weight of what it meant. Daz crouched at the jeep's tailgate and tried to coax the child from her hiding place, palm open, voice gentled into something he hoped would sound safe. She stared through him, a feral, vacant watchfulness, and when his fingers brushed her wrist, she sank her teeth into the heel of his hand with a vicious, frightened certainty. Matt fared no better. She slapped, clawed, and recoiled beneath the canvas, as if it were the only door she could close. Alex came at the commotion, taking in the bolt-cut chain, the dirty little ankle, the wild eyes under a tangle of hair. "Get your mum," he told Daz softly. "We look like trouble to her. She might trust a woman." As Daz ran, Alex slung on a warmer coat, checked the crossbow by habit, and peeled away toward the milking parlour to arm the triple arm on the track and settle into the attic's slit of a lookout. Sandra arrived at a near run with Daz's hurried explanation still tumbling from him. She took one look at the child and sent the boys back with a small tilt of her head, clearing the space until only she and the jeep remained. Bella slipped in beside her, a quiet mirror at Sandra's shoulder. Their first approach brought only panic. The little body shrank deeper into the canvas cave, a hand flicking out to bat away kindness. "Food," Bella breathed as if remembering a language. She darted to the barn, returned with a plate assembled from the best of the day. Soft bread, slices of mutton, a spoon of peas, a biscuit saved for afters, and set it within arm's reach. Hunger made the introduction for them. The child's hands moved fast, snatching and cramming, chewing as though time itself might steal it back. When Bella tried a hand again, the little palm flashed, smart and stinging. Sandra waited for the next breath, then offered her own hand, slow enough to be refused without shame. This time the small fingers closed, cautious as a bird settling. When Sandra lifted her free of the jeep, two stick-thin arms clamped around her neck and locked there with a strength born of terror. The smell reached them as the warmth of the child's body did. Rank, old, unmistakable. "Bath," Sandra murmured over the matted hair, adjusting her hold as the girl tightened enough to shorten her breath. They carried her into the barn, and even the sight of the others made the child's grip harden until Sandra had to shift her weight to keep her balance. Bernard sat by the stove's steady glow. Sandra lowered onto the bench beside him with the girl still welded to her. "The boys found her under the jeep canvas," she said, one hand rubbing slow circles between bony shoulder blades. "Chained." Bernard's face changed in that quiet way grief changes a room. "Bella said she took food," he managed. "Starved, then. Ravenous," Sandra said. "And filthy. We need to get her clean. A shower won't touch it. Can we heat water in the house for a bath?" Bernard's eyes flicked toward the dark shape of the farmhouse. "The fire took some wiring. I wouldn't swear what's safe." "Can you tell?" Sandra pressed, not with reproach, but with the urgency of a task that needed doing. He shook his head. "We never leaned on the electrics much." He turned to Robert, who was already shaking his head with a rueful little smile. "I'm worse with wires than Dad," Robert admitted. "I'll ask Alex." He was back a minute later, slightly winded. "No go on the power. Too many burned lines. He says it's dangerous." Robert's eyes lit with a memory. "What about the old metal bath? Mum used it when I was Bobby's size." He glanced at Bernard. "Under the stairs in the milking parlour?" Bernard's answering smile was brief and grateful. "I'll fetch it," Robert said and vanished, returning with a long tin bath under his arm and a ghost of childhood in the way he carried it. Bernard already had pans on the stove, water beginning to mutter and spit. "When that's going," Robert added, glancing toward the door, "Bobby and I will relieve Alex upstairs. Feels like tonight's drawing eyes." He and the boy nearly collided with Bella and the lads as they stepped out. A quick exchange passed between them. What had been found, what would be done, and perhaps because the thought of a bath felt too intimate, too domestic, all of them drifted toward the attic and its business of watching. Alex looked up from the loading door with a raised brow at the sudden influx and made room without a word. Bernard armed Sandra with soap, 2 clean towels warmed near the stove, and a small stack of Robert's old clothes that would do until better could be found. He gave her a nod that carried both permission and thanks, then stepped back to let her work. The undressing was its own skirmish. Filth came off in flakes, layers of it, each one a story no one wanted to hear. When Sandra lowered the girl toward the steaming bath, she met resistance that wasn't merely fear but fury, lungs opening to drag a scream up from somewhere very small and very deep. The sound struck the barn and ran through it, up the stairs and into the attic. Even the sleepers in the hay turned and sat up, blinking. Rachel appeared, hair askew, eyes foggy with exhausted concern, and took in the scene with a nurse's quick economy. "I'll help," she said simply, and fell into place. Sandra murmured and soothed, hands steady, while Rachel's were brisk and sure. Between them they made a rhythm, gentle, firm, gentle again, turning a battle into a task. Water went grey, then black, fresh pans came. The child fought less, then not at all, spent and shivering and pliant as cloth. Somewhere above, the watchers let out a breath as the screams eased to hiccups and then to silence. Bella waited until quiet had a hold before she left the attic and came down softly, ready to turn back if the scene called for privacy. She found the barn returned to a tender kind of ordinary. Sandra rising with the child asleep against her shoulder, clean at last, light as kindling. Rachel laying back a blanket on a small bed they'd made up from spare sheets and a folded sweater for a pillow. The little face, washed pale, was younger than the dirt had let her be. They settled by the fire, whose calm had never once wavered, and for a moment the only sound was the small, even breath of a child who had finally run out of fear. It didn't last. The night cracked open with a single blunt report, shotgun or trip alarm, impossible to tell in the first blink, and then the echo rolled across the yard and into the rafters. Heads lifted, chairs scraped. The warmth of the fire fell away from their skin. In the attic, Hans found binoculars and the rifle's cold stock. Below, Bella and Sandra met eyes over the sleeping child, each measuring what had to be protected and what had to be faced. Chapter 20. A Plan of Action. Alex kept the crossbow low and his breathing lower, eyes combing the dark run of track beyond the loading door. Nothing moved where the moon touched, but the tree line held a deeper black that could hide anything. Beside him, Robert understood without words. He folded an arm around Bobby's shoulders and steered him away from the exposed doorway, back toward the heat and light of the barn. Bella arrived at a clipped pace, purpose in the rhythm of her steps. She handed out what mattered, her bow and a tight sheaf of arrows, 2 hunting rifles with their oiled weight and cold promise. Positions settled with the ease of tired muscle memory, Matt taking the far field, Bella the nearer, each sinking behind a bale and laying cheek to stock or string. The milking parlour breathed as one. They could hear it, the shared hush between heartbeats, the scrape of cloth against timber, the faint quiver of the lantern flame. "I'm going outside for a wider look," Alex murmured. "Cover the front." Bella nodded, never lifting her gaze from the window slit, and eased to one knee so the bale swallowed her silhouette. Night pressed against the building. Somewhere an owl stitched the dark with its call and a fox barked back. Otherwise the world held its breath and made them hold theirs. An hour dragged itself past, long, elastic, crowded with imagined footsteps, before Alex slid back through the door, his jacket damp with dew. "Perimeter's clear," he said, voice low but sure. "Nothing moving. I reset the trap over the far field. We wait." A soft tread on the stairs made them pivot as one. Tom's dog padded into view, tail swaying, as though this were any ordinary morning. He ambled to Bella and leaned his warm flank against her leg with a sigh that loosened the room. "You think he tripped it?" she asked, scratching behind a velvety ear. "Most likely," Alex said after a beat, unwilling to give the night any more of their fear than it deserved. "But we keep our guard up." The dog's calm threaded through them like a spell, reminding them of ordinary things, mud on paws, a wet nose nudging a palm, even as the rifles stayed ready. Silence folded them again, an hour, then another. Nothing returned from the trees, no shadow, no trespass. The alarm's single claim on their nerves began to feel like an animal's mistake rather than a threat. Bella tipped her head toward Matt and Daz. "You two hold the watch a while longer?" Matt barely looked away from his scope. "We've got it." "Same here," Daz added, rolling his shoulders once to shake off the stiffness. "I need 3 hours," Bella said, a yawn tugging at the edges of her control. "Matt, wake me then." "I'll turn in as well," Alex said. "Rouse me when you wake Bella." They climbed down together, Tom's dog ghosting their heels into the barn. Bella filled her father and grandfather in, alarm, search, the likely culprit with 4 paws, and left the warning standing. Stay sharp, even so. Both men nodded. It wasn't a lesson they needed twice. "Tea or coffee before you lie down?" Bernard asked, the offer as instinctive as breathing. "Rain check," Bella said with a tired smile. Alex shook his head too. Sleep mattered more than comfort now. Dawn, when it arrived, came soft and grey at first, then grew a spine of gold that slipped along the ridge of the hills. Matt kept his word and climbed down to wake them, and to Bella's mild astonishment, Bernard was already up, sleeves rolled and hands busy at the stove, the small sounds of breakfast stitching the air back together. "You're impossible," she said, mock scolding. "When did you even sleep?" "Not long after you," he replied, chuckling. "Tea or coffee?" "Tea," Bella said, thinking fleetingly how a life can be measured by the steadiness of one man making tea. "Coffee for me," Alex added, stretching until his back popped, then following Bella up the narrow stairs with a steaming mug that warmed his hands and sent a dark curl of scent into the cool. Morning laid a film of pearl across the fields. From the attic the world looked rinsed and fragile, dew brightening each blade of grass, hedges holding small birds that flicked from briar to briar, a light mist coiling low where the ground dipped toward the beck. Inside the milking parlour the air had the stillness of a chapel. Outside, everything shone as if the night had been a fever that had finally broken. Bella settled with her shoulder to the window frame, the dog nestling behind her calves like a living cushion. She let her gaze travel the full sweep of the near pasture, the damp furrows at the edge, the trough, the gate where they'd seen men crouch, the bareness of space that had seemed so dangerous last night and now looked like a painting. Beauty did not fool her. It only sharpened the edge of what might come back. Across the attic, Alex watched the track. In daylight, the gravel wore yesterday's story in scuffs and scrapes, a palimpsest of boots and tires and a dog's neat pads. He followed its length to the gap in the hedge and the place where the tripline lay invisible as a spider's web. Every few minutes he cut a glance to Bella, and she sent one back. Nothing more than the briefest meeting of eyes, but enough. We're aligned. We're awake. We're here. Behind them, the rear windows framed the quiet of the far yard. Stacked pallets dark with damp, the corner of the chicken run, the old ash tree stirring its leaves as the sun inched up. They took turns there, breaking the forward watch to sweep the blind angles, to trust each other with the scene they couldn't see. Time slid in small measures, the dog's sigh, the tick of cooling enamel on Bella's mug, the distant clink of Bernard laying knives and forks absurdly comforting, the soft thud of Bobby's boots as he carried a pail past below, already bent to chores. With every little sound the day declared itself, and yet vigilance sat with them like a third person, unblinking, patient, unwilling to be lulled by light. "Rear clear," Alex said under his breath after one circuit, returning to his post. Bella nodded, eyes never leaving the field. Out on the verge a hare lifted, tested the air, and loped the length of the hedge as if the land belonged to it again. A cloud's shadow crossed the track like a hand. They watched on, tea and coffee cooling on the sill, while the sun climbed and the dew burned away. And though the land looked harmless, they held to the plan they'd made in the night. See everything, assume nothing, and keep the farmhouse breathing until evening came around again. The barn held its own kind of mourning. Wood smoke threading the rafters, the kettle's soft chatter keeping time with the stove's steady breath, while Bernard moved by feel and habit, pouring out mugs as if routine alone could knit the world back together. He set a cup before Sandra, another for Rachel, and in the lamplight their fingers curled around the heat the way people do when they're trying to keep something gentle alive. Robert came in with the outside still clinging to him, a hard line to his mouth and thought furrowing his brow, the shape of new worries refusing to loosen. "We need a strategy," he said, not to start a fight, but because the words had nowhere else to go. "This land, our home, every hour it feels more exposed. I can't shake the sense we're sitting in the open." Sandra met him with the calm of someone who had run out of patience for fear, even while living in it. "We're a long way from the city," she said, steady but not unkind. "Space and familiarity are on our side." "It isn't distance," Robert answered, the frustration raw because he could see what she meant and still couldn't agree. "It's hunger. When the shelves are empty and taps run dry, people will spill out, and they won't walk past farms like this. They'll come to places exactly like this." Her tone sharpened, not to cut him down, but to cut through. "Robert, pull your head in and look at what we've done. We've held our ground. The world's terrifying, yes, but if we let dread write the plan, we won't have one." Bernard's voice eased between them, roughened by age and a lifetime of choosing the next right task. "The world has changed," he said, "so we change with it. We've done that before. We do it again." The air felt thick enough to slice, and then Bobby scuffed in, all bright eyes and the uncomplicated hunger of a boy who still believed breakfast happened because someone loved him. The room softened around him, drawn back to scale. "How about some breakfast?" Bernard asked, the twinkle at the corner of his eye as stubborn as his pragmatism. "Eggs, Grandad, always eggs," Bobby said, and something tight in the grown-ups uncoiled just a little. Bootsteps on the stair announced Bella and Alex, the dog glued to their heels as if proximity itself might ward off trouble. Bella looped a length of paracord round a rail and made a quick tether, firm enough to keep the animal from wandering, and kind enough not to make a prison of it, then followed the scent of bacon and tea into the barn, where the table waited under Bernard's quiet industry. Plates and cutlery found their places, but the talk swung back to what mattered most now. How to keep their circle intact when the world no longer promised to do it for them. "We fence the perimeter," Bella said, already measuring distances in her head. "Chain link from the quarry, there's plenty. 2 lines if we can manage it, and skin the outer with corrugated tin. It buys privacy and turns curious eyes away." Robert didn't scoff, he never had, but doubt pressed through anyway. "And who's doing all this building?" he asked, as if the answer might reveal a weakness they hadn't considered. "We are," Bella said without a blink, and her certainty drew nods before anyone knew they were nodding. "Count me in," Daz said, and Matt echoed him, shoulders squaring in the way of people grateful to be pointed toward work that matters. Alex weighed the labour and still liked the math. "Tin rattles," he said, already hearing it in a high wind. "It makes a racket if anyone tries to climb. That's a warning we can use. I'll rig more of Bernard's gate alarms too. They've done their job." Robert's worry didn't retreat so much as shift shape. "I still don't know how defensible this place is," he admitted, the words landing heavy because he loved the house enough to resent its fragility. "Where else is better?" Sandra asked, the fierceness of a mother in her voice. "This is home. We make it hold." It wasn't just a plan they were building, they all knew that. It was a perimeter around the idea of a life, work, meals, small jokes, a bed that knew your weight, so that chaos had to knock before it could come in. The door banged light as a bird alighting, and a streak of motion cut across the barn. The girl they'd bathed and settled, the one with eyes an impossible blue and hair cropped so close it made her look like she'd shed an old skin, came at a run, jeans cinched with a length of paracord, t-shirt swallowing her narrow shoulders. She climbed Sandra as if the woman might vanish if she didn't get there fast enough, and locked her arms at the nape of Sandra's neck with a tenacity that stole breath. Bare feet dusted the boards, heels swinging, her whole body announcing a choice. This place, this lap, this person. Bernard watched the fastening take with the smallest of smiles, the kind that showed in his eyes first. "Looks like you've been adopted," he said, not to be clever but to bless the moment, and in that scrap of humour they felt the barn warm another degree. In a landscape shifted by danger, love had just redrawn a border.
Chapter 21. Security.
Alex moved through Bernard's workshop the way a diver moves through a shipwreck, hands trailing along familiar shapes, eyes catching on the glint of past work. The place was a catalogue of usefulness. A treadle fretsaw that had sung for decades, a hand drill press scarred from loyal service, racks of spanners and hammers hung like old soldiers at attention. He felt at home among it all, yet the one thing he needed, the right springs for the shotgun shell tripwires, wasn't where it should be. The search became methodical and then frantic, opening boxes, upsetting nests of dust, peering into every drawer until his fingers were black with grime and his patience thin. When the workshop turned up nothing, Alex widened the sweep. The long, low sheds that curved behind the house, the empty stables where horses had once stamped and whickered, the shearing shed smelling faintly of lanolin and old wool. He pushed on to the C-shaped barns along the far side and sifted through trunks and crates that tasted of damp hay and long winters. Even here, among an embarrassment of useful junk, the springs eluded him. Frustration tightened his jaw. He began to accept that Tom's and Daniel's places might hold what Bernard's treasure trove did not. He loaded the jeep with a shotgun, a bandolier of shells, and his crossbow. Simple precautions for a run into other people's yards. Bella announced she was coming with him before he could argue, and the dog, deciding for them both, vaulted into the rear and made the choice final. Bella unfastened the length of rope still tied to the animal with a soft laugh, then settled into the passenger seat with a shotgun across her knees and an expression like a woman who has decided the world will be kept. At Tom's the dog bolted free and went straight to the graves as if greeting old friends, and that small familiar ritual steadied Alex for the work ahead. He sent Bella to sit with the dog and watch the approach while he rifled through the sheds. Luck, or the sort of careful luck you earn by looking in the corners, rewarded him, a box of metal spring rat traps, 10 of them, neat and squat, perfect for the pulling tension he needed. In the garage he found other things that would be useful later, an old BSA motorbike that might yet roll if someone patient coaxed it awake, and a collection of hand tools whose edges still held promise. They detoured to the quarry to check the battery tools left in the container, anxiety prickling at the back of Alex's neck that someone might have returned for them. The site sat just as they'd left it, rust sleeping where it had been laid, and the tools were there. Humming potential. Tools loaded, they moved on to Daniel's. Bella and the dog kept watch from the jeep while Alex moved through Daniel's sheds the way a man inventories his future, boxes of bits, coils of cable, a crate of gate catches. In the second shed, among a tangle of timber and tarpaulin, he found his prize, spring-loaded gate bolts exactly like the ones his mind had sketched at 3 a.m. Back at Bernard's, the day began to narrow into execution. Alex set the old generator in the garage and coaxed it to life with the quiet patience of someone who had learned engines were stubborn friends. From the quarry scavenging they had 2 battery chargers. Alex wired them to 4-gang sockets and let the new tools sip the slow current, fingers crossed that the CME hadn't killed every motor in England. He watched the little indicator lights glow and felt a private lift. If the chargers took, the job would speed. Then the thinking part began. In the shed, he drew the device he wanted on a scrap of plywood, working the idea into a physical plan, a spring catch that would trip a pin into the firing cap of a spent shell, a mechanism that would snap a loud, frightening report, and nothing more. He scavenged a plank, clamped a gate catch in place, and jury-rigged couplers and brackets, until the rough outline of the trap sat on the bench. Trial and error turned to careful engineering. He filed the end of a bolt until it fit with a quiet satisfaction, checked clearances with a practiced eye, then asked Bella to fetch a spent shotgun shell. She came back with 3, her boots creaking with purpose. Alex slid a shell into the coupler, cocked the spring bolt, and pulled the pin. The bolt struck the shell's detonator cap exactly where he had planned it to strike. The little bang that answered was less an explosion and more a punctuation, sharp, alarming, perfectly non-lethal in intent. Bella watched, rapt, and when he explained the minor adjustment he wanted, she took to the work with an easy competence. He showed her how to drill a precise hole, how to insert a split pin, how to test for alignment without sending shrapnel across the shed. She filed a burr, he countersunk a screw, and together they refined the prototype until it worked with mechanical inevitability. Pull the tripwire, yank the pin, the plunger hits the shell, the sound tells you someone's there. It kept distance. It bought time. It did not make killers of them. By mid-afternoon they had turned the shed into a small production line. Alex fed raw parts to Bella. She assembled and tested, he adjusted and signed off. They knocked out device after device with the rhythm of people who have to learn fast, because necessity does not allow for slow competence. Each finished unit slipped into a crate and into the back of the jeep, clinking softly like a curse and a promise. When they paused, looking at the neat row of tripwires, neither of them smiled much. There was satisfaction, yes, but also a hard crispness beneath it. The knowledge that their hands had just made a tool designed to deter, to warn, to startle. It was the kind of thing you built when the world outside had no more police and no one left to rely on but the measure of your own resolve. They spread a map on the bonnet and began to plan placement. The track runs, the hedgerows that funnel movement, the shallow approaches where a man might try to skirt the field. Alex pointed to saplings and gateposts, to the low dip in the lane by the old milking parlour, and Bella marked them with a stub of pencil. When they finally shut the shed door behind them, the light had gone from the sky, and they drove back with tools warm from the sun and the generator humming as if it, too, understood the need for preparedness. Chapter 22. Waif and Stray. Sandra sat pinned in place, the child's slight weight feeling oddly immovable, as if grief itself had taken a seat in her lap. The girl's thin arms locked around Sandra's neck with a ferocity that spoke less of strength than of terror. Brenda needed her. Brenda needed 100 things Sandra did not have. But first there was this small, shaking body and the angry red ankle beneath its filthy cuff that begged for a clean dressing. "Let me just set you on that chair for a minute, love," she murmured, easing a hand under the child's elbow. The girl's grip tightened, chin jammed against Sandra's collarbone, breath quick and hot. Bernard drifted closer, reading the stalemate, and pitched his voice into kindly theatre. "If the doctor can't see that ankle," he said, eyebrows lifting as though confiding a dangerous secret, "it might go so bad it falls clean off." The child's eyes flicked to him, then to Sandra, mind working, fear at war with the solemn authority of an old man who sounded as if he knew about ankles and consequences. At last she slid down, not to the chair but to a hay bale, small hands clenched on her knees, chin tipped in a silent permission. "Good call," Sandra breathed to Bernard and set about her work. Warm water, a clean cloth, a careful unwinding of the filthy bandage. The skin beneath was raw, the swelling mean with neglect, but it would heal if kept clean. Sandra wrapped the joint again with slow, steady hands, making a cradle of the linen. When she finished, she cupped the child's cheek, light as a moth's wing. "Can you tell me your name, sweetheart?" Nothing. The stair that met her was a shuttered window. Sandra understood enough to know this wound lived deeper than skin and bone, and for that she was out of her depth. "I need to see to my friend now," she said softly. "She's very poorly. Will you wait here for me?" The smallest nod, almost lost in the fall of her stubbled hair, and Sandra let herself hope that trust could be built in such tiny increments. Brenda lay as before, pale, breath shallow, the heat of her skin telling a story the bandages could not. Infection would not be argued with. What Sandra needed was clear: antibiotics that reached the blood, fluids to keep the body fighting. She had one precious course of oral tablets, not enough, and neither the kit nor the sterile line for an IV. She checked, cleaned, rechecked, and returned to the bale with the clean-wrapped ankle, only to find empty straw. Her stomach jolted. Where did she go? She called sharper than intended. Bernard pointed down the barn. "Off with Bobby a minute ago." His voice gentled as Sandra exhaled. A good sign, she told herself. If the girl could choose a hand to hold, she was already stepping back toward the world. "How's Brenda?" Bernard asked, worry tightening the corners of his mouth. "Still out. She needs fluids and proper antibiotics," Sandra said, rubbing her brow. "All I have are tablets, without a hospital, without lines and bags." She let the sentence trail. They all knew its ending. By the hearth, Bella lifted her head. "There's the vet," she said, thought arriving fully formed. "Vincent's place, not far. Saline for animals is saline for people, isn't it? And he might have injectable antibiotics." "As far as I know, it's the same," Sandra said, the first spark of relief warming her voice. She turned to Bernard. "Do you know him well enough to ask?" "Well enough," Bernard said, already half-turned. "I'll see if Robert can drive." "I'll do it," Bella cut in, already on her feet. "Dad's in the farmhouse with the boys, sorting the kitchen. I'll fetch him." She was out and back in heartbeats, Robert behind her, sleeves rolled, concern overtaking the tired set of his jaw. "Vincent's clinic," Bella said. "We need saline drips and antibiotics. Now." "Right," Robert answered, wiping his hands on his trousers as if clearing the last task from his skin. "Give me a minute to wash and I'll meet you at the jeep." "I'm coming too," Bella said to Bernard, daring him to argue. "It's not safe. We've seen enough to know that." Bernard held her gaze, pride and dread braided in his eyes. "I wasn't about to keep you back," he said, crossing to the corner where the old rifle rested. He checked the action with the muscle memory of a much younger man. "Strength is good," he added, voice low, "but use your head before your trigger. We bring back what we need and nothing else." Vincent's practice had closed its doors in name only. The low farm 2 miles beyond Gargrave still saw him moving about its yards, a small figure with a steady gait and a battered bag, answering knocks that turned up by habit as much as necessity. People said he'd retired and moved on. People were wrong. His wife had died some years back, and there had been no children to anchor him to holidays or birthdays, only clients who had become friends and the quiet rhythm of work that did not ask questions. He had kept a handful of small farmers on his books, had told more than one, "Pay me when you can," and meant it, which was how you earned a lifetime of open gates in a place like this. They would go to him now, not as customers, but as neighbours at the edge of a changed map, and hope that kindness, like Selene, could still run in a straight line where it was most needed. The jeep was already idling when they stepped into the yard, its soft vibration threading through the cold morning air. Robert sat behind the wheel, jaw set, eyes lifting when he clocked Bella, first with the quick understanding that she was coming, then with the faintest uptick of his brows at what she carried, her bow slung across her shoulder and the old rifle she'd claimed from the cellar. She flipped the back seats up, slid the rifle in snug behind them, and shut the door with a measured hand. Bernard took the passenger seat without ceremony, short-barreled shotgun braced between his knees and one of Don's odd bandana shell belts slung crosswise like a sash. The flash of worry in Robert's face at the sight of his father armed was brief, but it landed. Bernard pretended not to see it. Sandra climbed in last with only her battered medical bag, the strap worn soft with use. Bow across her lap, Bella kept watch as Robert eased them out. Few knew where Vincent lived anymore, which suited them. People assumed he'd retired, farm sold, cabinets empty. After a short run on the main road, Robert took a left, then another, each track rougher, stones clattering the undercarriage, until the lane matched the ruts of Way Gill itself. Nearly a mile in, the low house came clear through hedgerow and ash, a quiet place with its own gravity. Bernard was out first, knocking in a cadence the valley knew. A curtain twitched. Bella, memory hazy with childhood visits, couldn't swear the silhouette belonged to the old vet, not until the door opened and there he was, narrow-shouldered, white hair and beard framing a lined face above crisp white shirt and checked trousers. His hand met Bernard's in a warm clasp, and at Bernard's nod he stepped back, ushering them inside. The kitchen smelled faintly of disinfectant and tea leaves. Bernard didn't waste time. He walked Vincent through it from the beginning. Robert's trip north meant to be nothing more than a holiday, the sky spitting out a solar tantrum that tore electrics to rags. Vincent frowned at the initials, so Bernard set out CME in plain terms. The sun kicks, the world falls oddly quiet, and how that quiet had spread like frost through towns and telephones. He spoke of Bella's journey, the ambush at Hill Farm, the men they had faced down the previous day. His voice roughened as he crossed into warning. "If anyone thinks you've got medicines," he said, meeting Vincent's eye, "they'll try the door, and if that fails, they'll try the walls. Folks are desperate. Some will kill for a box of tablets." When Vincent's nod told him the danger had landed, Bernard tipped his head toward Sandra. "This is Sandra. She'll tell you what we need." Sandra stood straighter, the wariness in her face sharpened by purpose. "A young woman," she said quietly, "gunshot through the arm. We had no choice but to take it. We need fluids, saline drips, and antibiotics. I know your generator's patchy and refrigeration's a question, but saline's fine without it, and injectables might save her life." Vincent's brow creased. Grief and resolve sat side by side there. "Brave girl," he murmured. "You did right by her." He nodded once, decisively, and slipped away down the hall. Left in the hush, Bernard's gaze drifted over the room. Sun-faded photographs, a brass dog collar on a nail, the tidy stacks that mark a life measured in visits and favours. The last year had drawn deeper lines into Vincent's features, but nothing in the house felt surrendered. When he returned, he was lugging a heavy cool box, both hands white at the knuckles. "This should see you started," he said. passing it to Sandra. Hope rode behind the worry in his voice. No one that young should suffer if we can stop it. Vincent, Sandra said, the gratitude raw and unvarnished, this may well save her. Thank you. And if you need us, Bernard added, voice firm as oak, you call. We'll come. There were handshakes all around, Bernard's steady, Robert's quiet, Bella's warm, and a final nod between Sandra and the vet that said more than words could. At the threshold, Bernard unbuckled the shell belt and offered it with the short shotgun. For your door, he said. No one mentioned Marjorie. The omission lay between them like a folded flag. Some griefs didn't bear handling yet. They made swift time back. Sandra peeled away for the barn the moment the jeep rolled to a stop, cool box cradled like a newborn. Bella crouched to ruffle the tethered dog's ears, murmuring apologies for leaving him behind, then stowed the weapons back where they belonged and went to hunt for Alex. Bernard, meanwhile, turned problem into solution. He drove an old electric fence spike into a timber post and lashed one of his fencing wire supports to it, fashioning a stout anchor for the drip line. He set the cool box beside Sandra and stepped out of her way. Inside lay 8 bags of saline, blister packs and vials of antibiotics in tablet and injectable form, and, wrapped like contraband and handled with reverence, pain relief, morphine ampoules, codeine, measured hope against the roaring hurt to come. By the hearth, Bernard coaxed the stove into a brighter burn. The barn door swung and Bobby tumbled in, cheeks bright, the little girl at his side, bare feet dusty, eyes less vacant than they'd been, a small hand caught in his sleeve. Their laughter flickered through the rafters like birds. Perhaps, Bernard thought, watching them, there were some things the world could still mend on its own. The rest they would mend together, one careful act at a time. Chapter 23. Setting a Trap. They claimed the old farmhouse sitting room as a war room, nudging aside a basket of kindling and spreading paper across the scuffed table until the map swallowed the lamplight. Shoulder to shoulder, Alex and Bella sketched the farm's bones, the lane that curled past the cattle grid, the hedged fields that stepped down like green stairs, the cluttered outbuildings knitting house to barn. They inked in threat and response, an early warning line at the main track, trip points at the side gates where hedgerows thinned, a discreet choke point at the narrow path feeding into the farmhouse yard. When they finished the first pass, they overlaid a second, 2 fence belts, inner and outer, like rings of bark around a tree. The plan felt less like ink and more like breath. For the first time since the raids, the ground beneath them had a shape they could hold. They moved as the light thinned, taking the 10 trip alarms they'd built, fingers stiff with cold and purpose. 6 went in first, the weakest seams in their perimeter, leaving 4 in reserve for the gaps they knew they'd discover after a few days listening to the land. Wire whispered through gloved hands, eye hooks bit into old timber, fishing line drew faint near-invisible horizons between post and post. Nothing lethal yet, just teeth for the dark to respect. Back in the workshop, dusk breathing down the panes, Bella frowned at the dull gleam of fresh metal. Too bright. It would advertise itself to anyone with a torch and nerve. She rooted through Bernard's shelves, the archaeology of a long life, until she found fence paint in serviceable green and a couple of tins of matte black spray. They stripped the alarms apart and laid them out like bones, brushing on green first to match mossed wood and hedgerow, then misting the housings with black to sink into shadow. While paint dried, Alex prowled the benches and found lumber the width of a palm. He drew a staggered grid on each board, then drove long nails through until the points bristled like a cruel field of reeds. Bella watched the pattern reveal itself, curiosity tightening her mouth. "If they belly down behind the concrete trough," he said, nodding toward the yard, "or snug up to tree trunks like the ones you saw them use, these go where hands and knees have to go, under a dusting of soil, or strapped vertical to bark." He tapped the nails. "It's how cabins keep bears from pulling boards. Pain, not murder. You paint them green once I'm done." She set an outdoor workspace with trestles and a sheet of sterling board, a painter's island under the eaves. One by one the nail boards came out, and her brush turned their raw timber to hedgerow, 8 in all, lined like strange shields to dry in the cold air. When the alarms were ready, Alex walked her through the camouflage, where to darken, where to leave the scuffed green to echo lichen, until the metal simply stopped insisting on being seen. Throats dry and arms thrumming, they ducked into the barn for mugs and a minute of heat, letting the stove's hum unknot the worst of the ache. Then they were back at it, setting positions without springing them. Nothing armed, not yet, not until everyone knew what slept where. Bella took her time with the nail boards, reading the ground like a tracker, root swell here, shallow duff there, until each would vanish beneath a hand's breadth of soil. She marked the places in her head, a private constellation, and promised herself she'd mark them on paper before light failed again. Alex readied the tractor for heavier work while Bella went hunting for muscle. Matt and Daz were less than eager, backs still raw from the last haul, but Bella leaned on them with the quiet insistence they'd all begun to answer to, the one that sounded like survival. 4 trips later, chain-link fencing and galvanized stakes rattled like rain on the trailer as the boys staggered toward the stove, hollow with hunger and spent from the grind. Paper again, then, this time in the old house, where drawers still remembered spare pads and stubby pencils. They redrew the map in finer strokes, every alarm, every board, every wire path. A legend bloomed down the margin, symbols for set and unset, for trip and snare, for mind your step. When it dried, they fixed it to a barn beam where nobody could miss it, a quiet covenant between those who lived here and the ground that held them. Through all of it, the dog patrolled Bella's shadow, padding from workshop to yard and back again, alert without fuss, settling only when she did. Where she knelt, it stood. Where she rose, it flowed at her heel. By late afternoon, they gathered at the long table, hands wrapped around enamel mugs, faces angled toward the map. Bella called the room to stillness. Alex handled the knife edge of detail. He laid an alarm down, showed where the fishing line would ghost across a path, how a pin would pop and a shell would bark, how the sound would buy them seconds, not blood. He set a nail board gently on the table, turning it so the light caught and then lost the points. "These will hurt," he said plainly. "That's the whole point. They're hidden. Don't test them. Don't show off. Memorize the marks on the map." His gaze found Bobby and the small girl beside him. He softened, but he didn't dilute. "This isn't a game," he said. "These can break a foot, tear a hand. You mustn't run or play near the fences. If you're not sure about a place, you ask." Robert's jaw worked at the bluntness aimed toward children, but he held his peace, eyes hard on Alex while Bobby nodded, solemn as a new moon, and the girl pressed closer to Sandra's leg. Bella stepped in, hand resting lightly on the map. She sketched the fence line as it would be, outer first, then inner, chain link tied to driven stakes, a second belt sheeted in corrugated tin to kill sight lines and rattle warning if anything touched. "We'll need all hands stringing wire," she said, and looked to Matt and Daz with a half smile that brokered no escape. Alex followed the look with one of his own, dry but not unkind. He could already feel the weight of the posts on his shoulders, but the plan was sound, and they all knew it. Around the table, a murmur of assent moved like wind through wheat. It wasn't only a diagram of traps and fences they were agreeing to. It was the admission that this place was theirs to hold, and that holding it would be work done together, day after day, until the ground itself remembered their names. Chapter 24: Conflict at the Farm. After supper, the barn settled into its soft nighttime music, the stove ticking as it cooled, the goats shifting straw, and Alex and Bella climbed to the loft for first watch, the dog ghosting up the steps at Bella's heel. They eased into their posts by the loading door, the night pressed close beyond the aperture, hedgerows a darker black against the sky. "You've gone thick as thieves with your new recruit," Alex murmured, tipping his chin at the shaggy shadow that leaned against Bella's leg. "What's its name? Boris? Sounds suitably fearsome." Bella cut him a sideways look that held the beginnings of a smile. "I thought you were more observant." "How's that? For a start, she's a she." Boris feels optimistic. Alex rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling under his breath. "Fair. I'm no expert at sexing by silhouette. Probably someone else's throwaway remark stuck. Consider me educated." "Consider yourself forgiven," she said, then added, businesslike, "but she stays tethered if she isn't right with me. Last thing we need is a tripwire bark or a paw on a nail board." "I knew you'd clock that," he said, approving. "Leash until the fence stands. Sensible." They kept their quiet vigil until the carriage clock on the rafters muttered past 2. Then they crept down to rouse Matt and Daz. The boys groaned, rubbing grit from their eyes, but Bella's raised brow got them moving. At the hearth, Robert and Bernard still nursed the remains of a conversation, flames painting their faces in stove glow. Fresh coffee breathed through the barn. Alex poured a cup he hadn't earned and warmed his hands around it. Bella wished them good night and slipped toward her corner. Robert's gaze followed Alex to the table. "She's 14, he said, the words even, the worry underneath not. Alex lifted the mug, unruffled. "I know, and?" "You're with her a lot." Robert didn't blink. Alex set the cup down so the enamel didn't clink. "Because she learns fast. She asks, she listens, she tries. I'd be a fool not to teach her what I can." Robert leaned in, voice low. "You understand me, Alex. Law, no law, these times or any time, she's too young." "Hang on," Alex said, clipping each word but keeping them steady. "You've got it wrong. I'm here because she wants to know how to do things for herself. That was me with my uncle. Shadowing, learning, so I didn't have to lean on anyone. I respect your daughter. She's one of the quickest minds here, and she's shouldered what would level men twice her age. If she asks for my time, she'll have it. Anything else? Not interested. My taste in women skews a decade older at least." Robert exhaled, the line of his mouth loosening. "Then they've got it wrong," he said, contrition threading the words. "Damned right they did," Alex answered, shouldering his crossbow. He nodded once to Bernard and walked out into the cold, crossing the yard to the old house, an upstairs room with a door and silence that would do for sleep. Bernard watched him go, then turned to his son with a gentler kind of wariness. "You charge first when it's family," he said, "and half the time you forget to look. That heart has teeth, Robert. Use the eyes too." Robert started, then faltered. "I need her safe." "Of course you do. She's resilient, and she's armed with her head. Alex sees that. And if he overstepped, do you think she wouldn't correct him herself? You raised a spine, not a reed." Bernard's eyebrow lifted. "And since when did you take counsel from the poetry of 2 hormone-drunk lads? They make romance out of fence posts, salt their opinions." Robert scrubbed a hand over his face, ashamed and a little deflated. "I'll apologize in the morning." "Do," Bernard said. "We can't afford hairline cracks right now. They turn to faults when pressure comes." Up in the dark of the old house, Alex lay and let fatigue gather him, but a word snagged just before sleep. They. His mind rewound the line of Robert's suspicion, the earlier sidelong looks, the sniggers he hadn't bothered to pass. It snapped into focus. Matt and Daz. He felt heat rise, and anger he tamped down to a coal. Tomorrow he'd stamp that out where it started. He didn't know Bella had heard every syllable. The caution in her father's voice, the steadiness in Alex's reply, the soft scold and sense in Bernard's. She'd lain awake with the dog pressed to her door, fury simmering under her ribs. At first light she climbed to the loft, the dog trotting after, ears up. Matt and Daz turned, trying for casual. "Morning," one offered. "You 2 little shits," Bella said, the words low and lethal. "Let's be clear. I'm not climbing into anyone's bed, not Alex's. Certainly not yours. So tamp down your jealousy, scrape your filthy thoughts off your boots with your egos, and stop stirring between my dad and Alex. Do it again and I'll walk you out into the field and make sure you regret it. Meanwhile, there's enough work here to bury us all. When someone asks for help, you give it. No whining. If Alex tells you to jump, the only thing out of your mouths is how high." At her tone, the dog's hackles rose. A growl vibrated through its chest, a flash of teeth sending the point home. Bella pivoted without waiting for an answer. "Dog, follow." The animal wheeled obediently and shadowed her down the steps, pausing at the threshold to give the boys one last hard stare. Below in the washroom off the parlour, Bernard stood stock still with a towel around his neck, water beading on his shoulders. He'd heard it all. Pride tugged at one corner of his mouth as the tap squeaked off, and the barn took back its morning quiet. Chapter 25. Ready for visitors. Alex was up with the pale light, boots on, before the barn had finished yawning itself awake. By 9, Bernard had laid out breakfast for him, and Bella, mugs steaming, plates set, the simple kindness of a hot meal. They ate in a hush heavy as felt, each of them keeping company with their own thoughts. When his plate was clean, Alex only nodded his thanks and stepped out into the brittle morning. Work steadied him. He kitted the tractor like a pack animal, fence posts and the heavy post rammer, a long tape, bundles of stakes, a roll of baling twine, the spirit level he trusted as if it were a second set of eyes. He rattled down to the mouth of the track and began a rhythm that would become the day. Unload, pace, place. Every 3 meters he marked the intended line with a post, then eased the tractor along to do it again. Bella appeared with the quiet economy of someone who'd already decided to help. "If you hop up on the trailer," he called, "pass me a post every 3 meters as I walk the run." "I'd rather work from the ground," she said, studying the load. "I can walk the trailer and throw them off myself. How tall are these?" 3 meters. Perfect. She laid them end to end, measuring with the posts themselves, leapfrogging wood along grass. It saved time and spared argument. And when she caught Alex watching, he gave her a small, clean grin that said, "Exactly." Once the line was sketched in timber, Alex set the corners like sentence ends. He drove a stake at the start point and at each turn, then tied on baling twine and drew it taut from stake to stake, a bright cord pulling the fence into a straight idea the ground would be asked to honour. He nosed the tractor into position, aligned the trailer with the first mark, and climbed aboard to show Bella how to set a post true. He talked her through the spirit level, bubble-kissing black line, and rammed the first length of wood down while she called depth, palm up when they'd met the buried pencil mark he'd scored on each post. By early afternoon he'd carried the run to the first corner, his shoulders telling the hour with every drive of the rammer. Sweat darkened his shirt despite the cold. They called a truce, went in for bread and something hot, and ate without hurry, because the ground would still be there when they came back. While they'd been bending the field into order, Daz, Robert and Matt had stayed out of their way and in the old farmhouse, clearing rubble until rooms looked almost like places again. Floor joists lay bare, ready for repair. A new ceiling waited its turn. By sundown, the last post stood where it should, corners braced with neat diagonals that stiffened the whole into a promise. Tools were stowed. The tractor, suddenly light without its burden, ticked as it cooled. In the barn, a meal waited, warm plates and the good ache of work done. The others had eaten, watches had already been drawn up. Matt and Robert took first shift. At 2 a.m, Sandra and Daz would relieve them and hold until dawn. Bellies full, hands still smelling of creosote and twine, Bella and Alex lingered a moment with Bernard by the stove, the kind of quiet that isn't empty at all stretching between them. They aimed for first light. The fence wanted finishing. At dawn, frost resigned its hold on the fields. Alex came in from the old farmhouse where he'd slept alone for the sake of quiet. Bella was already up, hair damp from a quick wash, the dog a shadow at her heel. Breakfast was brief and companionable. By mid-morning they had strung the 4 support wires, one at the top, one at the bottom, 2 marching evenly between, and cinched each run until it hummed when plucked. They loaded the chain link onto the trailer and unrolled it beside its future, a silver skin waiting for bone. It was clear at once they'd need more hands to lift it into place. They paused for lunch, letting heat back into their fingers, then fetched the boys. "Gloves," Alex said, catching Daz and Matt by the sleeve of their attention. When they returned, he walked them through the method. Fix the mesh first to the support rail, then secure it to the starter post. Stand it true, pull it to the first corner so he could clip the top run. 1 clip between each post to the top wire, strain the span, then the proper fence clips, those they'd found coiled with the rolls, threaded through the diamonds and bitten tight to the wires. Simple steps that went heavy in the hands. The mesh dragged like wet sailcloth. It fought them, snagged skin through the gloves, tugged shoulders into fire. Alex didn't spare the boys. He pushed them the way the day had pushed him, fair but hard, letting sweat rinse away the last of their mischief. By evening the fence stood upright all along that first reach, and he and Bella moved down the line together, neat as tailors, crimping wire to mesh until it became one thing. What remained were the openings. The quarry gates they'd brought home were meant to roll like barn doors on overhead sliders, and would keep the track sealed without swinging out into trouble. They laid the hardware out on the grass and checked the hangars, making a list in their heads. The field entrance would take corrugated tin, 10-foot sheets fixed to a frame they'd weld up from old galvanized water pipe. It wouldn't be pretty, but it would be honest. Solid, loud in a useful way, and blinding to eyes that didn't need to see. "Another day," Alex said, wiping his hands on his trousers, already counting how many clips they had left, how much tin they could scavenge by dusk tomorrow. "Another day," Bella agreed, looking along the line of new posts, their posts, and seeing in her mind the way the place would hold. That evening the rota took shape at the kitchen table, mugs cooling beside a penciled grid as Matt, Daz, Sandra and Robert carved the night into watchful blocks. It brought Alex and Bella a rare mercy, an early bed and the promise of dawn work with a clear head. Before anyone turned in, Sandra slipped back to Brenda. Days had passed without a flicker. The girl lay deep as winter ground, clean dressings changed, bedding freshened, breath steady but far away. Rachel kept her quiet vigil, fingers forever smoothing the blanket, waiting for the flutter that didn't come. Bernard, on his way to bank the stove, promised he'd look in once more before sleep. First light found Alex and Bella already moving, the kind of wordless efficiency that comes when a plan has its teeth in you. They ate quickly, then hauled their tools to the track. The driveway gate behaved like a small miracle, a boxed kit with instructions that actually matched the parts. Pin, roller, rail, everything married up under the persuasion of a single Allen key. When the panel slid for the first time, neat and noiseless along its track, they traded a look that said, one thing finished, on to the next. The field gate was another creature entirely. They measured and cut old water pipe for the frame, hands blackened, shoulders singing. Scaffolding clamps from the quarry bit down and held like terriers. Then the skin, broad sheets of corrugated tin laced to the frame with fencing wire until the whole rectangle shivered with intent. When they slid it to test, the lower edge rasped against the concrete, an ugly, grating screech that made Alex reach for the spanner. Bella caught his sleeve. "Leave it," she said, listening to the sound climb the yard walls like a siren. "Let the gate talk for us." He let the tool fall back into the box. Some alarms didn't need batteries. By noon, the place looked different in the bones. 2 meters of chain link shouldering the perimeter, corners braced, lines true, gates rolling where gates should. Over bread and tea, they watched the dog scout the inside edge, nose to the wire as if checking the seal, and felt for a brief moment the rare lift of living somewhere that might hold. They went back out with a new kind of attention, the last layer, the one meant not to stop a determined hand so much as to tell the whole farm that a determined hand was there. Between each post, they fixed old corrugated roofing panels, loose enough to chatter. A brush of pliers, a tug at mesh, and the tin would rattle like a flock of startled birds. Then Alex turned to the tripwires. He threaded fishing line along the bottom run of the chain link on all sides, ghost fine and near invisible, and swung it through tiny pulleys he'd cobbled from forgotten Meccano wheels. When he tightened the line, the mechanism woke. A raised firing bolt on each device, tied off to that filament. Cut the fence and you'd cut the line and the pin would jump, the spring would drop, the shell would bark. No heroics, just time bought and ground held. By late afternoon, the farm had found its new voice. Gates that shrieked when moved, tin that tattled when touched, wires that would speak for them if hands came in the dark. Alex wiped his palms on his trousers and took one slow look along the perimeter. Bella followed his gaze, reading the day the same way, work you could point to, a circle drawn a little tighter around the people inside. Chapter 26. Unexpected Visitor. Alex had promised himself a lie-in, half a morning to let bruised muscles unknot after days of driving posts and hauling wire, but the farm had other ideas. A sharp crack split the quiet, the unmistakable bark of a tripwire shell. He was upright before the sound rolled away, crossing to the window with sleep still clinging to him. Down on the track, a thin figure waited by the new gate. Bernard was already striding out to meet him, unarmed, of course, which sent a cold prickle across the back of Alex's neck. Boots, trousers, key ring. He was out the door and running the yard before the kettle could think to boil. Up close, the elder was no silhouette, but a man with a face like folded parchment and a tremor in his hands. Bernard knew him, that much was clear. But Bernard was patting his pockets, baffled by the Chubb padlock. Alex's stomach dipped as the memory landed. He'd pocketed the key last night, promising himself he'd leave it on the hook. He hadn't. "Alex, the key?" Bernard called, breath clouding. "He's a friend, Vincent the vet. He brought Brenda's medication. His place was hit in the night." Alex had the shackle loose in 3 heartbeats. Up close, Vincent wore the night's violence on his skin. Thin cuts along his cheek, a purpling crescent under one eye. Yet his posture held that stubborn grace of men who've mended animals in rain and mud for half a century. They got him to the barn and settled him on a hay bale by the stove. Bernard thrust a mug into his hands. The steam rose between them like a small mercy. "What happened?" Bernard asked, voice softened but edged with worry. Vincent steadied the cup, drew a breath that hitched in the middle. "Late. I was deep asleep. 4 men forced the door. Your shotgun was still in the kitchen where you left it for me." His mouth pulled tight. "They were hunting drugs, fentanyl, morphine, whatever the stories say a vet keeps by the crate." He sipped and colour crept back into his lips. "I moved the strong stuff days ago. Cellar, old ammunition tins from the war. They hold the cold like a larder. I told them I was retired, no license, nothing on site. They believed enough to leave." His eyes flicked to Bernard, apologetic and pleading all at once. "I didn't feel safe staying. I came here, if it's not an imposition." Bernard's answer was immediate, the kind that lands like a hand on the shoulder. "You did right. You're welcome, Vincent, as long as you need. We'll get you back for essentials when you've caught your breath." "Truly?" The relief in Vincent's face made him look 10 years younger and 20 older at once. "I can't face that house in the dark again, not yet." "We're all in the barn for now," Bernard added, practical kindness in the details. "Straw beds, hot meals, hope to be back in the house within a week. It's not fancy, but it's sound." "It'll be like a hotel after last night," Vincent said, managing a wan smile. Bernard turned to Alex. "Can we run him home in an hour?" Alex weighed the ask. "Depends how much we're hauling." "More than a satchel," Vincent admitted. "The drugs from the cellar, food, clothes, blankets, and my dogs. 3 of them. I feed to last month's." Bernard nodded before the sentence finished. "We'll make room. Then we take the bus," Alex decided. "Easier than the tractor for bulk. I'll fuel and strip it so we've space." Outside, the air had that bright bite of mid-morning. Alex bled diesel into the tank, then waved Matt and Daz over. Together they gutted the interior, bolts groaning, seats clattering to the yard, until only the rear bench and 2 doubles remained. A bit of aisle, a bit of tie-down. Something you could load in a hurry and unload faster. Bella found him elbow-deep in spanners. "I'm coming," she said, already half-turned toward the gate. He shook his head, gentle but firm. "Not this run. Me, Bernard, Vincent, and the lads for the lifting. If we all go, the farm's soft. We need eyes and a bow here." Her mouth flattened with the argument he could see forming, then she swallowed it, sense winning over pride. "Fine," she said, and the fine meant, "Be careful." While Alex worked, Sandra took stock of Vincent. Cuts cleaned, ribs pressed, questions asked with a nurse's patience. Shaken, yes. Broken, no. She cleared him to be useful again, which was the best medicine they had. Vincent, warming his hands near the stove, let his gaze climb the timbers of the barn and the cloth partitions and the life they'd stitched together from salvage. A new crease surfaced between his brows. "Where's Marjorie?" Silence drew every eye. Bernard's answer came thin and steady. "She died in the fire on Sunday. We buried her in the flower garden." His eyes didn't leave Vincent's. "That's why we're here for now. The house will stand again, but not today." "I'm sorry," Vincent breathed. The words came small and sincere. "How are you managing?" Before Bernard could gather the right shape of truth, Alex stepped back through the door, hands black with old grease and purpose. "Bus is ready." It had taken longer than the promised hour, but no one thought to say it. They filed out together, the old vet with his mug set carefully on the sill, Bernard with his jaw set and keys in his fist, Matt and Daz shouldering the last of the loose seats. And the bus coughed to life, diesel rattling low in its chest like a vow. Chapter 27. a reluctant move. When the bus pulled away, Bella slid the gate shut and turned the key. Alex had pressed into her palm, feeling the weight of it settle like a promise. She climbed to the milking parlour attic with the dog at her heels, craving the hush that lived up there among the rafters and dust, a perch above the slow churn of the yard. Below, the children were already testing the license of the new fence, racing the perimeter with shrieks and laughter that sounded rare and almost reckless in a world so altered. Her father, stubbornly useful despite the angry throb in his shoulder, worried kindling down to neat, fragrant sticks. The arm was better, not right, but enough. In the wash space Sandra had claimed as her own, the tin bath, yesterday a saviour, now a workhorse, served as a laundry trough on a makeshift table. She worked through a mountain of clothes with the steady economy of a woman who knew there'd always be another pile. And in the curtained corner, Rachel kept faith by Brenda's side, measuring the long minutes with touch and the lift and fall of breath. Bella let the quiet fill her. The fence rose complete around them, a ring of work and will, and in her head she walked the line again, the stretch of posts, the wire, the clatter-prone tin. When the house was habitable, they'd do it all again, another barrier thrown a few metres beyond the first. Her hands remembered the ache of gripping uprights, the raw crescents from wire, a sting that meant safe, at least for today. And there was still the small paddock behind the chicken shed to ring in for the sheep, if any chain link survived the outer run. Alex had said as much. She'd nodded, knowing what that meant for her palms. The dog pressed into her shin, anchoring her to something gentler. Vincent had 3 dogs of his own, he'd said. She caught herself wondering what shapes and tempers they'd bring into the barn. She studied the nameless creature, nosing her hand. "We ought to fix that," she murmured, tasting names like fruit. When Sheba came, she knew it was right, something regal in the lift of the ears and the unbothered gaze. Sheba. She tried again. The head tipped, curious and approving, as if they'd agreed. Miles away, a different quiet rang wrong in Alex's ears. Vincent had promised dogs, 3 of them, and yet the yard lay strangely hushed. He asked. Vincent crooked a finger and led him behind the house, through a tuck of trees to a hidden cottage reworked into a little surgery with tiled walls and steel shine. The adjacent room told the rest, cages in tidy ranks, a heavy door with rubber seals, silence until Vincent turned the handle. Then sound broke loose, barks ricocheting in a clatter of joy and complaint, the sudden life of a dozen dog throats freed from a soundproofed box. "We'll need carriers," Alex said, already dividing jobs. The boys would help Vincent Creighton lift. He'd watch the yard and the bus. The cellar gave up its hoarded medicines, glass vials in cardboard sleeves, antibiotic ampoules, saline bags wrapped in plastic. They moved them as carefully as eggs. Vincent, practical to the bone, said the quiet part out loud. Much of it would serve people as well as animals now. Leaving any of it behind wasn't an option. The ride home smelled like wet fur and old fear, a fog of dog breath and disinfectant that made Alex long for clean air and coffee. The bus rattled and boomed with paws and crates, a chorus as relentless as the fences had been. When the farm's gate appeared at the end of the lane, Bella was already there, swinging it wide. Sheba trotted out to meet the newcomers, tail high, the diplomat of the yard. Alex parked, rolled his shoulders, and went in search of bitterness in a mug to burn the taste of the trip away. Bernard and Vincent joined him by the stove, and for a minute the 3 of them let heat and steam turn the morning toward normal. Alex, watching the level in the jar of ground beans, couldn't help thinking of oceans and borders, and how far coffee truly was from this place. He doubted any was growing within 1,000 miles. "Where did they all come from?" he asked, nodding toward the bus. Vincent warmed his hands round the mug. "The Australian sheepdog is Mrs. Greenway's, cottage by the canal. She left him with me to visit her daughter in France. I doubt she'll be back. The Jack Russell was a stray. Rescue brought him with a torn face and no claimants. And the Rottweiler pup belonged to a man who died a few weeks ago. Family wanted none of it. I promised a home when I could." His gaze drifted to the door. Everything else was collected before Friday, before the lights went. Introductions went by way of noses, curious sniffs, a warning growl or two, then skittering joy. The sheepdog glued himself to Matt in a single-session courtship. The stocky pup adopted Daz with uncomplicated faith. The Jack Russell chose the girl as if she'd always been his. Bernard frowned at logistics until Alex pointed at the shed by the workshop. Straw down, bowls in, latch mended, we make them a place. Bella came in on a gust of frustration. I can't get those two to lift a finger with the bus, she said, jaw tight. Dad, can you make them move? I'll do it, Bernard said, rising with the authority of a man who'd spent his life getting things done. Outside, his voice carried across the yard, firm, not unkind, the cadence of instructions that expected obedience. Unload first, straw down next. Dogs housed and watered before any playing. Food to the cellar and the side store. Ammunition to the lockup. When he came back in, tea still warm, the barn felt orderly again. An hour later he stepped out to check and found the checklist turned into facts. The bus stripped, the shed lined with straw, water buckets set, feed tins labelled. The boys, now paid in dog affection, let themselves fall into the simple joy of a game of chase and roll. Bernard set a hand on the shed door and kept them on task. Bowls filled, night latches, then inside, supper's up, bring Bobby and the little one. They barely made it to the table before the chorus ignited, sharp, overlapping barks from the shed that spun every head toward the yard. Sheba, asleep near the stove, lifted her head, whined high, then flung her own voice at the door, a warning that hit bone. Alex was already moving, chair skidding back, hand finding the crossbow by feel. Out beyond the barn, a hard report cracked the afternoon, the flat slam of a shell, not a gunfight, but the engineered thunder of a tripwire alarm, rolling back off the hedges with a promise. Something was at the fence. Chapter 28. Man in a black coat. The barking broke like surf, layered, frantic, overlapping, before anyone understood why. Alex was already moving, boots catching splinters as he shouldered through the barn door into the harp-string light of late afternoon. For a heartbeat the yard lay empty, only the fence quivering with the echo of the tripwire's blast. Then the dogs fixed as one, noses like compass needles, and there he was. A figure in a long black coat, cutting across the far field toward the dark rim of the reservoir, legs churning, coat flaring with each stride. Matt brought the rifle up on instinct, breath caught at the sight of the exposed back. Alex's hand came down, steady and absolute, folding the barrel earthward. "He's running," Alex said, voice low but edged. "A shot now wastes a round and writes nothing." Matt's jaw tightened. "And your tripwires? Blowing shells for a scare? That's not wasting." "They buy us time," Alex answered, meeting his glare. "If you've a better bell to ring in the night, I'll rig it with you." The dogs needed hands on fur and words in calm tones before their rackets softened to a watchful grumble. One by one, everyone drifted inside, leaving Alex in the yard with the wind threading through the hedge and the image of that black coat shrinking into distance. Footsteps approached. Bella slid in beside him, reading his set face. "What's ticking in there?" she asked. "Matt's not wrong," he admitted. "We need noise that resets. Something loud on the track without burning powder." Bella's gaze tracked the fence, the track, the rise of the trees. "The bell," she said at last. "Hang it so a trip knocks it free. Let gravity do the shouting." Alex turned the thought over, saw the shape of it. "It'll carry in the night," he said, already walking toward the shed. They argued their way through the details, discarding the neat ideas that would tangle in rain or freeze in frost. In the end, they pushed the shotgun shell tripwire deeper into the trees to keep the woods honest and strung a new line over the track's chain-link run. The bell went high on a simple perch, tied to a hairline of fishing line. Trip the line, drop the bell. The first test clinked rather than sang, the sound swallowed by open air. Bella frowned, then snapped her fingers. "Make it hit something rude," she said. 2 old oil drums and a sun-faded sheet of corrugated tin later, they had a stage. The bell fell, struck the tin. The tin leapt off the drums in a clattering collapse that turned every dog in the yard into an alarm. The noise bucked down the track and came back off the hedgerows like metal thunder. "That's more like it," Bella said, hair in her eyes, grinning despite herself. Faces appeared in the barn doorway, half worried, half curious. Alex lifted his hands. "Working as intended," he called, and he and Bella tapped palms, more relief than celebration. With the light thinning, the rotor settled itself. Matt and Daz took the first watch. Long faces, but no arguments this time. Robert tucked Bobby in, skinning a smile over the boys' questions. Sandra coaxed the little girl through the soft fall into sleep. When the children were settled, they gathered around the table, Bernard already coaxing steam out of mugs, the barn's heat breathing into cold corners. Bella broke the quiet. "Even once the house is patched, we'll be short of beds," she said, eyes on the plan more than the people. "I've been thinking about the milking parlour." Her father's eyebrow rose. "Go on, then." Bernard nodded toward her. "Let's hear it." She laid it out. Floor stiffened with heavy ply, lighter board for walls and ceiling, straw packed as insulation where timber wouldn't reach, doors sealed against draught and trouble. "We can cut 4 rooms on the ground, 2 more tucked into the upper wall by the windows. The plumbing's there already. We make warmth and doors that close." Robert spread his hands. "It's no small job." "It isn't," Bella agreed, unflinching. "But the farmhouse won't hold us all, and winter won't be kind." "And who's sleeping where in your grand design?" he pressed, a flicker of scepticism masking worry. Bernard set his mug down with a soft click. "Let's not swat ideas out of the air because they're large. Large is what we have now." Alex leaned in, bridging the space. "It's sound. The shell's true, the roof decent. We seal it and it'll keep heat where we need it." He glanced at Bernard. "Better than fighting the hill with one stove." Bernard's voice gentled, conviction underneath. "Up here the cold gets into your bones and tells stories you don't want to hear. A tight parlour will hold the warmth. You know it, Robert. You've thawed your hands at this stove after a January morning. Doors on, straw in the walls, we'll have ourselves a wintering place." Robert blew out a breath that wasn't quite surrender. "Whatever," he muttered and rose, the word more tired than barbed. He walked off toward his bed in the barn's hush. Bernard watched him go, then turned back to Bella with a smile that creased his whole face. "Don't let him sour it. He's learning the pace of you, and it's faster than the girl he remembers." Alex scratched at the table's scarred edge, half-smile crooking. "I suppose this means I'm foreman of renovations," he said. "Lucky for you, I work cheap. Pay me in stew and tolerable company." "We owe you more than we can put on a ledger," Bernard replied. "I know your uncle pulls at you from the north. I know it each time you look at the road, but you've kept us upright." Alex rubbed the heels of his hands over tired eyes. "We'll keep at it," he said. "Wake me when it's time to relieve the lads." Somewhere outside, the bell settled back onto its improvised stage with a soft metal sigh. The dogs turned in their straw, one by one. In the rafters, the barn's old timbers answered the cooling night, and the fence beyond them held its line in the dark. Chapter 29. Educating Bella. By the time the kettle sighed and the porridge bowls were scraped clean, 2 chairs at the long table still sat empty. Rachel's absence raised no eyebrows. She kept to her vigil beside Brenda each morning, but Roberts had weight. Bernard, who had watched his son slip out in the grey slice of dawn, lifted a shoulder as if to dislodge the worry. "There's only so far he can wander," he said, practical as ever. "We're fenced in." Bella nodded, fingers wrapped round her mug. "And only Alex and I have the gate keys." "He'll turn up," Bernard concluded, and with that the talk folded back into the small comforts of breakfast. When the plates were stacked away, Alex vanished into the house with a coil of quiet determination, surfacing among the scorched joists and blistered plaster, like a diver returning to a familiar wreck. From the kitchen below, Bella watched him through the gap where the ceiling had burned away, hands measuring, eye squinting to a line only he could see, until his voice came down to her. "Bella, I could use another pair of hands." "On my way." Together they ran the tape, calling out numbers that would become edges and corners, then down again to the yard where they set a plywood sheet across trestles and made themselves a workbench. The handsaw Bernard had kept oiled for decades sang a neat, steady song as Alex cut to the pencil marks, and the 2 of them shouldered the first panel upstairs, easing it into place until it nestled flush. Twice more they descended, measured, cut, and carried, each piece sliding home with the quiet satisfaction of a puzzle solved. The drill, rescued from the quarry, charged against luck and generator, bit cleanly as Alex stitched the boards to the strengthened beams. Then the walls. narrow sheets trimmed in the yard and fixed to the studwork until the raw frame remembered its shape. A stepladder, a pocket of nails, and Alex was up among the rafters, sistering bruised ceiling joists before the thin ply went up to close the room against weather and memory. It was only when he stood at the bedroom door and looked down into the kitchen that the other problem lifted its hand. Above the stove, the wires had gone to cinders. Replacing the ceiling without replacing them would be a lie. "I know the theory," he admitted, wiping dust from his face, "not the trade. The sheds turned up nothing. Bernard spread his palms. No cable here. Over tea they walked the options. Daniel's? Tom's? Alex had combed both. No wired outbuildings, no stores. Vincent, passing with the lift and stoop of a man not yet done with pain, paused at the word wired. When he understood, his expression cleared. "I've reels at mine," he said. "Leftovers from turning the cottage into surgery rooms. You're welcome to them." Alex's thanks were immediate, practical. "I'd like to see what you've got. Will you come? Choose what we shouldn't leave behind." Bernard's eyes narrowed with concern. "Are you fit for it?" "Bruised is all," Vincent said, and in the small pause that followed added, "There are other things I'd collect from the surgery. It would be no wasted trip." After lunch, then, Alex decided. While the men planned, the farm settled into its noon rhythm. Robert reappeared without fanfare, his bad arm strapped close but useful enough to split kindling to a basketful. The dull thock of the axe paced the yard. The little girl, silent still, but less tightly wound, shared the Jack Russell's orbit, and Bobby's laughter chased them both round the hard-packed earth, three small bodies loosening each other's fear by sheer insistence on play. Bernard, a man who had counted his mornings by chores his whole life, took back the milking, the feeding, the egg-collecting with quiet contentment, watching how the child's face lifted each time Bobby called her to run. In the lee of the barn, Bella and Bernard tackled a different kind of preparation. They dragged out the old sawhorse and set a wind-fallen trunk across it, one of the long lengths the Forestry Commission had sold off when they cleared the stand near the boundary. It was the sort of timber stack that promised a year's fires if cut and stacked right. Bernard showed her the long, even pull of the bow saw, how to let the teeth do the work. When the rhythm settled into her shoulders, he fetched out his chainsaw, a relic so old it looked like a museum piece. A new edge on the chain, a wash of oil, a splash of petrol, and it coughed itself awake, eager as a dog at the door. In its buzz and bite, Bella felt the satisfaction of work that answered immediately to effort. They were sweeping sawdust when the jeep rolled back into the yard, nose heavy with boxes. Cable coiled like sleeping snakes looped the back. On top of it, a jumble of fittings and a neat cache of Vincent's veterinary kit. Everything he could not afford to leave for strangers with quick hands and slower consciences. Vincent and Bernard steered the traffic, dispatching Matt and Daz to unload to cellar, barn, and shed. Only when the last coil was stacked did the three older ones step aside for tea, steam in their faces, and the relief of a task half done in their bones. The scream that followed knifed through the barn, high and unambiguous, all the air gone out of the space between syllables. It came from Brenda's room. Cups clattered, chairs scraped back. For an instant, no one moved. Then the whole farm was in motion. Chapter 30. Daz and Matt get their hands dirty. The scream knifed through the barn before the tea had cooled. Sandra was already moving, medical bag in hand, when Rachel stumbled into the passageway, white-faced and wild-eyed. "In here," Sandra said, guiding her back. "Stay with her." She shooed Vincent and Bernard out with a firm flick of the wrist, then bent to Brenda, voice low and steady, while Rachel laced their fingers together. It took morphine and murmured reassurances before the panic loosened its grip. "My arm," Brenda gasped, horror breaking across her features. "Where's my arm?" Sandra met her eyes, unflinching. "The bones were shattered, love. Leaving it meant infection, meant losing you. We couldn't risk that. How do I live like this?" Tears brimmed and spilled. My arm. "You learn," Sandra said, gentle but iron-backed. "Not today, not tomorrow, but you will. We'll make sure of it." The door banged, and in tumbled Bobby with the quiet girl, the little Jack Russell at their heels, Matt and Daz behind them. Bernard intercepted the flurry, voice pitched calm. "She's woken up," he told them, keeping his body in the doorway. It's a shock, that's all. She'll mend now." "Grandad, where's Dad?" Bobby asked, peering past him. "Playing hide-and-seek," Bernard said with a smile he didn't quite feel. "Go see if you can win this round, and tell him there's a hot tea waiting." He turned to the older boys, slipping command into the space Panic had left. "Feed the dogs first. Then let the goats out, muck the shed, fresh straw throughout, and pen them again. Properly. Only after they're penned do the dogs get a run. Goats and dogs don't share the yard. Clear?" They nodded and scattered. In the milking parlour, Bella worked to the rhythm of metal and breath. The stall frames came apart cleanly where grub screws yielded to an Allen key. The rusted anchor bolts along floor and wall promised a longer fight. Sheba's bark tore through the quiet, and Bella's bow was in her hand before thought caught up. She sprinted into the yard, only to skid to a halt at the sight of goats cavorting in a joyous, disobedient flock. Sheba sat, head cocked, enjoying the show as if she'd ordered it. Across the way, Matt and Daz were hip-deep in old straw, clearly the culprits behind the free-range celebration. Alex stepped out of the house, drawing Bella's eye. "Perfect timing. Give me a hand with the kitchen ceiling boards. Wiring's done. I want one last check before we close it." He topped the generator's tank, listened to its beat, then walked the house while circuits thinned and brightened under his tests. Satisfied, he killed the motor. Together they lifted boards and drove home screws until the kitchen felt like a room again rather than a wound. Back in the barn, the report was short and honest. "Structure's sound," Alex said. "Roof, walls, floors, ceilings, done. What we're missing is paint and something to eat at. The bedroom over the kitchen's empty. The fire took everything in it." "Paint?" he asked Bernard. "In the garage," Bernard replied. "White emulsion, a few tins." Alex grimaced theatrically. "Only job I despise. Find me other hands for that one." Bernard's chuckle had a conspirator's edge. "I can think of two. They're ankle-deep in goat muck and still owe the chicken house and pig pen after. Especially Matt. He could dodge work in his sleep." "I'll paint," Vincent offered, brightening. "It soothes the mind. Hand me a brush." "And I'll join him," Sandra said from the doorway, a smile finally loosening her face. "I'm decent with a roller." Furniture solved itself in Vincent's next breath. "Take what you need from my place. Carpets, too. I doubt I'll go back. There's a Welsh dresser in the dining room that would suit the kitchen if you can shift it." "We'll make a run tomorrow," Alex said, thinking aloud. "Bernard, you drive Vincent in the Jeep. I'll take the tractor and trailer with the boys for the heavy stuff. Bella, I'll stay," she finished. "There's plenty of steel to get out in the parlour." Matt crashed in, flushed and sweating. "The goats, we can't pen them. They jink around the gate." Bernard didn't waste breath. He crossed to the shed and unclipped the Australian sheepdog. Names weren't needed. Instinct spoke faster. The dog slipped into a wide arc, and the goats gathered as if remembering an old rule, flowing toward the pen. Bernard signalled. Matt and Daz hauled the gate wide, and the flock poured through. Sheba watched, pleased, queen of the sidelines. As the bolt slid home, Bernard turned to the boys with grandfatherly mercy nowhere in sight. "Shower. Now. Fresh clothes. You smell like you wrestled the muck and lost." Their groans trailed toward the barn's washroom. The yard exhaled. Inside, morphine softened the edges of a new reality. Outside, the work of stitching a life back together went on. One pen, one plank, one small obedience at a time. Chapter 31. Robert is missing. Bobby pushed through the barn door with the little girl at his side and the Jack Russell skittering at his heels, worry pulling his mouth thin. "I've looked everywhere for Dad," he said, voice trembling in the warm, straw-scented air. Even shouted I was giving up so he'd come out. He didn't answer. "Grandad, do you know where he's hiding?" Bernard's sigh ran deep. "I don't, lad, but we won't sit wringing our hands." He rose, old joints protesting as he reached for his coat. "We'll fan out and look, all of us." A hush settled as the others gathered. Glances traded, the same thought passing among them. No one had seen Robert all day. Bernard parcelled out the land by habit, yard and sheds, house and milking parlour, hedge runs, the far paddock, sending pairs into the dusk like beads on a rosary. They combed familiar paths twice over, checked doors and lofts and corners where a man might fold himself small. Nothing. Back in the yard, Bernard crouched to Bobby's height and gentled him toward the house. One more sweep of the bedrooms, eh? Look under beds, in cupboards. Take your time. The boy nodded and went, the little Jack Russell pattering along. Bernard straightened, brow creased. Keys, he said, turning to Alex. Yours and Bella's? Still on you? They're the only set for the big padlock. Bella lifted the loop from beneath her jumper, metal winking. Always. Alex patted his pocket. Mine too. No spares that I know of. The side gate to the paddock? Bernard asked, already glancing that way. It doesn't lock, Alex said, raking a hand through his hair. Opens only from our side. We never thought to padlock it. A beat of quiet took them. The implication arrived and sat between them like a guest without a name. He might have taken that route, Bernard said at last, voice low. Why he'd go and where? That's the thorn. Sandra rubbed at her temples, exhaustion shadowing her eyes. He was wound tight last night. Maybe he went to walk it off, clear his head. Bella looked toward the paling fields. It's nearly dark. He should have been back. Bobby returned, anxious and breathless. We checked everywhere, even the bathroom. He's not there. Bella put a hand on his shoulder. He may have just gone for air, she said, the words offered like a blanket. He'll come back. Alex felt the room tilt toward worry that could harden into panic if they let it. He stood, decision made. I'll go. He can't have gone far. To blunt the edge of waiting, Sandra settled Bobby and the little girl with a game on the hearthrug, the Jack Russell dancing around their knees. Alex crossed to the gun rack, slid shells into the shotgun with the muscle memory of grim routine, and caught, at the edge of his vision, Bella buckling on her quiver. She pressed the front gate key into Bernard's palm. If we go out the side gate, she said, meeting Alex's eyes before anyone could protest, someone will need this to let us back in. Bella, Bernard began. It isn't a discussion, she said softly, iron beneath it. Alex only nodded. He looped binoculars and torches over his shoulder and stepped into the evening. Bella fell in behind, matching his pace. At the paddock gate, he lifted the latch, eased it shut behind them, and motioned her back a stride or two. He wasn't much of a tracker, but he knew how the ground told stories if you asked the right way. It didn't take long. In the last of the light, the sward ran smooth, then broke. Here a tuft lay pressed, there a sweep of bent grass, all leaning toward the woods. He raised the binoculars, raked the hedgerow and the approach to the trees, found only stillness. Look, he murmured, pointing at their feet. See how the blades lean in two smudged lanes? That's traffic, twice over, the kind you make when you're hurrying, into the trees. We pick up the pace. She crouched, fingers brushing the flattened stems. I see it. Let's go. The mile-wide hedge at the wood's edge was old and stubborn, plated by seasons. Whatever had passed here had followed it. They ghosted along the boundary, eyes on the ground, until the grass turned to testimony. A patch churned and flattened as if something or someone had rolled and fought there. No stock should be out, Alex said, frowning. The sheep are penned. They are, Bella said, frown answering his. No one's let them loose. He held up a hand and eased forward alone, scanning. A print showed itself, clear as an inked thumb, trainer tread, light, modern. A few feet on, another print, deeper, broader, a right boot. Then again, a right boot, different tread. Two rights, two boots, two men. He followed the line to where the grass softened toward leaf mould and saw the darker script, drag marks raking the ground between the prints, and small flecks drying brown on green. Bella. He pitched his voice to a whisper that would not carry. Come look, it's not easy. She braced and still recoiled at the clarity. 3 sets, she breathed, 2 carrying, 1 being pulled. And that looks like... Her breath hitched. Is that blood? She surged toward the trees and he caught her wrist, gentle but immovable. You don't know what's in there, he said, low. If they're waiting or not alone, we could walk straight into it. He tipped his head toward a thin gap in the hedge farther back. We'll circle. Go in quiet, swing wide. We need our heads as much as our hearts. Her jaw worked, the fight ebbed to resolve. Fine, she said, but quickly, if he's hurt. They doubled back a few 100 yards and slid through the breach, stepping soft under the canopy. Every few paces Alex stopped and breathed, tasting the air, searching it for the stale bite of cigarettes or the sweet tang of wood smoke. Listening, he whispered when she glanced over, and smelling. The trees parted ahead to reveal a rutted lane, a logging track maybe, or the old line farm vehicles used. The soil here held no fresh story, no prints, no scuffs, no wet shine of oil. They angled right to arc behind where the drag had pointed, then left west along the track, hunting sign. When it came, it was almost a relief, a pattern pressed in mud that Alex knew at a glance. The broad-knuckled bite of an old Land Rover's tyres, 16-inch aggressive tread. He saw his uncle's hands again, oil-blackened, fitting just such a wheel to an old series. They followed the marks until the lane spat them onto tarmac. On the road, the tracks sharpened and swung north, out of sight and beyond the reach of feet, with only dusk left to spend. Alex lowered the binoculars and let the silence confirm what they both knew. "We won't catch a vehicle on foot," he said quietly. "Not tonight. We go back, tell them what we've found, plan for wheels at first light." Bella swallowed, eyes on the black ribbon of road stretching away. For a heartbeat her face broke, fear and fury and love tangled, then steadied. "All right," she said, "but we come back at dawn." They turned for home, skirting the hedges, moving fast and careful beneath the first cold stars, two small figures threading the edge of a dark wood, carrying bad news and not yet letting it become despair. Chapter 32, The Ransom. By the time they reached the farm, Sandra had shepherded the children to bed and closed the barn door on their small, warm world. Bella and Alex gave their account in quick, tight sentences. The bent grass, the drag marks, the blood flecks, and the room took it in with the kind of silence that has weight. A dozen impulses tugged at once. Alex's rose first. "I can take the jeep now, sweep the lanes, the logging track." Bernard's answer cut cleanly through the thought. "No. In the dark, you're a lantern on wheels. Headlights will flag you from a mile. First light is 8 hours away. We use them." "But, Grandad," Bella's protest snagged on his tone before it fully formed. "I know what you're feeling," Bernard said, voice firm but father soft. "He's my son. But we don't gamble him or any of us in the worst conditions. We wait for dawn." The words landed right. They just didn't comfort. Frustration sparking at her heels, Bella left in a rush. "Go after her," Bernard told Alex, gentling now. "Don't let her do anything brave and foolish." He found her in the milking parlour, the shadows long across concrete and steel. She was braced at a run of rust-bitten cubicles, spanner set to a bolt that had no intention of moving. Each grunt of effort rang off the walls. The dog watched from a few paces off, head canted, eyes full of worry. The bolt refused again, and Bella's patience snapped. The spanner clanged across the floor. She slid down the wall and folded into Sheba's neck, breath hitching. "Bella," he said quietly. She kept her gaze on the dog's fur, jaw set. He waited a beat, then another. "He's right," Alex said at last, careful as if setting down glass. "Going now tells them we're coming. Dawn's dim, ours to use. We'll have sign to read, not just black. And we know what we're looking for. Old tyres, maybe a Land Rover. In the dark, we miss what matters." Her eyes shone, anger warring with grief. "Every minute he's out there, he's not like us, Alex. He's hurt. I know," he said, and meant it. "We leave at first light, I swear it. Until then, come up top. We can watch the track from there. It's better than standing here and thinking." He headed for the stair, hoping she would follow. Words had never been his sharpest tools where feelings were concerned. The dog made the decision for them, nosing Bella's hand until she got to her feet and came after him into the dim, familiar attic with its slit of a view and its smell of dust and old hay. For a while, the silence held. Sheba settled against Bella's leg, a warm anchor, and the weight of the day finally tugged Bella under. Alex kept watch, scanning the track, the trees, the seam of field and hedge. At some unnoticed point, exhaustion slipped its fingers over his eyes too. The bell's harsh clatter on tin ripped him awake. Then the roofing sheet crashed down in a braying metallic rattle that sent every dog on the place into full voice. He shoved to the hatch, mind catching up to body, and there, at the gate, stood a figure tall and black against the paling sky, a wide-brimmed hat turning him into a cutout. Alex brought the crossbow up, its line steady. Beside him, Bella startled. Sheba's growl unspooled low and dangerous, distinct from the pack's scatter of barking. The man cupped his hands and bellowed, voice big enough to find every corner of the yard. "I want to speak to Bernard." Bernard was already moving, the old 303 in his hands, held not quite at the shoulder. He stepped into the yard's open middle, like a man who knows that posture can be a kind of armour. "I'm Bernard," he said. "Say your piece." "I've got your boy." The stranger's words came smooth, practiced. "Do as I say, and he breathes. Refuse, and you'll collect a corpse. Fill that bus, every tin, every drum, every gun, and leave it on the dam's centre. 36 hours. He didn't wait for reply. He turned, long coat splitting at the stride, and the sound that followed was ugly and intimate. A Land Rover, if Alex had ever heard one, coughing into motion and growling away. They gathered in the yard, 3 circles of worry overlapping. Alex with the weapon lowered, but not forgotten. Bella with her hands in fists and her mouth tight. Bernard with his sorrow like a seam through iron. The cold bit harder now. "We can't pay that price," Alex said, urgency threading his voice. "Food and fuel are winter and spring. Guns handed over might come back at us. We need another path." Bella shook, not with fear, but with refusal. "We do whatever gets him home. I won't lose him. Nothing else matters." "Alex is right," Bernard said gently, and her head snapped toward him. He went on anyway. "He knew too much. Bus, fuel, the measure of what we've got. Your father must have told them some things to keep them from breaking him, or they'd have learned them another way. But he can't have seen the cellar, the full store. He hasn't been up and down the bus. That detail came from pressure or from watching. Either way, we need a plan that keeps him alive without handing them our throat." Alex was thinking aloud now, assembling the man in the hat, his calm, his timeline. He believes the hostage is his shield. If he kills Robert early, he loses his leverage and he's left with a straight fight. I don't think he wants one, not if we're careful. He looked toward the reservoir, a dark plate beginning to catch dawn's first dull light. "Bernard, anywhere near the dam they could hole up? Somewhere with line of sight?" "There's an old place on our side," Bernard said, "tumble down. But if he named the middle of the dam, I'd wager he's set up opposite. There are buildings down that way." "Then we look from that side," Alex said. "Tonight, without crossing the dam." Bernard nodded toward the house. "Map." He was back in a minute with an ordnance survey sheet, old pink fading at the folds. He spread it on the table. Fingers that had traced these fields all his life walked the grid. "Round the north end, down the east bank," he said, tapping. "Here's an old farm building." His finger slid farther. "And here, the new place. Used to be a farmhouse before it got turned into a weekend palace. Owner's got more money than sense and isn't here often." Vincent, listening from the threshold, added quietly, "I've been there once, a dog at the end. Lots of glass. If they're inside, you might see shape and movement from outside." Bernard lifted his gaze, tempering the thread of hope. "It's a mile as the crow flies and a tangle as the man walks, rough going until you hit the old path." Alex nodded, already laying out the day in his head, what to carry, where to crawl, how to wait. "I'll go this afternoon," he said. "Hole up by the old building or in the trees above the dam and move at dusk." He met Bella's eyes, steady. "We'll bring him home, but we won't trade our lives to do it." Chapter 33. The Long Hike. They gathered close around the scarred farmhouse table, voices low, the map between them already softened by use. Ideas rose and fell until one held, simple on the surface, sharp underneath. They would give the kidnappers exactly what they demanded, the bus on the dam at 9. Only it would be a hollow gift. Alex laid it out. He'd siphon the fuel until only a shallow breath remained, enough to get the bus there and barely back. He'd also install a hidden shut-off on the fuel line. Bernard would drive to the exact centre of the dam, set the valve, leave the bus dead where it sat, and walk away, a prize that couldn't be moved. The plan forked in two. First, they would use the night to find Robert and bring him out quietly. Failing that, the bus at 9 would draw the enemy's eyes and feet, and maybe their numbers. 3 men, Alex guessed, possibly more, but the man in black had felt like the kind who depended on certainty, on leverage. If they made that lever slip, to cover Bernard's retreat, Sandra would shadow him in the jeep, far enough behind to remain unseen, close enough to be there when he stepped off the dam and needed wheels. There would be no radios, no shouted updates, just trust in the clock and in one another. Alex worked fast. He bled the bus's tank into jerry cans, spliced the hidden valve, ran the engine until he knew the trick of it, how it coughed when the fuel starved, how it would look like a mechanical failure to anyone who didn't know to reach under and twist a hand's width of metal back to life. When he shouldered his pack, Bella was already there, a decision in boots and dark clothes. He didn't pretend to argue. Her resolve was one of the things he counted on now. Together they revised the team. 3 inside the house meant 3 outside to meet them. Alex, Bella, and, reluctantly, Daz. For bows and for a second rifle if it came to that. Bella would ask him. Alex's recent friction with the boy risked putting pride where there couldn't be any. Sheba would stay. Tell Dad clothes, nothing that snags, Alex said, ticking through the last details. Quiet souls. No dog. They brought Bernard to the bus and showed him the hidden kill switch by touch, not sight. They traced the motion into his hand until he could find it blind. With that, the 3 slipped out along the reservoir's northern edge while the afternoon still held. The land there rose and fell like a ribcage. Moss slicked the rocks, roots ran like knuckles beneath the leaf litter, and the old path, when they found it, announced itself only by the absence of bracken. They placed each foot as if it might crack something important. Sun narrowed to a dull coin behind cloud and trees. By mid-afternoon they reached the abandoned steading Bernard had marked on the map, a low scatter of stone and shadow that had long since surrendered to nettles. They lay still there and watched, letting the quiet tell them what the place was not. No voices, no movement, no shine of glass. It was a good hole to tuck into, not a place anyone had chosen to hold a man. They needed eyes on the far property. Skirting the reservoir's tree line, they traded distance for cover, inching south and east until the house took shape through the veil of branches, big windows glimmering with late light, a modern box grafted onto an old footprint. A bird glow inside suggested a lamp, and somewhere out of sight, a banked fire. Nothing else moved. They counted heartbeats. They counted the breaths between small sounds, the creak of a joist, the faint tick of metal cooling. Dark slid down the slope in layers. When it was thick enough to feel safe inside, Alex touched 2 fingers to Bella's sleeve and pointed, "You, here. Daz, there." He pinched his own line of travel and went low into the trees to work the far side of the house. Minutes had to be wrestled into stillness. They were long and stubborn and gave up nothing, until he came back, a shadow among shadows, and breathed what he had. The oil lamp sat on a coffee table in a big front room. The fire's glow leaked through an open arch. The rest of the house was quiet. He'd seen 3 distinct shapes move, enough to be certain there were at least that many bodies inside. They watched for hours, the cold finding their bones, the quiet fraying their nerves. Then a hinge, a small complaint in an old door. A figure stepped out, paused to listen, then began to drift along the front of the house, the loose, bored circle of a man killing time. Alex tipped his head, gauging distance and angle. Crossbow at that range would mean luck. He glanced to Bella. She understood before he asked. Together whispered, meaning herself and Daz. 2 arrows, 1 breath. Daz nodded, jaw set. They set their feet to the earth, drew until tendons hummed, waited for the turn that would give the rib line, the throat, the undefended seam. Alex gave the smallest count with his hand, 1, 2, released at 3. The figure folded as if a string had been cut. They were on him in seconds, easing the weight out of sight, the darkness swallowing him among the trees. Up close he was heartbreakingly young, soft jaw, barely a beard, a boy dressed in a man's job. They did not speak. Alex closed the eyes he could not unsee. No one came looking. Time unspooled. Perhaps they thought he'd slipped off to sleep or smoke. Perhaps they were used to people disappearing and reappearing without explanation. The house breathed slowly on. At first light, the world thinned to grey. A shape crossed the glass upstairs, tall, hatless, but Alex knew the carriage, the shoulder line, the man in black. A little later, without anyone seeing him open a door, he was gone. The sound of an old engine reached them, teeth rattling, unmistakable. Series 1 Land Rover heading for the dam. Alex hissed air through his teeth. He had wanted them to come together for the swap, to pull bodies out of the house and leave it hollow. No such luck. "Bernard," he said under his breath, though Bernard couldn't hear him. He flicked 2 fingers to Bella and Daz, "Stay," and broke away to angle for the high ground above the dam. He saw the Land Rover long before he could see the face beneath the hat. The man in black idled on the crown of the road, eyes on the horizon. When the bus finally trundled into view, Bernard at the wheel, time knotted tight. Bernard rolled to the centre, stopped exactly where he'd been told, climbed down as if he were only tired of driving, and walked off in the direction specified, slow, unremarkable. Somewhere out of sight, Sandra's jeep sat ready. The man in black gave the road a minute, then two. Satisfied he was alone, he approached the bus, cautious as a fox. He checked inside, saw the emptiness, tried the ignition, heard the betraying cough of a starved line. Rage cracked through the calm. He drove a boot into the tyre and limped back to the Rover, jaw hard enough to break a tooth. Alex couldn't let him return to the house full of questions and suspicion. He set the rifle into his shoulder, found the triangle of hat, ear, collar in the scope and squeezed. The shot cracked and went wide, distance and nerves conspiring, and the man vanished into the shelter of the trees with the speed of someone who had done this dance before. Up at the house, the sound rang like a dropped plate. A door twitched open. A face peered out, flattened by glass and worry, then withdrew. Bella felt her pulse jump in her throat. The neat, silent line they'd walked all night had been cut ragged by that one report. Somewhere between those walls her father waited, hurt, scared, used as a lever. She steadied her breath, reset her grip on the bowstring, and fixed her eyes on the door, because now anything could happen, and when it did, she would have to move. Chapter 34, The Man in Black. Alex kept the tree line in his sights, cheek pressed to the stock, breath pared down to a quiet metronome. Somewhere in that ragged wall of beech and alder, the man in black was crouched, patient or calculating or both. The Series 1 Land Rover squatted uselessly on the dam, two tyres riven and sagging where Alex had needled shots through the sidewalls. If the man meant to disappear, he'd have to do it on foot. Good. Let him run where the ground could betray him. Back at the house, the echo of the shots had rolled and settled like thunder. Bella and Daz lay cold in the undergrowth, eyes on the front door, the air around them tense enough to hum. Neither said what sat between them. Every aggressive move they made might tighten the noose around Robert's throat. Bella kept her bow drawn and prayed, very quietly, that Alex knew exactly what he was doing. The door blew open. A man burst across the threshold, one arm locked tight around Robert's chest, the other hauling a knife up beneath his jaw so hard the skin blanched. His voice rang out, raw with fear and bravado. "Lay down your weapons, show yourselves, or he bleeds out on the step." The house, the trees, the water, everything seemed to lean toward that blade. Bella breathed once and let the world narrow to angles and distance. She watched the knife hand, not the eyes. When the wind lulled, she loosed. Silence held for the blink of a heartbeat. Then the clean, ugly sound of impact, an arrow biting deep. The man staggered, fingers spasming, the knife clattering against the flags. He went to his knees with both hands pawing at his neck. Bella felt the small lurch of a miss. She had aimed for the hollow above the collarbone, but the outcome was final. The threat folded with a heavy, graceless thud. Daz's head snapped to her, shock flaring then collapsing into sharp, admiring disbelief. A moment ago he'd looked ready to argue. Now he looked like a boy who'd just seen a trick he couldn't unsee. Robert stood frozen, ribs heaving against the space where the arm had been. He stared at the fallen man as if the shape might explain the last hour of his life, then turned, searching the brush for whoever had cut the string that tethered him. When he found Bella in the shadows, something in his face went loose with relief and astonishment. They moved fast, low and quiet. Every hinge and corner might still hold a surprise. Every window could become a muzzle. Up close, Robert's eyes were raw with shock and fury, but his voice, when he found it, was practical. Yes, there had been 3. The third, the man in the hat, had left earlier. That truth ran cold down Bella's spine. 2 bodies accounted for did not make the world safe. Daz held the perimeter, eyes combing the angles, rifle anchored, the bow slung to free both hands. He thrust the bow toward Robert without breaking his scan. "For now," he said, an odd, careful gentleness under the adrenaline. Robert took it, grateful just to be holding anything that wasn't a threat. They melted back into the trees, leaves whispering against their sleeves. Relief came in pulses, each one chased by the thought that the man in black was still out there, somewhere between rage and calculation. When they broke through to the deeper cover, Alex turned toward the sound and rose from the brush, rifle already half raised, expecting a hat and a gun and finding his own instead. Bella, Daz, Robert, alive and moving. Good, he said, though the word felt too small for what had just changed. He cut his hand hard to the west. Go, the bus. Hug the damn wall. Don't stop for anything. Urgency rasped through his voice. The window between chance and certainty had narrowed to a seam. Bella clasped Robert's wrist, the bow balanced in his other hand, and together they went, hips low, steps deliberate until the last cover broke. Then they ran. The dam crouched pale under the flat morning light, its low wall just high enough to swallow a body. They dropped behind it the way soldiers drop into trenches and crabbed along, concrete cold against forearms, breath loud in their own ears. Out in the open they were every kind of visible. The wall was the difference between silhouette and target. When the bus appeared, door gaping like a mouth, relief spiked so sharp it almost hurt. They made the last yards at a sprint, climbed and vanished into its dim, oil-scented belly, the slam of the door a quiet, blessed punctuation to a sentence they'd nearly not finished. The moment the bus door slammed behind them, the world narrowed to breath and metal. From that steel cocoon they watched the dam through smeared panes, the scene unfolding in quick, breathless beats. Daz broke first from cover, a dark blur angling for the low wall of the bridge. Stone swallowed him, turned him into a shadow stitched to the concrete. Alex ghosted in behind, the two men moving with the unspoken rhythm of people who had already trusted each other with their lives. They worked the plan without words. Alex lifted, covering the tree line. Daz sprinted for the bus, there then gone, flattening along its flank before hauling himself inside. A heartbeat later Alex followed, the door thudding shut with a hollow ring that felt, for a second, like safety finding its shape. Inside they stayed low, every click and sigh of the bus magnified, every bark from the far-off dogs a needle through taut nerves. Alex reached beneath the seat, flipped the hidden valve with practiced fingers, turned the key. The engine caught and settled into a steady growl. That vibration, ordinary, workmanlike, felt like a hand on the shoulder. They pulled away from the dam, slow at first, then quicker, the reservoir sliding past like a dark, watching eye. No one spoke. Each held their own spool of what if and almost, knuckles pale against the vinyl. The farm's familiar lines rose up from the land and a low murmur ran through the bus, something like relief, but heavier. Sandra and Bernard were already at the gate, small figures framed against the fence, their faces opening into unguarded joy when they glimpsed Robert behind the glass. By the time the bus rocked to a halt in the yard, the gates were swung closed and locked, chain and padlock clacking back into place, as if the farm could shut its eyes for a while. The dogs spilled out, ears up, tails flagging, a brief blessed chaos that smelled of straw and warm fur and home. Robert stepped down carefully, colour leached from his face beneath a patchwork of bruises, livid purples, sallow yellows where blows had already begun to fade. Sandra's hands were gentle but sure as she guided him to the firelight and set to work. The soft tear of gauze, the bite of antiseptic, her mouth a determined line that softened only when she looked him in the eyes. Bobby wedged himself close and would not let go of his father's hand. It made the telling harder, but Robert told it anyway. He spoke in a measured voice about the sudden jolt from behind, the sour reek of a palm over his mouth, the blindfold rasping his skin and throwing his balance into a black well. He told them about the jolting ride and the house near the dam, about questions asked and asked again, about fists that punctuated doubt. He had tried to keep things small, names vague, stores hazy, but fear preys, and pain makes a man guess at what will make it stop. Bobby's grip tightened until his knuckles whitened. He refused Sandra's murmured suggestion to go play with the little girl, only pressing closer, jaw set in a way no child should be. Bernard let the room hold the weight of it, then cleared his throat, the sound both brisk and kind. "That's enough for now. You've done well. Rest." Practicality as comfort, it was how he looked after his own. Around the table, heads dipped in the quiet consent of shared responsibility. Robert thanked them, voice fraying on the edges, gratitude and shame braided together. He said little about the choice that had set him walking that morning. He didn't need to. Regret was already in his eyes. Bella's answer was a hand on his shoulder and a steady look. Not absolution exactly, but the kind of forgiveness that comes bound up with a vow to do better at being each other's people. Something in her had hardened into resolve and gentled into care at the same time. She wore both now like armour. When Bernard asked about the man in black, the air thinned. Alex rubbed his thumb along the bus key, jaw tight. "I took the shot and missed. Put him into the trees," he admitted, the words tasting wrong in his mouth. "He's out there. I don't know where." Uncertainty had its own gravity, and everyone felt the pull. Bernard's reply came low, carrying an old, wary wisdom. He described the man not by features but by feeling. How he filled the space at the gate earlier that dawn, voice too calm for the threat it carried, the way he set terms like he was laying down rules in a game he'd already rigged. Not a desperate scavenger then, but something colder. As Bernard spoke, his hands worried the brim of his cap, and he swallowed once against the memory. Fear sat in him not as panic, but as a bone-deep knowledge of predators. Alex nodded, eyes dark. He had felt it too. The measured confidence, the patience of someone who counted in days, not minutes. Bella tried to raft them all to steadier water. The fence, the alarms, the dogs, the watch. Good sense, all of it. Still, when Bernard flinched at the man's name as if from a draft, nobody corrected the instinct. Some dangers you respected with your whole body. Vincent and Sandra exchanged a glance and said nothing. Their silence wasn't absence, it was assent and worry and a quiet taking of stock. Around them the barn breathed, fire ticking in the stove, mugs cooling on the table, dogs sighing as they settled. For a few hours at least, there was warmth and watchfulness, and the fierce, fragile knowledge that they had brought one of their own home. Outside the wind moved along the fence like a hand testing for weakness, and every ear at the table listened without meaning to. Chapter 35, Revenge in the Cards. The arrow had gone in clean and come out dirty. Deacon stared at the dark hole it left and at the slack, familiar face gone suddenly boyish in death. The cold under his knees seeped up through his trousers as he crouched beside the body, and for a long breath he felt nothing but the grit of soil in his teeth and the dull throb where rage had already begun to bloom. Then the fury arrived. Hot, bright, clarifying. It wasn't only the loss of what he'd wanted from that farm, or the humiliation of being outplayed. It was his brother on the ground with a shaft through him, and the two tires on the old Series 1 sagging flat like punctured lungs. His plan sat crippled beside him, metal and rubber and pride buckling together. He dug the grave himself, because no one else would, his spade biting into earth gone stubborn with late summer dryness. There should have been time for grief. There wasn't. He laid his brother in, back stiff, jaw locked, and covered the last of the face with dirt until the world was neat again, and the only trace left was the square of new-turned soil and the burn of vengeance moving through his chest like strong liquor. Night came down. He built a fire because he needed something to look at while he planned. Orange light licking at the bones of the ruined Land Rover, smoke carrying the smell of sap and old oil. Alone wasn't going to cut it now. This would need bodies, engines, guns, and a man willing to be ugly to get them. Skipton. He could feel the map of it in his feet before he saw the first blacked-out windows. He slipped along the edges where the hedges slumped and the alleys turned to blind pockets, taking the town the way he'd learned to take houses, never straight on, never the obvious way, always with one ear for dogs and one for a latch lifting. He moved like a man who knew how not to be seen, and when he reached the terrace where his cousin kept court, he paused under the shadow of a drain pipe and watched the door for a count of 60. Nothing. The place smelled of fried fat and old beer. The curtains didn't stir. Albion was out. That was a problem with a clock on it. Deacon settled into the doorway of a vacant shop and waited, a patient silhouette within the larger dark, measuring his anger against the slow creep of dawn. When the lock finally clicked and his cousin came up the steps with two of his lads in tow, big-shouldered, meat-eyed, hands heavy with rings, Deacon stepped forward into the light of the bare hallway bulb. "Family," he said, as if the word might be a key. Albion's mouth twitched into something like a smile and didn't stay there. They were a matched set in the eyes, same grey as wet slate, but where Deacon ran hot, Albion ran cold. Old debts stood between them like men with short tempers and long memories. Deacon had skimmed money once, and Albion had never been the forgiving type. "You've got nerve," Albion said softly. His lads shifted, making space without backing off. "Say your piece quick before I decide to break your teeth." Inside. He left the men on the step and let Deacon pass into his territory, the unspoken rule established: talk, but on my floorboards. The living room had that damp old house chill and the stink of too many cigarettes. Albion didn't sit. He stood in the doorway with his arms folded and let Deacon feel the time slipping. "It went wrong," Deacon said. He didn't dress it up. "We went up to a farm by the reservoir. Thought it was soft. It wasn't. They've got numbers more than I figured, and a fence as high as a man, alarms strung like spider silk, and they shoot straight. One of 'em, Kid, a girl, took my brother with a bow." The word landed between them and lay there, flat and heavy. "They've food in the ground and food in the cellar, tin stacked, fuel in jerry cans, more weapons than farmers ought to have, and vehicles, bus, jeep, tractor, winter ready. We pinch it, we're set. We leave them alive with their rifles, it'll be trouble later." Albion's laugh was a short exhale through his nose. "We. Not me alone," Deacon said, letting the hunger in the picture do the selling. "You and yours. I know the ways in, the hedges, the track. I know where they're soft. Some are old, some hurt. There's a pacifist type, a woman who won't pull a trigger unless she has to, a man who's too careful by half. They think they're safe behind wire and bells." Albion cut him off with a raised palm. "How many? How armed? How awake at night? Don't bring me stories, bring me sums, and don't insult me pretending it's a milk run." Deacon grated out the numbers he'd guessed, trimming nothing but his own uncertainty. He played up what made the place look feasible: injuries, age, the amateur seam in the defences. He played down the 2 shots that had rattled him, the cool steadiness in the way one of them had moved behind stone. His dismissal of them tasted like bluff, but it was the only card he had to encourage the man opposite him to put money on the table. Albion listened, face bland as if he were calculating how much a stolen van would fetch. The men outside shifted again, a door banged somewhere. Finally, food, fuel, guns, vehicles, worth the risk. He didn't say it was easy. He didn't say it was wise. He said it like a shopkeeper tallying a till. "But I don't throw my lads at a fence without rifles, and I don't roll out without petrol. Those aren't things you find under a cushion, cousin." "You've got friends," Deacon said. "So do I." Albion's gaze sharpened at that, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a degree. "You're talking about Dimitri." Even the name shifted the air. Dimitri ran Skipton now the way frost runs a field. Quiet, thorough, hard to shake off. Smuggling, girls, betting, protection. If it was filthy and turned a profit, it passed through his hands, and those who tried to stand between found their kneecaps had opinions about loyalty. "We'll pay," Deacon said, as if it was simple. In the world they'd inherited, money still bought things in pockets of order, and Dimitri owned several of those pockets: 2 motors, fuel, rifles, and we'll top him up after. Food from the farm. Albion's mouth made that almost smile again, this time edged. "You will pay? You'll be paying with my face if the count comes up short." He glanced at the hallway where his men waited, then back. "Stay put," he said, voice gone flat with command. "You walk out. I break your legs for old time's sake and save myself the price of a bullet." He took one of his lads and left the other posted in the doorway, eyes on Deacon like a bored mastiff. The weight sat heavy. Deacon paced once, then twice, then forced himself still and watched dust drift through the window light. When Albion came back, the set of his shoulders told the story before his mouth did. 2 vehicles, Albion said, ticking each item off as if reciting terms of a curse. Fuel, rifles, promised him first pick of whatever we lift, tins, tablets, anything worth swallowing or selling. He's sending shooters to watch us spend it right. That's what it costs to walk out of his place with your skin these days. He poured a finger of whiskey, didn't offer any, swallowed it like medicine. "You've bought us a debt. You've also bought yourself a watcher. You don't fart without me hearing it till this is done." Deacon kept the flare of triumph off his face and gave him the smallest nod. "So we move." "We move when I say," Albion corrected, stepping in close enough that Deacon could smell the whiskey, the ash, the aftershave gone sour. "You sleep here tonight. On the floor if I'm feeling sentimental. One of the boys is going to make sure you don't get clever and run back to your clever farmers. At first light, we collect the kit. Then we go and meet your fence." Outside, the street was thinning into dusk. Inside, the room held the thick quiet of two men who knew exactly how far they could trust each other and chose, for now, to step over that line, because the hunger beyond it outweighed the risk. Deacon swallowed what pride he could taste and gave the answer the night required. "Fine." Chapter 36. All hands to the pump. Sleep took the edges off nothing. Alex woke with the same flint of unease lodged beneath his ribs and found Bernard and Bella already in the kitchen, hands around mugs that had gone warm without being drunk. The room held last night's dread like smoke. Bernard's gaze was somewhere past the wall, past the farm, back in a heat-shimmered range where a sergeant with a ledger for grudges had once turned live fire into murder. He told it plain, how a man with a score to settle can lie quiet for weeks and then choose the moment the world looks the other way. The sergeant had called it an accident. Everyone had known better. "That's the kind that comes back," Bernard finished, voice roughened by old sand and fresh fear. He didn't say the man in black's name. He didn't need to. They all felt him like weather pressing in. They were outside before the light had made up its mind to stay. The first hammer blows rang along the hedgerows, a tinny summons that said work now, talk later. Frost clung to the grass in a fine rime that creaked under boots. Alex and Bella set the new fence line, measuring with posts and eye, keeping the second run tight to the first. No blind ground, no easy cover. Bernard's old spirit level wobbled in Bella's palm. "Plum," she called, and Alex drove the rammer down until the wood found purchase and the earth sang dull. At breakfast, no one lingered. They ate like people refueling, not gathering. Tasks sorted themselves without argument. Rachel kept vigil with Brenda and the children, a quiet island in all the noise. Matt and Sandra, off the night watch, caught the few hours offered. Everyone else took to the field with fence posts on their shoulders, and the day's fear turned into useful motion. Even Robert, bruised and stiff and stitched, pulled on his boots with his mouth set. Pride or penance? No one asked. He took a post and fell into the line. Work became choreography. Daz and Bernard paced out the run and marked corners. Alex braced the angles with diagonals that bit into clay. Bella threaded support wire, leaning back against the tension with her weight and a grunt, then hitched it off with a twist that locked like a promise. By mid-afternoon, more than half the posts stood in soldier-straight ranks, shadows pointing north. They paused for sandwiches and tea swallowed hot from enamel mugs, the talk small, the glances towards the tree line not small at all. They went back out heavier and swifter. With Sandra awake, hands wrapped in old gardening gloves, the rhythm changed. Posts up, braces fixed, wire singing under strain. Matt, chastened by the memory of last night's watch and the look Bella had given him on the stairs days ago, took the rammer and drove the last line as if he could pound worry into earth. By dusk, every post was set, corners braced, top and bottom runs strung tight enough to hum when plucked. After supper, they worked the frontage by lantern light. Sparks snicked from hacksaw teeth as Alex and Bella cut the uprights for the new gate, shoulders almost touching as they held the overhead rail to its marks. Robert and Daz assembled the sliding leaves on the ground, pipe frame, cross brace, bolts snug, then heaved them into their runners together. When the gates finally rolled true along the track and clattered shut, the sound carried down the lane like a bell struck hard. Not pretty, but honest, a line drawn. They planned the night as carefully as the fence. Sandra, Bernard and Robert to the watch. Matt and Daz to sleep now and buy morning strength. A straw pallet laid in the attic, blankets ready, a kettle warming on the stove for the cold hour before dawn. No one made speeches about vigilance. They simply posted themselves where the dark pressed closest. First light found breath smoking white above fresh wire. The roll of mesh went out along the grass with the soft hiss of a curtain being drawn. Alex clipped the top edge at perfect intervals, counting without counting. Bella followed with the strainer, Bernard's old barbed wire tool, now filed and fettled to their need, leaning her weight until the diamonds of chain link narrowed and the line went tight as a violin string. The metallic creak as tension bit through frost sounded almost musical. Satisfied, Alex nodded the boys forward. "Top and bottom wires every post," he said, and stepped back to watch the pattern take. Matt and Daz worked methodically, gloves scuffed, faces set, clipping rhythm into the new skin of their perimeter. Out beyond them, Bella and Alex turned the kitchen table into a bench and spread their small necessary malice across it. Wire, bolts, drilled plates, split pins. Tripwires took shape beneath their hands, sprung catches whose patience would far outlast any man's. Bella measured the pull and rewove fishing line through eyelets so hair-fine it vanished against metal. Alex tested each firing pin with the solemn care he might have used on a musical instrument. One by one, the devices clicked cleanly, cocked, and waited, as ready as the people who set them. The fence grew, the alarms multiplied, and with every post set, every line tied off, every trap checked and mapped, the farm felt a fraction less like a place the world could walk into, and a fraction more like something that could endure. In the hush that settled between hammer blows and kettle hiss, Alex stood over the workbench and stared down the problem as if it might blink first. He needed an alarm that would speak for the fence when no one was there to hear it, something that would shout without spending a bullet unless someone truly tried to come through. He had no spring gate bolts, none of the kit he knew how to trust. What he did have was a dust-caked box of sprung rat traps, mean little jaws of tempered steel. He turned one in his hands, imagined force and travel and impact, then began to tinker. The bench filled with what failure always leaves behind, bent wire, shaved wood, a nest of offcuts, and 3 bright ideas that died as soon as they met the real world. He kept going. Possibilities spun, narrowed, returned. At last a shape emerged, 5 metal plates drilled wide enough to swallow a coupler, each plate anchored to a timber backer, each backer bearing a sprung striker that would punch straight and true. It was simple, crude, and it might just work. The only tool capable of chewing those big holes was Bernard's old hand-powered pillar drill, a relic with a flywheel and a squeaking rack that demanded 2 hands and patience he didn't have to spare. He clamped the first plate, set a cutting bit, and leaned his shoulder into the crank. The drill sang thinly, the bit skated, bit again. Steel warmed under his palms. By the time the first circle of metal winked free, sweat beaded his temple despite the cold. He glanced up to make a crack about indentured labour and realised he was alone. Bella had slipped away, the absence of her quiet competence suddenly a weight on his arms. He set the second plate, breath shortened, and reached again for the crank. "Ore," she said from the doorway, amusement tucked at the corner of her mouth. "We use these." 2 battery drills, rescued weeks ago from the quarry, dangled from her fingers like a magician's reveal. Relief broke across his face before he could swallow it. She knew. She always seemed to know. "Show off," he muttered, already swapping bits. He dabbed cutting compound, steadied the plate, and pulled the trigger. The drill bit ate clean, the shudder of effort replaced by a smooth, impatient burr. What might have taken an hour of sweat per plate fell in minutes, swarf spiralling bright to the floor. Momentum found them. Alex marked and drilled the smaller screw holes, then measured, cut, and sanded the timber backboards until each plate sat square and snug. Rummaging through a battered tin, he pulled free a fistful of Meccano relics, 5 tiny wheels with just enough life left in their bearings. Pulleys, not toys. He bent up brackets from scrap, set the wheels to spin, and the mechanism he'd been carrying around in his head finally stood up on the bench and introduced itself. By the time Bernard shuffled in with tea, the air tasted of hot metal and pine dust and modest triumph. They paused long enough to wrap hands around mugs and let steam erase the sting from chilled knuckles. Outside, a low sun sheened the new fence like wet slate. Work waited. They sighted the alarms in the narrow no-man's land between the inner and outer fences, where a cutter's hand would have to go. The logic was simple. Each sprung striker faced a specific segment, but a web of near-invisible fishing line, run low through the chain link at about a foot off the ground and led through the little Meccano pulleys, meant any serious cut anywhere along that run would pull a pin and wake the device. No more relying on chance footsteps. This would answer the knife. Alex and Bella bolted plates to their posts and set each sprung catch. Matt and Daz followed, threading line through the mesh on the measured course Bella called out, their gloved fingertips careful with the filament. When the web was strung, Alex walked the line and tugged every route a thief's blade might take, watching for slack, listening for the clean, snappy take-up of the spring. Dry runs, empty couplers in place of shells, clicked in disciplined chorus. He tightened, retied, nodded once. Good. "Yard, please," he called, and sent everyone back through the gate. Only then did he slip a shell into each coupler, thumb deliberate, breath held to keep his hands from rushing. The mechanism sat cocked and waiting, patient as a trapdoor spider. One job remained. The front gate was strong now, but strength without a lock is an invitation. He asked Bernard for a chain and padlock, and Bernard, who could produce a needed thing out of sheer habit, vanished into his Aladdin's cave and returned with a chub as old as the shed and twice as stubborn, plus 3 coils of chain to choose from. Robert had always teased, called him a magpie for the way he'd keep oddments just in case. Today the case was made. Alex weighed links in his hand, chose the heaviest, steel that rang low when struck, and threaded it through the sliders and post. The padlock closed with a satisfying, clacking certainty that felt bigger than its size. Only then did he let the day roll off his shoulders. Inside, the fire chased damp from his sleeves and pried open his spine 1 vertebra at a time. Bernard pressed a large mug into his hands, the tea strong enough to argue with. Alex drank and felt the warmth spread, through fingers nicked with wire and shoulders pulled by drill and rammer, until pride and fatigue sat together, easy as old neighbours. Outside, the fences held their line. Between them, the alarms waited, invisible and ready. And for the first time since morning, the farm exhaled.
Chapter 37. Tension at the farm.
Vincent and Bernard held the first watch, shoulders squared to the moonlit fields, eyes tracing the pale seams of fence wire and the blacker run of the tree line beyond. They would keep the quiet until midnight, then yield the darkness to Sandra and Daz. Right on the hour the changeover came. 2 figures easing into the chairs, 2 more slipping off toward warmth and sleep. Sandra and Daz settled with the practiced stillness of people who had learned to listen to night itself. Their breath smoked in the cold and their ears adjusted to the barn's soft creaks, the occasional clink of cooling metal. An hour before the faintest thread of dawn, footsteps whispered up the stairwell. Bella appeared, awake too early by her own admission, eyes bright with a steadiness that hadn't slept at all. She insisted she take the remainder, and they, grateful, stiff, and suddenly aware of their own wariness, surrendered the post and went to steal another pocket of rest. The first light was hardly more than a pale rinse across the windows when Bella's thoughts drifted toward breakfast. Her stomach agreed just as the house below erupted in a metallic snarl. It was the unmistakable protest of a grinder biting into old steel, a mechanical beast waking deep in its lair. She ran down the stairs and found Alex in the milking parlour, battery grinder in hand, one of the quarry salvages now wearing a cutting blade, sparking through the stubborn anchor bolts she'd laboured over and sworn at for days. Heat rose in her chest before she could temper it. "What the hell are you doing? That's my job. Stop it now." The words hit the walls and came back harder. She spun away before she said more, boots taking the steps 2 at a time. Alex stood blinking in the sudden quiet, confusion blotting out the satisfaction he'd felt at finally making the bolts yield. He set the grinder down carefully, guilt and bafflement elbowing each other for space, and followed her up the stairs. "I was trying to help," he said, catching her on the landing, voice pitched low as if steadiness might fix whatever he'd broken. "What did I do wrong?" "If you want to help, then take over here," she said, sharp but not cruel, the words brisk as a handover on a battlefield. She stepped aside from the window, leaving him the watch and her anger lingering like heat from a banked ember. Left with the view and his own questions, Alex settled into the post she'd vacated. Outside, the new fence ran clean and true, the work of 2 long days catching the morning like wire catches dew. Pride edged in despite himself. Whatever else the day decided to be, they had made that line stand. Ideas arrived the way they sometimes did when he sat still. He pictured an access cut from the rear of the dog shed into the no-man's land between fences, a low door with a simple latch so the dogs could patrol at dusk and range the corridor at night. Movement there would be its own kind of deterrent. Teeth and bark travel faster than bells. He ticked through the hazards, measuring the height of their traps against a dog's curious nose. All set high or tucked away, safe. He filed the plan for later, when someone relieved him and his hands could move again. Bella's feet found the barn with quieter purpose. Almost everyone had gathered at the long table. The only absences were Alex, posted upstairs at her insistence, and Daz. Rachel sat near the hearth, Brenda propped and pale beside her. Sandra was pouring, the steam from the spout knitting briefly with the stove's warmth. But it was her father who drew her eye, still and inward, gaze fixed on some point behind the far wall. Robert did not register her yet. His mind moved over the previous day like fingers reading a scar, the shock of the blade at his throat, the clean snap of an arrow in the air, and the unimaginable truth that it had been his daughter's hand that steadied and loosed the shot. Horror and gratitude made uneasily close neighbours in him, and between them something else had begun to take root, a recognition that the child he thought he knew had stepped into a different shape. She had read the angle, the wind, the heartbeat in a moment where a mistake would have unmade him, and she had chosen, without flinching, to save him. "Dad, are you all right?" Bella asked, crossing to him, worry softening the edges of her voice. He blinked, surfaced, and managed a small smile that didn't quite hide his fatigue. "Ah, Bella, good morning. I was somewhere else for a moment. Did you sleep?" "I did," she said, searching his face. "But why are you up already? Weren't you on the night watch? You should be wrecked." Before he could answer, Sandra's laugh cut gently across the table. 3 hours did me, she said, lifting her mug. And then the smell of breakfast did the rest. With a spread like that, who can stay in bed? Bella inhaled and finally noticed it too. The savoury comfort winding through the barn, eggs and toast, and the faint sweetness of something warming at the back of the stove. For a breath, the air felt like home again, even with fences bristling outside and a grinder cooling in the parlour. Bernard drifted to Bella's shoulder with a steaming mug, the caddy spoon still clinking faintly inside. She curled her fingers around the heat and felt it travel up her wrists like courage. "And how famished are we this morning?" he asked, eyes creasing with mischief. "Starving," she said, letting a grin take the edge off everything else. Across the table, Brenda wrestled with her plate, jaw set against the clumsiness of new limits. Bella angled toward her, voice gentled. "It's good to see you up. I hope I'm not prying, but how are you managing?" Brenda tipped a wry smile. "Breakfast is one-handed gymnastics. Bacon's the worst of it, but I'm getting there, slow and messy." "Then embrace messy," Bella said, laughter loosening the tightness in her chest. "Use your fingers. I've got 2 hands and still eat bacon like a heathen. It tastes better that way." Brenda huffed a laugh, pinched a rasher, and took a bite. Bernard, arriving with Bella's plate, set a clean towel by Brenda's elbow as if he'd foreseen the inevitable grease. It was nothing, and it was everything. One more small proof that they were carrying each other. When plates were thinning and mugs half drunk, Bernard slid in beside Rachel, surveying the room with his fork slack in hand. "Right, Vincent and I will, against my better judgment, take up brushes today," he said. "Bobby, goats need milking and feed, and the rabbits, poor beggars, were likely skipped yesterday." Bobby looked up quick, worry flickering. "Okay, Grandad, can Tina help me?" The name fell into the room and stilled it. So she had a name, no longer the quiet shadow at the edge of things, but Tina, a person who could be asked to help with goats. "Tina," Bella repeated, tasting it. "That's lovely." She leaned in, careful as a hand near a skittish foal. "Where are you from, Tina?" The girl slid from her chair and made for the Jack Russell, slipping the question like a net and leaving it empty behind her. "Not what I expected," Bella murmured, turning to Bobby. "Has she told you much?" "Only a bit," he said, voice small and fierce at once. "She said those men killed her parents. They tied her up and threw her in the back of the jeep. They didn't feed her." Bella let the silence hold a beat and didn't press. Bobby would bring more when it was ready. Forcing it now would only bruise. Bernard cleared his throat and shifted them forward. "Bella, we've fencing left from the perimeter. Any chance of enclosing the paddock soon? The sheep need grass. I've near emptied the feed." "I need to check with Alex," she said after a breath, "and given our little spat this morning, I'm not sure he'll be in the mood. I'll ask him." Bernard's brows leapt. A spat? She blew out a rueful breath. He stepped on my toes and I barked. I left him with watch duty, so he's likely miffed. What did he do? Robert asked, not unkind. I've been handling the milking parlour myself, she said. It's been slow, but it was mine. He swooped in today and took over with a grinder. We disagreed. I see, Robert said, and left it there. Maybe you and Matt could relieve him in an hour, Bella added, offering the solution along with the confession. Bobby shoved back his chair then, decision already racing ahead of him. I'm going to milk the goats, he declared, and dashed for the door. It slammed behind him in his usual punctuation. We'll see to the rest, Vincent said, pushing to his feet. I'll help with feed. He tipped his head at Matt. Chickens and eggs for you. Matt nodded and followed Vincent and Bernard out, boots thudding into the yard's hum. Give me something, Brenda said. Dishes with me, Sandra answered, warm but firm. If you're up to it. Brenda nodded, and the two began collecting plates, movements falling into the old rhythm of kitchens and caretaking. Bella drained the last of her tea, already thinking of Sheba and a quick turn around the yard to settle both their nerves when a single gunshot cracked the morning clean in two. She froze, every instinct counting, wrong tone, wrong distance. None of their tripwire booms, and Alex had gone to the watch unarmed. The cup hit wood with a clatter. She was moving before anyone spoke, breath gone thin, pushing through the doorway and into the yard, eyes on the fence line, mind already building the shortest route to him. Chapter 38. Smoke. Bella hit the yard at a run and pulled up short when she saw Bernard and Vincent wrestling a wheelbarrow toward the garage, the limp weight of a sheep folded into it like wet canvas. "Grandad, why?" she asked, breath catching, already bracing for the answer she didn't want. "It tried to jump the pen and snapped a leg," Bernard said, voice practical but gentle, the way you speak around a fresh hurt. "We've nothing to set it with, not properly. Better we honour it as food. Offal for the dogs, the rest we'll joint, smoke in the old cabinet and put down in the cellar. Done right, it'll keep." Bella's gaze slid to the strip of green between the two new fences, bright with untouched grass. "What if we run them in there by day?" she said, thinking aloud as the plan assembled itself, "and pull them into the shed at night? It's secure, there's forage, and the dogs can watch." Bernard considered, eyes narrowing the way they did when a notion landed just right. "It has sense to it. Ask Alex to nod it through, will you?" She exhaled, aware of the morning's earlier burr still snagged between them. "Time to stop circling each other then," she said, and headed for the parlour stairs. She found him in the attic, the light soft on his shoulders, the watch set neat, no trace of their frayed start. He listened, weighed the grazing plan, and said he'd been thinking along the same lines for the dogs at night, which loosened something in her chest. She carried the yes back to Bernard, who thanked her with a brisk nod and, without missing a beat, consigned her to the next task, move the flock before the day warmed and the flies found what they shouldn't. At the pen beside the field gate, she ran the route in her head, then made it real. Crack the outer gate first and clip it wide, swing the pen gate to meet it so the two made a funnel. Give the flock a clear argument for one direction only. The latch squealed. Wool surged. They boiled past her boots, bright-eyed and eager as if they'd been reading her thoughts, not the dull creatures her grandfather grumbled about on long evenings. "Clever now," she thought. "Just stay so when I have to bring you back." With the sheep cropping contentedly between the fences, she grabbed Bernard's socket set and returned to the milking parlour, stubborn as a mule about taking the cubicles down clean. Alex would have been through with a grinder and a grin, but the galvanized curves and tees were too useful to chew up for speed. If she could sweat the bolts free, those lengths of tube might be a dozen future fixes waiting in the wings. She planted herself on cold concrete, chose the right socket by feel, and leaned into each fastener until the first grudging crack announced movement. Footsteps came and went above her, one set pacing at the window, scanning the fields, another stationed by the loading door, eyes on the track, the house breathing with its sentries while she freed a life's worth of fittings from rust. Out in the yard, Bernard and Vincent worked with the steady economy of men who have done this before. They flensed the carcass neatly, filled 2 buckets with offal, and lined the waiting barrow with clean plastic so nothing precious was wasted to dirt or flies. Behind the garage, the old smoker, all soot and rivets, yawned open. Bernard dug out a bag of oak shavings he'd once bought for ham, and the scented curl of smoke rose when he lit the tinder, sweetening the air with the memory of calmer winters. At the washhouse boiler he coaxed flame under the copper, brought water near the roll of a boil, then slid in lengths of offal to simmer while the smoke did its slower work. They crossed to the stock pens, pigs first, because the chorus from the sties brooked no delay, and Vincent, habit returning like a coach shrugged on, ran a practised eye along sow, piglets, and boar. He pronounced them sound, but flagged that the litter wanted weaning, and Bernard admitted feed was running lean, and the temptation to turn the pig out to graze was strong, though it might as well be a signal flare for hungry men. A fat back moving in a field was a foolish kind of invitation these days. Looping back past the fence line, they found the Australian sheepdog posted like a sentry in fleece, watching the flock through chain link with an alert, intelligent stillness that set Bernard thinking of whistles and commands he didn't yet know but could learn. "When the world settles," he said, half to Vincent, half to the dog, "we'll have you working." They decided a wash and a mug of tea would square the morning before they took up brushes in the farmhouse. By then, Bella had a tidy stack of disassembled steel and a new problem. Where in this house-turned camp could she store lengths of tube and bags of bolts where they wouldn't vanish under the tide of daily need? Bernard, toweling his hair in the barn's shower room, steered her outside to a low building tucked beside the farmhouse, a long, plain store that had swallowed generations of useful junk. "In there," he said, "dry, off the ground and out of the way," which solved the where and presented the how. She went to the barn in search of Daz's shoulders and found instead Alex asleep by the hearth, stretched on straw with the kind of exhaustion that leaves a person boneless. She stood a beat, the heat of annoyance from dawn cooled now to a rueful warmth, then turned as Bernard rattled a kettle and set about tea for himself and Vincent. Brenda intercepted her with a stubborn tilt of chin and sent her to sit down, claiming the teapot and the ritual as hers for the next few minutes. They had barely wrapped grateful hands around mugs when Matt burst in, cheeks wine-stung and eyes wide. "Smoke," he said, breath hitching. "Out of the woods. Someone's out there." Now chapter 39, Deacon's Minders. Albion brought Deacon up from a thin, mean sleep with 2 hard jabs to the ribs. Deacon came up snapping, hand to his side where the bruise would bloom. "Christ, what?" "Downstairs. Now." Albion's voice had the clipped calm of a man used to being obeyed. Deacon was already dressed. He slept in his clothes these days, nothing but the jacket tossed aside, and took the stairs 2 at a time, annoyance coiled in his shoulders. In the kitchen, 7 of Albion's lads had weapons broken open on the table, oil, rags, magazines, the ritual of men making themselves dangerous. Deacon eyed the pistols like a starving man eyes bread. "I getting one of those?" he asked, aiming for casual, landing closer to hungry. "When I say," Albion replied without looking up. "And that's when?" Deacon pushed, because he never had learned the art of leaving well enough alone. Albion finally lifted his eyes. "Planning to use it on us?" The question hung there, too quiet to be a joke. Deacon's mouth went dry. He gave a thin laugh that convinced no one, shook his head and backed out to the front room with a huff, the sting of the rebuke prickling his skin. Albion followed, close enough that Deacon could feel the heat coming off him. "You're ready when I say you're ready," he said, low and hard. "My neck's on the block for this, not yours. These men answer to me. You want to get your revenge, you do it my way." The answer of engines outside cut the air in 2. Not 1 vehicle, 3. At the window, Deacon and Albion watched them nose to the curb. First a yellow Coma walk-through van, a railway relic stamped with the double red arrow above the windscreen, then a green Bedford ML330 with the blunt utilitarian look of ex-army, and last, gliding up like a hearse for kings, a black Mercedes 600 limousine. The rear door of the Merc opened, and Dimitri unfolded from the leather like a man arriving at his own court. The sight put a hitch in Albion's breath. Dimitri didn't come to pay social calls, and he didn't bring half a platoon by accident. They stepped out with two of Albion's faithful flanking him. Dmitri didn't wait for pleasantries. 4 men from my trucks go with you, he said in that heavy Russian baritone that made orders sound like verdicts. Non-negotiable. My investment. My oversight. He flicked 2 fingers toward the yellow van. And I upgraded. You asked for bones. I bring you meat. He slid back into the murk before Albion found words to fit around his temper. When the limousine pulled away, 2 men remained in the street like doorposts left behind, both over 6 foot, necks like axles, faces inked to the jawline. MP5s hung on slings against their chests as if they were part of the men, rather than the other way round. They said something in Russian, gestures sharp, a tap to a watch, a tilt of the chin, enough that Albion got the gist, time to move. Inside, the crew looked to Albion, and he had to give them the shape of it. Dimitri's boys are riding with us, he said. MP5s, radios, one of them's taking the wheel of the van. The words sank with a clatter. Deacon felt the ground tilt under his feet. Radios meant coordination. MP5s meant crowd control. One at your wheel meant you weren't steering your own fate. In his head, he ran the job to the end and saw the neat, tidy aftermath. No witnesses needed once the farm was stripped. Keep your handguns to yourselves, Albion added, voice sharpening. No need to advertise. A horn blared from the Bedford, long and petulant. Albion yanked the door open and bellowed down the street. Keep your hair on. We're coming. We're making sure we've got everything before we roll. He slammed it again before the echo died. Deacon let out a breath he hadn't noticed he was holding. We don't sort the Russians now, he said, voice pitched for the room. We find a quiet moment and sort them then. Reluctant nods. They were out of time and options. Albion herded them into the yard. His plan was simple. His men in the back of the yellow van, benches along the sides, space to breathe. He and Deacon up front to steer this mess. The Russians unstitched that with 2 words and a hand signal. 3 of Albion's lads were pointed into the Bedford instead. No argument invited. Albion looked like a man swallowing glass, and he swallowed it anyway. Skipton fell behind fast. People took one look at Dimitri's trucks and discovered urgent business elsewhere. In the cab beside him, Deacon gave directions that bent and looped the convoy through a knot of back roads, hedgerows crowding close, farm tracks that wandered then doubled back. To Albion it looked like caution. To Deacon it bought what he needed most, time to think, to listen, to feel for a seam in the Russian's grip. Near the farm he cut right off the lane, tyres bumping over a verge into a field tucked behind a screen of trees. He had camped here days before. He knew the cover and the routes out. He killed the engine and let the quiet build until only ticking metal and birdsong remained. We hold here, Deacon said, turning to catch Albion's eye, to make it sound like strategy rather than fear. Rest today and tonight. We go on foot later, take a look proper. He pointed with his chin toward the tree line, then back to the hedged hollow where they'd stage. Albion, take 3. Get wood in. I'll get a fire going. Albion measured him a heartbeat, then jerked his head and sent men into the trees. The Russians stayed where they were, statues with guns, the flat black of the MP5s dull against their chests. Deacon knelt by the old fire scar he'd made earlier in the week, cupped his hands around the first flame, and fed it thin sticks until it took, smoke curling up into the green light under the leaves. The heat caught his face. The plan he'd sold began to take on the shape of its lies and its possibilities. For now, they were in his country. For now, he could pretend he was the one drawing the map. Chapter 40, Trouble on the Horizon. Matt burst through the doorway like a thrown stone. Alex was on his feet before the echo faded, hand closing around a hunting rifle as Bella and Matt were already moving. The 3 of them climbed to the milking parlour loft where the world opened in a long, familiar sweep. And there it was, a thin column of smoke lifting through the trees, too close to the place where Robert had been taken. "He's back," Alex said, the words flat as slate. Bella's eyes stayed on the tree line. "What do we do?" Bernard didn't hesitate. "Sheep inside, dogs out, now." "It's broad daylight," Bella countered, doubt tugging at her voice. "Will they even go?" "They'll go," Bernard said, "but I'll need you." They ran for the side gate. Bernard hauled out a stack of sheep hurdles and with quick, practiced hands bridged the gap from one fence to the other, blocking the right-hand run. He tied the sheep pen gate to the yard gate, closing every path but one. When he slipped the latch on the dog shed, the Australian collie sprang out like a thought. Bernard cast the dog wide around the enclosure. The flock flowed the other way as if pulled on a string, circling the new barrier until they met the only open mouth of the pen. Bella and Bernard stood fast at the hurdles, sleeves braced, and the sheep poured through obedient as water finding a culvert. With the flock secured, Alex turned to the ugly, necessary business of traps. If strangers pressed the fence, the dogs would leap to meet them. He could not risk a careless scatter of pellets at muzzle height. He adjusted each sprung device, angling them up so any blast would climb above 4 feet, out of reach of eager noses and bright eyes. Crude, not final, a stopgap until he could engineer something better. For now, it would keep teeth and instinct out of harm's way. Bernard, Sandra, and Vincent took the first watch, settling into their posts with the quiet competence of people who had learned not to waste words. That freed the younger hands for the next task, a hidden run from the dog pen into the corridor between the two fences. Daz and Matt set to the brickwork, knocking through a neat mouth in the wall. Bella and Alex worked shoulder to shoulder on a low-frame door with a stout latch. Release by night, safety by day. When the hole was clean, Alex mixed cement in the old petrol drum mixer until it thumped and breathed, then buttered the opening, squared the frame, hung the door true. On the field side, they leaned 2 battered sheets of corrugated roofing at a steep angle, a scrappy disguise that read as junk to any passing eye. Back in the barn, they gathered to plan, though Sandra and Robert stayed in the milking parlour attic, watchers, not fighters, and both honest about it. The smoke on the horizon smudged everybody's thoughts the same way. If the man in black came back with friends, he wouldn't come from a single direction. "We cover all sides," Bella said, already sorting the room into lines on a page. "Front, rear, and both flanks. No gaps." She moved down her list, steady and unsentimental. Who could shoot? 6 hands, firm enough to stand a doorway and mean it. 2 more for glass and shadow, eyes only, no rifles. Rachel and Brenda took the children as their charge, a quiet, resolute promise that sounded like sanctuary. The dogs became pieces on the same board. The Jack Russell, born escape artist, tireless alarm, would stay loose in the yard where the fences and doors would funnel him, a yapping tripwire with a heart too big for his chest. The other 3 would work the run between the fences, a living patrol threaded through chain link and shade. Positions fell into place. Vincent, Bella, Daz and Sandra to the farmhouse, close corridors, tight angles, and someone to steady new hands if it came to that. Alex, Robert, Matt and Bernard to the milking parlour loft, height, fields of fire, eyes on the track and the trees. Weapons were divided like bread, Matt tasked with laying out rifles, cartridges and a spare lamp in the loft, Daz to do the same in the house. When Vincent asked for a hunting rifle with a scope, the room's hum thinned. Bernard's brows climbed, a question shaped but unasked. Vincent spared him the asking. "Career," he said, voice quiet as a glove closing. "Sniper, I don't talk about it, but it's useful now." Alex gave a single measured nod and passed him the rifle. The old man settled it into the pocket of his shoulder for a heartbeat, looking not grim but complete, as if a long-ago piece had clicked back into place. Outside, the pale column of smoke held steady in the trees, a thin finger raised against the sky, and the farm braced itself, every task and heartbeat folding into the same taut silence of people readying their home for whatever came next. The talk drifted, as it often did these days, from watch rotas and rationing to the small frictions of survival. Bella glanced at her quiver and found it wanting. "I'm running low," she said, not quite hiding the worry. Alex turned to Bernard. "Those long rods in your shed, could they work for arrows?" Bernard rubbed a thumb across his jaw, searching memory. "Leftovers from the electricity lads who were surveying for a new line a few months back. Carbon fibre, I think, but don't hold me to it. Whatever they are, they're yours if you can make use." It was all the invitation Alex needed. "Then we start this afternoon," he said to Bella, the decision snapping into place like a notch on a string. He ran through what he already had, stick-on fletches, a fletching jig, superglue, even a template, and what he lacked. "We'll need power for the old lathe to turn points," he added, glancing at Bernard. "Use what you need. Bernard said without hesitation. "Generator's yours." The shed surrendered its hoard with almost comic abundance. Shelf upon shelf of slender rods, a black sheen to them, straight as rules. "Hundreds," Alex breathed, already measuring them with his eye. He fashioned a quick stop jig, a simple wooden shoulder to keep every length true at 28 inches, then knocked together a second. He set Bella and Daz up side by side with junior hacksaws, the three of them shoulder to shoulder under the dusty skylight, the steady rasp of blades turning the afternoon into increments of work and breath and focus. While the rods clicked down into neat stacks of equal length, Alex gathered the rest. Knocks, fletchings, superglue, the fletching jig that turned raw shafts into something that looked like speed. He showed them the rhythm. Seat the rod, lay the vein, a whisper of glue, clamp, turn, repeat, until the bench began to fill with neat little flights. The rods couldn't have been better. Perfect diameter, dead straight, skins smooth as glass. The trouble came where trouble always comes, at the point. Alex had meant to turn steel tips, but the council workshop cutters he'd pocketed before the world fell quiet were meant for brass. He eyed the heavy steel stock he'd scrounged and knew he'd fight it, waste hours, maybe blunt a tool for nothing. Brass would do, soft, workable, lethal enough, but only if he could find some. He caught Bernard on his way back from the henhouse, basket of eggs winking warm in the straw. "Any brass? Round bar if we're lucky, anything I can turn for points." Bernard frowned, thinking, then shook his head. "Can't put my hand to any just now." He'd taken 3 more steps when memory tugged him back. "Hold a minute," he called, setting the basket down. "There might be something." He led Alex to the old barn by the farmhouse, the one that still smelled faintly of mouse and paraffin and the damp breath of winters past. "Place was full when we moved in," he said, shouldering aside a curl of iron. "I've a notion there were brass bolts in here years ago." The search took the better part of half an hour, boxes opened and dismissed, a drift of leather belts, tins of nails, the archaeology of a life lived with hands. At last, Bernard dragged out a scuffed wooden box that had belonged to somebody's granddad long before he'd been anybody's. Inside, bolts, greened and dull. Bernard scraped one across the stone sill, the tarnish gave way, and the metal bloomed the unmistakable gold of brass. "That's the stuff," he said, satisfied. Then, catching up with Alex's earlier remark, he added, "And why the woodworking lathe? We've a proper engineering lathe for metal." He smiled at Alex's surprise. "Small, but serviceable. A chap who made model railway engines passed it on to me, years back. It's under the bench. There's a biscuit tin under it with cutters, and a Hessian sack of attachments leaning beside." Back in the workshop, the air hummed with quiet industry. Daz and Bella were a matched pair at the bench, flight after flight settling into place under their hands. Alex tipped the brass bolts onto a clear patch of wood and crouched to haul the hidden lathe into the light with Daz's help. The machine was old but true, a compact weight of iron and promise. He opened the biscuit tin and found the cutters wrapped in waxed paper, edges bright as teeth. The Hessian sack coughed up centres, rests, a handful of fittings that spoke in the old grammar of careful work. Alex ran a fingertip along a freshly unwrapped tool and felt something ease in his chest. "Perfect," he murmured, then looked up to where Bella's new arrows were gathering in tidy ranks, black shafts and white veins catching the light like a row of swifts at rest. The farm was still a tinderbox of unknowns, smoke on the horizon and trouble somewhere beyond the trees. But for the next while, they had a plan, power, and the right tools. In a world rewritten by scarcity, that felt like its own small victory. The generator coughed to life and settled into a steady drone that filled the shed, a low, working heartbeat. Under its hum, Alex fell into a rhythm. Clamp, cut, toss. One by one, he lopped the mushroomed heads from the brass bolts, the hacksaw's teeth singing a thin, bright note. An hour slipped past in drawn metal and brass dust before he mounted the first shank in the engineering lathe. The machine, old, true, and quietly pleased to be needed, took the tool cleanly. Curled ribbons of gold swarmed the bed as he shouldered, tapered, and burnished the first point. He checked the fit against a carbon shaft. Snug, square, right. Good. He could make 100 like this. 200. He did, or near as, only breaking stride to top up the generator with a slosh of petrol that stung the air. Time bent around repetition, the shed warm with effort and the faint sweetness of cutting oil. When at last he glanced at the glue caddy, reality hauled him up short. 2 soft, half-empty tubes lay there like spent lungs. "I'm not sure we've enough superglue," he said, straightening, shoulders knotting. "We still need to fix on the points and the knocks." "No problem," Bella answered at once, already turning for the door. "Matt and I stuffed our bug-out bags with it. All 5 bags, actually. I'll bring the lot." "Please," he said, the relief clear. "Whatever you find, we'll give back the surplus." While her footsteps faded, he kept the lathe singing, points stacked in a shining drift that outpaced the tidy rows of fletched shafts collecting under Daz's and Bella's hands. To keep assembly from bottlenecking, he shifted stations. He gathered the finished shafts and a bag of knocks, then reached for the vernier. He measured the knock tenons and the rod bores, aligning tolerances the way a good carpenter checks a mitre by eye and feel. A match. He found a dense offcut, oak, by the weight, and took it to the pillar drill. One clean, perpendicular 8mm hole, dead plumb. Trial piece. He dropped a knock into the oak's hole, gave the shaft a breath of glue, then slid carbon to plastic, seating it with an easy twist. He held, counted, eased it back out. The knock sat true, aligned with the veins to be. He wickered a dot of glue into a brass ferrule and fed the other end home. When he lifted the arrow, complete from collar to knock, something brightened behind his eyes. "One of many," he said, not boasting, just promising. Bella returned with a fistful of tubes and a crooked grin. Daz's hands were already shiny with the faint sheen of cured cyanoacrylate. Alex showed Daz the method, how little glue was enough, how too much would flood the oak jig and seize the knock in the hole. He drilled 2 more blocks and pressed them into Daz's hands. "Insurance," he said, "in case a knock marries the wood instead of the shaft." With the arrow line moving, he turned to another hedge in their defences. From the offcuts of thin ply they'd used upstairs, he cut panels and drove 30 nails through each in a herringbone scatter. Ugly, mean boards meant to punish rash feet. 20 in all. He was reaching for a brush when Vincent appeared, eyes alight at the prospect. "Give me that," the old vet said, almost cheerful. "I'll paint." He took the green and worked outside in long, patient strokes, leaning each board in the sun. When they dried, Alex misted them with black, breaking up edges until they melted into the ground's mottled greens and shadows. Back in the workshop, a small forest of wooden jigs sprouted with arrows left to cure, more than enough for now. Bella alone favoured the bow over a rifle. Alex and Matt had crossbows covered for the moment, a surplus of bolts waiting in their cases. With brass and rod to spare, Alex filed away the thought of another making day tomorrow. As light thinned toward evening, they shouldered the nail boards and ghosted them into place. Strapped to trees along the front approach, tucked behind the concrete trough where a careless dive for cover would meet teeth, lined low behind the house where the field pressed close. The ground felt a fraction meaner when they were done. They ate early, quiet food, quick, and the air shifted into that long-held breath that precedes a watch. Bernard took the ground floor of the milking parlour, nested behind hay bales near the door where warm animal smell still clung to the wood. Alex climbed to the loft and built his own bale breastwork, settling into the doorway with a clear lane across the yard. Robert paced between the 2 rear-side windows, a steadier presence than his bruises suggested. Matt drew the thankless role of runner, trading places to give each man a spell and a stretch. In the farmhouse, they mapped the angles just as carefully. Bella watched the back window, the dusk gathering in the glass around her like smoke. Daz claimed the landing side window with a view down the flank. Vincent took the repaired casement that faced the woods, the one they'd patched after the fire, his hands sure on a scoped rifle he hadn't asked for lightly. Sandra moved between them. A quiet metronome of check and recheck, keeping the circuit unbroken. By the time the last light bled from the fields, everyone knew their arc, their signal, their next breath. Outside, the fences whispered to the breeze. Inside, the farm listened for what the night might bring. Chapter 41, Siege on the first night. Clouds stacked over the valley until the sky was a single slab of slate. By midnight, the moon was gone, the fields pressed flat under a darkness that swallowed edges and distance alike. In the farmhouse, the quiet had a pulse to it, breath held, ears straining, until Sheba's growl rose from her chest like a low drum roll. Rear of the house, something there. The scream that followed sliced the night clean in two. Bella didn't need to look to know the sound, a man finding one of Alex's nail-boards the hard way. All at once the dogs answered from their stations, the chorus out by the fences, the sharp yapping from the yard, and the Rottweiler, Boris, went savage loud at the tree line, hurling sound at the dark. The uproar ebbed and surged, then settled to an uneasy hush, all but the Jack Russell, who kept up a furious bark that needled everyone's nerves. If silence can be watchful, this one was. In the trees beyond the track, Deacon and Albion hunched with two of their men beneath a wet smell of bark and earth. One of Albion's lads had punctures stippled across hand and knee, thorns of iron that had bitten deep. Albion rounded on Deacon, temper hot. They'd walked into more than warnings. Deacon snapped back that they'd come by the track only. How were they to know the fields were sown with teeth? A Russian voice, calm, English clean and clipped, cut through their spit of blame. Now, leave it to the experts. The speaker didn't wait for agreement. Three men peeled off and ghosted toward the verge, keeping low where the lane pinched into shadow. Deacon hissed a reminder about the bell rig over the fence line, a wire to a clapper, the kind of thing that turned feet into alarms. Watch where you step. For a while the little dog's bark rattled on, and then, like a clock unwound, wound down. A breath later the night detonated, one of the shotgun tripwires on the track snapping off with a flat, brutal blast, and someone cried out, raw and high. Up in the milking parlour's loft, Alex smiled despite himself and said nothing. Hold fire, hold nerve, only shoot what you own. Across the way, Daz picked up movement, a smudge sliding through grass, not quite shape, not quite shadow, angling toward the rear of the farmhouse. He passed it to Sandra, who moved like a runner between bells, Sandra to Bella, Bella to Vincent, tight, quick whispers linking windows. If the intruder slipped Bella's arc, Vincent would have the angle from the side room. As Sandra stepped out, Sheba rose onto her toes and Boris rumbled again. The clouds thinned long enough for the moon to throw a wash of tin over the yard, and in that brief spill of light, Bella caught a man easing toward the concrete trough. She breathed, centered, drew, then the moon drowned and he was gone. The dog's fury pivoted to the house's far side, tracking something she could not see. A single report answered from Vincent's room, measured, not panicked, and then the dark closed back in around the farmhouse like a fist. In the wood, two of Dimitri's men stumbled into the fireline at the camp. One, Pavel, dripped blood from sleeve and shoulder, teeth bared against pain. Tripwire, then a spiked board set clever where trunks should have hidden safe ground. He'd found both. While a comrade cut his jacket off and wound bandage tight, the English speaker, Andrei, stood taut as wire. "And Sergei? Where is he?" "Not with us," Ivan said flat. Andrei's gaze pinned Pavel. "You know where he went." Bandage first, Pavel ground out. "Then talk." Sergei was checking the fence after a rifle shot. He winced. He did not come back. Deacon couldn't help the dig. Some experts. Andrei's reply went past him, arrowing for Albion. "I thought this was your operation. And I thought your men were better than mine." Albion shot back, nodding at the blood and the empty space where Sergei should have stood. A beat of ugly quiet followed. No one pretended this was going well. The night thinned at the edges. They took turns sleeping in mean, jittery rations. When first light bruised the east, Vincent swept glass with the steadiness of old training and found, at last, the shape he'd made in the dark. A big man, inked to the knuckles, spread in the field like dropped kit. He didn't gloat. He only confirmed and moved on. In the kitchen, Rachel and Brenda laid out heat and comfort like armour, plates waiting, steam curling from mugs. Each arrival got food and a look to measure the night's cost. Out beyond the yard, the only reminder of company was a coal of smoke smearing up through the trees. Near 9, fatigue made the world thin at the edges. Bella, eyes sanded with grit, caught a twitch in the field, a blade of grass against the grain, a bulge of gorse, and brought Bernard's binoculars up. The glass refused to resolve anything but distance and her own tiredness. She lowered them, scowling at herself, and handed the watch to Sandra. Rachel appeared with a tray like a saint. "Just what I needed," Bella said, the scent of tea undoing a knot behind her eyes. "Thank you." I'll be back in another cup in about 3 hours, Rachel said, as if will alone could keep the world orderly. Sandra's voice tightened. Movement in the gorse. Can't see what, but something's there. Bella called softly for Daz. He came fast, rifle already shouldered, Vincent only a step behind, drawn by the word movement the way an old horse moves toward water. Bella pointed. There, too far for me. Put a shot in the bush, see what flushes. They split to separate panes, scope stitching the same patch of thorn. Time stretched, thin as wire. Then Vincent's rifle cracked twice, deliberate. The gorse gave up a man who staggered into view and folded. A second shape bolted across the grass, thinking speed could beat marksmanship. It couldn't. Daz and Vincent fired as one, and the field went still. From the shelter of the trees, Albion and Deacon watched their men go down and understood, perhaps for the first time, what they were up against. Patient ground, sight lines owned by people who knew how to use them, a house that bit back. They carried the news to camp like bad weather. Andre listened, then laughed, not kindly. We approach wrong, he said, voice bright with certainty. We go straight. Use the army truck like hammer. He painted it for them, the green Bedford ML dropping a gear, roaring down the track, smashing the gates like cheap tin. Men crouched low in the bed until steel and post gave way. Then a sheet of fire, everything that moved cut down to make cover for the jump. No fences, no traps, no patient edging, speed and shock instead. It didn't sound like a suggestion. It sounded like the only plan he intended to hear. Chapter 42. Smash and grab. Bella ducked into the barn for a minute's peace and a sandwich, the air warm with straw and smoke, and the faint, metallic hum of the generator beyond the door. Alex was already there at the counter, turning events over in murmurs as they waited for Rachel's bread to yield its comfort. What do you think they're planning next? Bella asked, half distracted by hunger, half by the prickle at the back of her neck that hadn't eased since dawn. Alex chewed on the question as much as on his food. Another run tonight, he said at last, uncertainty wrapped in certainty. Feels like it. They've blundered enough in the dark, she said, setting down her sandwich as the thought crystallized. If they're not sneaking, they're smashing. The gate, of course it's the gate. Only way in that makes sense to them. They'll ram it. He paused, saw it as she did, and swore softly. Damn, you're right. Then we make that track a mouthful of broken teeth, Bella pushed on, mind racing ahead. Your spikes, across the lane, dusted over. And barrels, those blue drums by the sheds, the rusty ones by the garage. We line them tight across the entrance and along the fence, fill them with water. Weight buys us time. We take cover behind them with shotguns. First shots to the tires, second to the radiator. If we have to, we take the driver. The barrels keep us low and alive. Alex pictured it. Steel, water, weight, angles. He nodded. It'll do. Then we move, she said, already turning for the door. I'll tell everyone. She called back to the kitchen as she went, breathless and apologetic. I can't wait for the sandwiches, Rachel. Bring them out when they're ready. And she was gone, the urgency of the idea wiping out appetite. Back at the farmhouse, she gathered them quickly, outlining the barricade, the spikes, the need to choke the track before momentum could become a weapon. Sandra and Vincent accepted the watch, eyes fixed to glass and field, so the rest could shift into the yard and make the plan into shape. The milking parlour woke like a struck beehive. Bernard and Robert took the main entrance, rifles cradled and patient. Alex and Matt vanished into outbuildings and hedgerows, rolling barrels shoulder to shoulder. Soon Matt had a hose clipped to the tap outside the parlour, water drumming into drums in a steady, urgent rhythm. Bella dragged a second hose from the house wall and snaked it across the yard to fill her line, hands moving fast, mind already at the bend in the track. Alex and Daz split off to the workshop to birth more pain from plywood. 3 new nail boards knocked together and, with the 3 they had left, carried to the lane's blind corner. They laid them where any fast-turning driver would have no time to swerve, then dusted them with fine powder-dry earth to kill the shine. Fresh wood still whispered its presence, but the camouflage would hold at speed. Before he rejoined the barricade, Alex jogged out under the trees and thumbed a fresh shell into the tripwire on the track's edge. One more tooth sharpened. He lopped back, quick glance to check the bell plate rig, then into the yard again to finish the line. As Bella reached the front hall, she caught Vincent, still and intent at the upstairs window that faced the track. She climbed to him. "What have you spotted?" she asked. He didn't look away, only lifted a finger to indicate the sight line. "From here I own that bend," he said matter-of-factly. "Whatever comes round, I see it early. If they ram, I'll try the driver first. At worst, I'll sting them enough to steal attention from the spikes." He let the words sit as a promise rather than bravado. "I can make this shot." "Good," Bella said, weighing his calm against the knot in her chest. "Sandra will take the field window. After the lesson you gave them this morning, I doubt they fancy that side again." Vincent nodded once. "Then we wait." Outside, they leaned sheets of corrugated roofing against the fence to create a run of moving cover. Alex signalled, thumb up, quick grin, back into place, and Bella returned to the farmhouse, settling at the rear window where the ground broke toward the trees. Rachel arrived as if conjured, 3 cups of tea balanced and a 4th, coffee, reserved for Vincent. Brenda followed, arms full with a picnic basket that was impossibly heavy. They laid it open. A new loaf of Rachel's bread, slices of ham, fat tomatoes, soft goat's cheese, a jar of pickled onions, boiled eggs, plates, cutlery, even a proper bread knife. For a beat, the room tilted toward normal life. "Sorry," Rachel said, a little breathless. "No butter." Sandra laughed, tension splintering. "We'll survive. This is a miracle." They murmured thanks with full mouths. Rachel was already turning away. "I need to feed the others, then I'll start on dinner." "Pizza's suit?" Heads bobbed emphatically, mouths too busy to answer. At the milking parlour, Rachel and Brenda repeated the ritual, smoothing a cloth over straw bales pressed into service as a table. 2 watched while 2 ate. Then they swapped, each taking warmth and bread like a benediction. The talk there, too, circled and then landed predictably on Rachel's bread, and on the audacity of promising pizza with what the world had left them. Bernard did his rounds with the calm of habit. Goats milked, animals fed, eggs collected and cradled. When he was done, Robert took the dogs, bowls filled, water freshened, heads rubbed in a wordless reassurance that steadied him as much as them. Afternoon thinned toward evening. They rotated rest in stingy slices, 20 minutes here, half an hour there. The yard grew quiet, but for the soft thrum of the hoses and the occasional creak of a barrel settling under weight. Then, sudden and stark, 2 rifle shots cracked from the distance, close enough to roll across the fields like torn canvas. The dogs answered at once, voices spiking, a ragged chorus drawing tight around the fence line. Alex froze, head canted, listening past the echo. Beneath the barking and the wind in the trees, something else grumbled in his bones, a low, distant engine note, thick and deliberate, working through gears. A truck, he thought. Coming. Chapter 43. Preparing for the assault. André called them to the fire with a clipped gesture, the flames licking at damp kindling, smoke coiling into the trees like a signal none of them intended to send. Faces gathered in the glow, hard, pinched, unwilling. Deacon and Albion wore their distaste openly, but the balance of power sat with André's men and their heavier guns, and that, tonight, was the only argument that mattered. "We talk weaknesses," André said, eyes cold behind the heat. "You mentioned a blind spot at the back of the house, the U, big crown, dead ground beneath. How close can you get to that without being seen? I want a distance. How far back before you're invisible?" Albion shifted, the fire's light writing tired lines across his face. "The tree's only part of it," he said. "You've got 2 fences to beat before you even think about the wall." "Wire cutters, then," André said. "Do we have any?" "We didn't bring them," Albion admitted, the words tasting like rust. "Maybe you've got some in your truck." André's mouth hardened. "Why would I bring wire cutters to your job?" The contempt in his voice flashed like a blade. "This was your operation." Deacon cut in, quick to reclaim some usefulness. "I know where we can get them. The place we used near the reservoir, garage, cellar, tools. 2 old farms near there might turn up something too, and from that side there's a back route up to the rear corner, keeps us off the track." "How far?" André asked. 2 miles as the crow flies," Deacon said. "And on your feet in that ground?" "Bad footing. Call it 4 hours to the fence," Deacon judged. "Longer if we're crawling." André nodded, filing variables. "So we settle when we do this." "Dusk," he answered himself after a beat. Start a few hours before. Enough light to move without lamps, not enough to silhouette us. Gives you time to get in and out. I'll let you drive. 6 o'clock, Deacon pressed, needing a nail to hang the plan on. When you make noise at the gate, they'll look front. They'll likely pull the dogs forward too. I cut the fence at the back, take the wall, and slip in through the rear door. 6. Andre waited, then gave the smallest of nods. 6, which means you leave now for Cutters. I'll need 2 with me, Deacon said. One of yours would be useful if he's kitted. No, Andre said, flat as stone. Pick 2 of Albion's. Albion stays. If both of you vanish at once, I start thinking you don't intend to come back, and if I have to come find you. He let the rest hang, the promise uglier than the smoke. Understood? Deacon took the hit with a thin smile and turned to Albion. Who's fit? Greg and Johnson, Albion said after the briefest hesitation. Lived at the gym, back when there was one. Greg, Johnson, Deacon snapped. With me. The tired yellow comma van coughed awake and rolled out, leading the little convoy past hedges bleached by wind and the flat shine of the reservoir. They reached the dam and the first farmhouse in under half an hour. Empty. The second, across the span half collapsed, was no better. Dust, droppings, and not so much as a dull hacksaw to show for it. That left the house. The old series Land Rover sat where Deacon had last seen it, tyres slumped on their rims, a gutted animal of a machine. He swung the van into the rutted drive and was out before the engine died, heading for the garage while Greg and Johnson pounded up behind. You two. Everything, he ordered. Cabinets, shelves, the lot. I'll take the house and cellar. The garage yielded a wealth of nothing useful. Drawers of electrical pliers, cable crimpers, tidy trays of screws. A spark's dream, a burglar's curse. In the cellar, the air was cool and iron-tinged, the concrete sweating quietly in the gloom. Deacon's torch found shapes beyond his memory. A heavy tool chest, 2 dented boxes, the squared shoulders of proper metalwork. He popped lids with a pocket driver, rummaged and grinned. 2 small bolt croppers, what he insisted on calling wire cutters, and a third, heavier pair built to chew chain link to tatters. He tucked them under an arm and climbed. Greg and Johnson emerged from the garage with the defeat already in their faces. Electrical kit, loads of it, Greg said. Nothing to cut fence. Deacon set his find on the van's bumper with theatrical care. Then it's a good thing I went shopping. He palmed one of the smaller cutters. I'll take this. You two sort yourselves, the big one and the spare. They did, swapping weight between hands, the metal cold and decisive. They still had 8 hours until 6. Deacon glanced up at the sky, gauging the curl of light, and chose patience, for once. Greg, wood. There's a stack by the garage. Johnson, clear a patch. I want flame. He dug out his battered tin, shook the powder of a life before. Coffee. Chalk bitter milk from a sachet, the promise of heat. He built the fire with brisk hands, set the kettle on the trivet, and watched the thin thread of steam blur the line between need and want. Drink up, he said when it boiled, pouring into chipped mugs. Then we walk. Chapter 44, One Man Down. Deacon dawdled on purpose, squeezing the last comfort from the house while it would still have him. He sat close to the hearth where the fire had settled into a steady orange mutter, nursing the bitter kick of his coffee and the final cigarette he owned as though both were relics. Behind him, Greg and Johnson had folded themselves into twin armchairs and were snoring unashamedly in that refurbished living room. Leather, chrome, and pointless luxury, like bored princes in a fallen court. When the cup ran dry, resolve returned like a blade to the hand. He began another sweep for weapons. Andre's charity had amounted to an elderly rifle and 10 rounds, and while Greg and Johnson were marginally better off, a tired Smith & Wesson with only what lived in its cylinder for Greg, a Glock with 1 spare magazine for Johnson, their combined punch felt thin against the job in front of them. Photographs on the walls nudged his thinking, the owner grinning beside brace after brace of pheasants, a well-kept shotgun cradled like a second spine. Paperwork in a desk drawer mentioned a Manchester address. Unlikely he'd haul a shotgun into the city and back. There had to be a cabinet. There was always a cabinet. He combed the upstairs rooms and found nothing but dust and tasteful emptiness, then worked back down, knuckles rapping panelled walls, eyes tracing skirting and cornice for a lie. Cupboards yielded coats and polish and disappointment. In the cellar he almost called it. Then his torch washed across a patch beneath the staircase that didn't breathe like the rest. Fresh boards, new screws, a square of silence where there shouldn't be one. No door. Fine. He fetched a hammer, drove its claw through the boards and worried at the timber until a mouth yawned wide enough to see into. The space behind was tight and clever, a squat safe and beside it the gun cabinet he'd been hunting. The stairs above, he saw now, were rigged to lift for entry, a simple farm trick dressed in money. He found a flat wrecking bar among the tools, got the hooked end between door and frame and leaned his weight until wood complained and metal popped. The latch gave. Prize and proof, neat as a promise, a shotgun, oil slick and ready, and several boxes of birdshot. Not his first choice, but pellets were still pellets. He pocketed 2 boxes, heavy enough to bulge his coat, and swept the alcove with a last acquisitive glance. Nothing else he could use. He dropped the stairs back into place, the house restoring itself around the secret. For the wake-up call, mischief took the wheel. He stepped into the doorway, shouldered the shotgun, and obliterated the dead television with one deafening round. The boom rolled through the rooms, rattled glass, tore the men from sleep. Greg jerked upright, white-faced. "What the fracking hell was that?" "The dawn chorus," Deacon said, smiling like a cat. "Up, we're moving." Johnson blinked, baffled. "What's the dawn chorus?" "Birds," Greg muttered, already on his feet. "Nature's alarm." "Exactly," Deacon said, amusement gone as quick as it came. "Enough chatter." They made good time to the dam, stashing the van in the screen of trees, where the track roughened and the water breathed cold. From there the land pitched them onto a path of loose stone and mean footing. One bad step and Greg's ankle went with a wet twist. He went down hard, breath hissing through his teeth. They waited, hopeful liars to themselves, but the swelling rose like bread, and his boot became a tourniquet he couldn't bear. He wasn't walking on it, not today, maybe not for days. Practicality carved the next decision. Deacon put the tired rifle with its poor handful of rounds into Greg's lap and held out his hand. The Glock. Greg stared, bristling, a fear he tried to hide waking in his eyes. Fear not just of the swap, but of what a man like Deacon might do with the upper hand. Still, he knew his place when injured. He passed over the pistol and the spare magazine with a stiffness that wasn't only pain. The last stretch demanded quiet and nerve. Deacon and Johnson angled toward the U at the rear of the farmhouse, keeping the windows out of sight, working the folds of the ground as if the house were a watching thing. The fencing was the problem. 2 lines of it, dogs somewhere between or beyond. And every shift of wind carried the smell of them, hot and salt and warning. A few 100 yards out they bellied behind a thicket of gorse, the needles insinuating through clothes, ants finding skin and announcing themselves with pinpricks. Deacon flipped open the polished lid of a Mount Royal pocket watch he'd lifted on their first sweep, spring-wound, silvered, and absurdly elegant in his scarred hand. The hands gave him comfort. More than an hour yet. Good. Their hide also granted a sliver of the approach road. They'd see a truck long before it was a problem. That would be the cue. They waited. Johnson filled the waiting with complaints. First about the guns, 6 rounds in a revolver versus Deacon's new appetite for firepower, and then about the ants, the itch, the gorse, the unfairness of everything. Deacon ground his patience down to the nub and, when it nearly snapped, hissed, "Enough. You breathe, you blink, you keep your head below the horizon. You don't get a scene because you can't stand a bite." The sound came like weather shifting, an engine a long way off, bassy, burdened, a truck taking breath. A beat later, the dogs at the farm found it too. Their voices lifted and moved, dragging attention to the front exactly as planned. Deacon shut the watch with a soft click and let the new weight of the Glock settle into his palm. "Move," he said, voice low and ironed flat. "Heads down." Chapter 45, High Alert. Alex signalled Matt over with a tilt of his head. "Take my spot," he said, already easing the rifle strap off his shoulder. "I'm going out to the gate. Need eyes from behind the barrels." From the milking parlour, his view was a narrowed keyhole. Dogs in full voice, yard empty, hedges still as a held breath. Nothing moved that he could name. He slipped down the stairs and into the yard, the barking buffeting him like surf, and angled for the steel drums they'd banked across the track. Up at the farmhouse, gunfire cracked, 2 quick reports that struck the air out of the morning. Bella ran for the front bedroom. Vincent had the rifle settled, cheek to stock, and the window open to the chill. She reached the glass and followed his line of sight, a hulking army lorry idling near the bend, half hidden by the hedgerow's shoulder. "Did you hit him?" she asked, breath tight. "I thought so," Vincent said, voice level but not certain. "Driver ducked or slumped. I fired twice, then the truck crept back a yard. Couldn't tell." Bella snatched up the binoculars. The windscreen wore 2 clean stars high on the left. "There are holes. Left pane," she said, tracking along the glass. A beat, then. "But the driver's on the right. He's holding the wheel." Vincent clicked his tongue, held out a hand for the lenses. Scope's not enough. He took a sweep and a small rueful sound escaped him. "Left-hand drive," he murmured, surprised by the anachronism in such an old Bedford. He shifted his aim to the opposite side and fired once, calm as a man closing a door. Bella raised the binoculars again. Before she could speak, Sandra's voice lifted from the landing, taut as wire. "Someone's out back. I can't see them, but I heard them." Bella pivoted, bolting for the rear bedroom. 2 windows, 2 quick scans, hedge, trough, the dark shoulder of the ancient yew, nothing obvious. Sandra pointed, certain. "Behind the yew," she whispered. Bella's doubt flickered. Why hadn't the dogs lit up at the fence? But she held the window, watching the black-green mass for a ripple of wrongness, while her thoughts kept dragging back to the lorry. At the front, the truck inched in reverse until the bend swallowed it. Down in the yard, Alex caught the brief glimpse of its tail disappearing and understood where the shots had come from. He cut across the gravel and took the farmhouse stairs 2 at a time to the front room. "What happened?" he asked, already half turning to go. Vincent didn't shift from the scope. 2 into the left, no joy. Bella clocked the left-hand drive. "I took the right." Driver dropped. Someone dragged him out, slid behind the wheel and backed it out of sight. "I'm better off at the parlour," Alex said, and ducked back into the hall, only to freeze as the rear trip rattled the quiet with its harsh clangor. He swung round and sprinted for the back bedroom, shouldering in beside Bella. "You know that sound?" "Corner breach," she said, eyes pinned to the hedge line. "We think someone's working the fence." Alex keyed his voice low and steady and called for Daz. "Bring the rifle. I've only got the shotgun." When Daz arrived, Alex pointed across the room to the far window. "Find the corner post from this angle. Put 5 through the U. Through. He'll be on the lee side." Daz drew a long breath, set the scope and worked the trigger. 5 shots, measured and deliberate. Somewhere beyond the dense needles a muffled groan answered, an animal sound smothered by bark and distance. The little Jack Russell, undeterred, had shifted its fury to the back gate, barking itself hoarse. "I'm checking Bernard's room," Alex said and dropped to the landing. He'd barely reached the turn when another trip chattered, the same corner. Bella's voice chased him down the stairs. "He's between the fences," she called, cutting the second run. "I can see the mesh moving, but not him." Bernard's side window gave him less than hope, a slant on timber and wire and a slice of corner that told him only how blind they were. He caught the Jack Russell in the yard below, scrabbling at the wall, frantic to climb, every line of its body pointing to menace on the far side. The old sash in Bernard's room was painted shut. Alex pressed his palm against the cold pane, felt the glass hold and retraced his steps, taking the stairs 2 at a time back to the upper rooms, where the house, the hedge, and the waiting rifles made a thin line between them and whatever pressed at their fences. Bella kept her post at the rear window, breath quiet against the cold pane. Out in the corner where the 2 fences met the yew's heavy shadow, Sheba and Boris broke into view at a dead run, haunches low, noses cutting the air. The stillness burst apart, barking that rattled glass, guttural growls, a man's voice pitching up into panic. Then he came out of the tangle in a rush, tall, ink trailing from collar to jaw, hair and beard black as pitch. For a heartbeat, Bella simply registered the threat. Daz didn't wait. He had Alex's abandoned shotgun up and braced, and he punched a load into the man's midline. The stranger went down hard, a tangle of limbs and spray, but the shouting didn't stop. More voices, the dogs savage and close, a scream cut short. The tattooed man heaved back to his knees as if anger alone could knit him together. Bella drew and loosed without thinking, the arrow driving clean through his chest. He slumped where he'd risen, just as Alex shouldered into the room, eyes scanning past her to the yard below. For a blink, the world seemed to hold its breath. The dogs fell silent. The inner fence shivered as if something large had brushed it, and from below came the clatter of paws on mesh, the scrape and scramble of Sheba, and then Boris squeezing back into the narrow run between the two barriers. A fresh volley of barking rose at the outer fence, the sound angling away along the line. Daz cupped a hand to the dark, calling the Rottweiler by name. Boris appeared in the run, great head lifting to Daz in the window. Sheba ghosted after, both of them pacing the wire, frustrated. The intruder had blocked the gap he'd cut. A hasty barricade jammed into place, and the dogs couldn't force it. Alex was already moving, taking the stairs 2 at a time. The little Jack Russell's sharp bark pattered down the hall after him, a metronome for his sprint to the back door. He eased it open, slipped into the lee of the wall and edged to the gate's blind corner, the courtyard's smell of dust and oil shoved aside by the damp scent of the trees. He risked a glance past the stone, a figure in black, fleeing hard across the field, hatless, fast, wrong and familiar. Deacon. Alex's gaze dropped to the base of the wall. Another man lay twisted there, the one who had made it through both fences at such cost. He wouldn't be getting up. Bella turned from the window and found Sandra sitting on the bed, both hands knotted in the coverlet, her face blanched into something like shock. The expression made Bella's stomach dip. "What is it?" she asked, softening her voice. "You don't know?" Sandra's reply broke on the edges of her breath. "I'm not following," Bella said, baffled. "What do you mean?" "I've just watched a 14-year-old girl and my 15-year-old son kill a man," Sandra said, the words careful and shaking. "And neither of you even flinched. Is this normal to you now? They were coming to invade, yes, but the ease of it." She swallowed. "I understand your father's fear a little better." Bella felt the heat rise and tried to keep her tone steady. "Have you thought what happens if they make it inside? They hurt us, or worse. And even if they don't lay a hand on anyone, they strip the place bare. No food, no winter. We would starve, Sandra." She drew in a breath. "I don't like any of this, but this world changed and didn't ask us first. We either learn the rules or we die by them." Sandra's hands tightened, knuckles white. "It's the way you and Daz do it," she said, voice thin. So calm, so separate. "Maybe it's awful that it helps," Bella said, choosing each word. "But our heads have been living here longer than we wanted. The games, the films you hated, they taught us patterns, not the blood, the choices, how people move when they're desperate. It's not real training, I know, but it kept me from freezing just then." Sandra's gaze flicked to Daz. He had turned from them without a word, eyes guarded, and stepped into the doorway to take the side window, attention already sliding back to the hedge and the track beyond. The silence he left behind seemed to deepen Sandra's unease. She sat very still, as if sudden motion might crack the moment open in a way she couldn't mend. "Sandra?" Bella said gently, "Will you hold this room a minute? I should check on Vincent. He's been too quiet." "I heard that," Vincent called from the front bedroom, dry as old paper. "I'm fine, Bella. I've got the truck if it shows again." Relief loosened something in her chest. "All right," she said, turning back to Sandra. "Would you mind the side window, then?" She returned to the rear glass, eyes finding the U, the fences, the scuffed ground where a body had fallen, watching the tree line settle as if the whole day were a lung, drawing breath for what would come next. Chapter 46, Licking Their Wounds. Deacon staggered from the fence with his breath rasping, palms slick and hot, where the bullet had burned a hole clean through. Pain beat in his hand like a second pulse. He almost tripped on a twist of wire thrown down in the grass and, with a hiss of relief, snatched it up. Working one-handed and clumsy, he lashed the gap shut, rough, ugly, but enough. The dogs hurled themselves at the mesh a heartbeat later and found no way through. Their fury chased him into the trees. The trek back stretched hour after hour, a dull, stumbling pilgrimage through bracken and shadow. When he reached the hollow where they'd left Greg, the ground was empty. only crushed stems and a scuff of boot as proof anyone had been there at all. Maybe the idiot had tried for the van, he thought, and pushed on. The trees thinned to the hiding place they'd used for the vehicle. Nothing. The van was gone, and the quiet that answered him felt like a sneer. Night folded in as he crossed to the other side of the dam, the broken shape of his Land Rover skulking on its flats like some gutted beast. He passed it without a glance and let himself into the house they'd used before. Lock turned, bolt thrown, then bled at the sink and wrapped his hand as best he could with torn cloth and tape, the anger keeping his fingers moving when the pain wanted to take the strength from him. He'd hole up, sleep if the hand would let him, and at first light he'd make for Andre's camp, even if it meant grinding the Rover's rims to sparks all the way there. Andre's temper had been stripped to wire. What should have been a soft lift, food, fuel, bodies cowed by fear, had hardened into something ugly. Ivan and Sergei dead, Pavel torn up, Deacon adrift, 2 of Albion's boys missing. The farm had teeth. "What the frack are we going to do now?" Albion demanded, shoulders hunched, eyes looking for somewhere safe to land and finding nothing. "How the hell am I meant to know?" Andre snapped, shrugging out of his jacket with a wince. The fabric stuck at the sleeve where blood had dried. The round had passed through, clean, merciless, and left a fire in his arm he could neither dress nor ignore. "I was told 2 old men, a coward in the middle, a boy, and women. Whoever put 4 rounds on that truck with that kind of placement is a sniper. Better than anyone we've got." The words came edged, and the way he said them pinned blame to Albion like a badge. Albion saw it and let the silence take the hit for him. It didn't last. Headlights combed through the trees and settled on the clearing. The yellow van rolled in, wobbly, and Greg unfolded himself from the driver's seat, hobbling on a branch like a penitent pilgrim. Albion's gaze flicked past him to the empty interior. "Where are Deacon and Johnson?" he barked. Greg scrubbed a hand across his face. "Don't know. I figured once you'd hit the farmhouse you'd pick them up, so I brought the van back here." "It didn't go to plan." Albion's jaw set. "Truck got shot up before we even saw the house. Think Deacon's gone back to that place by the dam?" Greg's shrug was helpless. "Maybe. I waited as long as I dared. You even sure he got away?" "Find out," Albion said, voice flattening into threat. "All 3 of you, here, by dawn." "My ankle!" Greg gestured, the protest thin even to his own ears. "Tough," Albion snapped. "Go before I lose my temper." When the van's lights swung up the house track, Deacon stepped behind the front door and left it on the latch. He waited until the hinge whispered, and Greg edged through, eyes not yet adapted, posture telegraphing nerves, and drove him into the floorboards with a blow that turned the world off for him. He came round soaked and gasping, water in his nose, and Deacon crouched over him, hand bandaged, eyes hard with something that didn't look like pain at all. "Why didn't you wait?" Deacon hissed. "I walked half the county. You were supposed to be there. Ankle's fine now, is it? Or did you just bottle it?" Greg, still blinking the room into focus, flared. "I twisted it. I'm no coward. I thought you'd ride back with Albion in the truck. Figured I should get the van safe to camp. Why didn't you stay on the farm's flank? You smell it turning bad and fake up an injury." Deacon's voice sweetened with contempt. Greg's hand went for his pocket by reflex, seeking the Glock's shape, and froze when his fingers found nothing. Deacon already had it, heavy at his hip. They stared at each other while the truth rearranged the air between them. "They want us back by sunrise," Greg said at last, swallowing pride. "Where's Johnson?" "Dead." Deacon didn't dress it. He leaned back, changed tack like snapping a blade closed. "Why didn't they ram the gate? What happened?" "There's a sniper on that farm," Greg said. "Hit Andre and dropped Ivan. Andre says he's pro. He's not happy with your intel and wants a word when you show your face." Deacon let that settle, then pitched his order like a stone. "Fine, go back to camp. Tell them to break it down and bring everyone here. Andre's holed. One of his hurt, one of ours hurt. This house is better than freezing in the trees. Move." Greg hesitated at the crossroads between 2 men, 2 leashes. Walking away altogether flickered in him, hot and brief, but Dimitri's shadow was long and old, and the thought of being hunted by that kind of patience pulled him back. He took the road he had. He drove. The fire at camp had been fed high, faces gathered around it like moths around a wound. Greg stepped into the circle, touched the swelling at his temple as if to present it as proof. "Deacon's at the house," he said. "He wants us there. Took my gun. Arguing wasn't clever, not with a Glock in my face." Andre didn't blink. "We go. Albion, leave 2 men here to keep the fire up. I want that farm jumpy even while we sleep." Volunteers failed to materialize. Albion's gaze landed on Greg and then slid to a skinny kid with a hollow look named Peters. "You two," Greg's gut sank. Another night in the midge-ridden dark, then guide duty, then back again. But the thought of sharing walls with Deacon, Andre and Albion, each mean with his own kind of hunger, was worse. He showed them the track to the house and then peeled away, already tasting powdered milk and instant coffee, already bargaining with himself for a hot drink and the back of the van. Thin mattress, door cracked, midges kept at bay, his small promise of sleep while the forest breathed and the farm on the hill listened for whatever the night would send next. Chapter 47. Sleep was in short supply. Evening folded over the farm with a hush that felt almost borrowed. Work had stilled for an hour or more, but the glow in the woods persisted, and the breeze kept ferrying smoke to the house like a warning you couldn't quite ignore. Bernard slipped inside to busy his hands and lift spirits with something hot, only to be intercepted and gently shooed out by Rachel and Brenda. "We've got it," they promised, and the proof soon threaded through the halls, yeasty warmth, roasted tomatoes, a touch of char at the crust. Bernard carried the news to the milking parlour, and before long Rachel appeared with mugs and steam, then crossed back to the farmhouse to do the same there. She returned again with armfuls, 2 great pizzas balanced like offerings. One glistened with goat's cheese, tomato, mushrooms and slips of ham. The other was its careful twin, no ham this time. She'd cut each into quarters and tucked plates and forks beneath the tea towels. Once the farmhouse crew were sorted, she hurried back to the barn to roll dough for herself, Brenda and the children. Daz and Bella ate at the window in quick, grateful bites while Sandra and Vincent moved between rooms. Their rhythm practiced now, check the track, sweep the fields, trade places, breathe. When the plates were empty, the watchers swapped. Bella and Daz took the glass again so Sandra and Vincent could eat in peace. After, Vincent lingered with Sandra at the landing window and, in a low voice, tried to loosen the knot she'd carried all day. He spoke without sermon or scold, simply laying his experience down between them like a blanket. There were days, long ago, when he'd been very young and had to make decisions faster than his heart could keep up with, and he had lived long enough to know that guilt only ever arrived on time. Bernard, he said, had sworn off rifles for years and still found one in his hands when the world changed. People were already doing anything to get what they wanted. Pretending otherwise would not keep anyone safe. And Bella, he wouldn't have her mistaken. The girl wasn't monstrous. She thought things through. She bled for the group in a dozen quiet ways, and half her stubbornness came from putting everyone else first. "Talk to her," he added softly. "Talk to Matt. They've read and watched everything they could long before the lights went out. It isn't wisdom, but it's a map. And Alex, he fixes the world by instinct, not by argument. We need that too." He tried to leave her with something less heavy for the dark hours. The forecasts the kids had gleaned. Ugly in the near term, yes, with too many dying in too short a span. But farther out, if they endured, a slope toward barter and cooperation rather than raids and guns. Grim now, and less so later. It was a kind of hope. Despite being on watch, exhaustion ferried Bella under without warning. Sandra, wide awake and unwilling to add a second jolt of shame to the girl's day, let her sleep and kept the vigil herself, until a thud jarred the silence. Bella snapped upright and peered out to see Alex below, a pale shape in the pre-dawn, axe rising and falling into the dense shadow of the yew. She couldn't tell whether he'd cleared it with her grandfather, but even bleary, she saw the sense. That blind spot had nearly killed them. Alex had risen before first light, left Robert and Matt to mind the milking parlour, and gone quietly about mending damage, stringing wire to stitch the chain link where the man in black had cut through, dragging the bodies from outside the fence to the back field, laying a tarp over them, stripping whatever weapons could still be used. When the yew collapsed with a shiver of boughs, he reset the perimeter, Tripwires checked, rearmed, made tight as a snare. Breakfast came in shifts, so Rachel could work the small miracle of feeding everyone. Between cups and plates, Bella called for a meeting. Short, practical, from a place high enough to see trouble as it formed. They chose the milking parlour attic for its vantage and its straw-strewn floor. Brenda would stay with the children, and Sandra, Vincent and Rachel would rotate at the farmhouse windows. "We're burning ourselves out guarding," Bella began, once they'd settled. "If we keep this pace, the farm work fails. With only 3 in the house, we can cover it with 3 watches total, 2 there, swapping between track and rear, and 1 up here. But we need a way to call each other fast. The dogs and tripwires help, but we're losing time between a sighting and a warning." She looked to Alex. "Could we rig something? Like the tripwires, but overhead? A pull line from here to an audible alarm, and a second line from the house, tied into the same bell or another. Something we can trigger from either position and hear everywhere." "I can build it," Alex said at once. "Today. I'll make it loud and simple. Only worry is falling weights with children underfoot. Let me think through housings and stops." Bella nodded and turned the conversation toward the quieter frictions. Work's falling on the same shoulders. Grandad's pulling all the animal duty. Alex is mending everything. Brenda and Rachel have become the cooks and carers by default. We can't keep acting on habit or guilt. "That's fair," Bernard said, no hesitation. Robert echoed him. "It is." Matt offered a path forward. "Let everyone write the jobs they're willing to take on. When the man in black is settled one way or another, we sit down and make a rota." "One last thing," Bella said. "We need a real sleep tonight. After animals and dinner, everyone rests. The 4 of us, Alex, Matt, Daz and me, will take the watch in turns until midnight. It's not about excluding anyone. We're just the youngest, and we can carry it for an evening." Age pricked at a few tempers, but the room, tired enough to choose sense over pride, let the plan stand. They broke up with the light slanting warmer through the attic window, each person peeling back to their post or their chore, the farm breathing again in its careful rhythm. Eat, mend, watch, rest, repeat, until the next flare of trouble on the tree line asked them for something more.
Chapter 48. Discord at the Dam.
The drive back to the dam house left a sour taste in Albion's mouth. Andre had ridden up his nerves the whole way, sharp words, sharper doubts, reminding him at every turn about the 2 men they'd lost and the unreliable intelligence that had led them here. By the time the vehicles drew up, the mood in the battered living room had curdled into something dangerous, blame, raw and loud. Andre wasted no time. He stood with his coat still damp with the evening air and picked at Deacon like a man unpicking a seam. "Your intel was wrong," he said flatly, as if truth were a thing you could lay down on a table. "I was told 2 old men, a middle-aged coward, a young lad, some kids and women. That's not what we met. So who are they, really?" Deacon repeated what he'd been told, reciting names and ages in a voice that had the tired cadence of someone rehearsing a defense. Robert, the man who'd cracked, 2 kids under 10, 3 teenagers, a youth of about 18, a girl missing an arm, another in her early 20s, a mid-30s woman, Robert's father and an elderly friend. He had believed it then, he believed it now. The room took in his list like a ledger entry, but it did not excuse the losses. Andre's eyes never left him. "It doesn't add up," he said. "We lost men because we underestimated them. 2 fences, dogs, tripwires, booby traps, a sharpshooter. This was no light pickings. Either you cooked up an easier story, or someone lied to you." Albion stood quiet, the sensible part of him keeping his mouth shut where fire met tinder. He knew Andre's temperament and the man he answered to. To contradict him here was to invite a danger that went beyond bruised pride. Deacon flung a last sarcastic barb. "If you think you can do better, take the lead." And Andre answered with the kind of certainty that freezes argument. "I am taking charge," Andre said. "From now on you follow orders. Understood?" Deacon had already been considering leaving. The taste of defeat was acrid on his tongue, and the idea of slipping away in the night had crossed his mind more than once. But the shadow of Dimitri, of consequences reaching back to Skipton, kept him rooted. He weighed escape against the certainty of being hunted, and prudence, for once, outweighed fear. He stayed. Andrei, blunt and practical, moved the meeting from accusation to action. Pavel, the man with the ripped arm, wanted a day to heal, and Andrei granted it. The plan he laid out required a day of preparation. "We'll fortify the truck's front to shield the driver from snipers," Andrei said, taking up the rough geometry of the problem with the clear eye of a man who preferred movement to talking. "On the day, we hit from 3 directions. The lorry will be the battering ram as planned. I'll drive. 2 of Albion's lads will ride in the back. Albion, Pavel and one man split through the trees, bypassing traps. Deacon, you and 2 others take that corner. No mistakes this time. Rest up. Dawn starts work." Deacon listened, and in the listening the old urge to split and vanish tugged again. He imagined the battered railway van and a road to nowhere. He thought of Dimitri's reach, and whether it still spanned beyond Skipton. Hours of restless weighing left him with the same conclusion. Andrei would not let him go easily, and a run would turn quickly into a hunt. He stayed. The next hours were logistics made blunt. Food was short, and Andrei rationed what remained for the evening. He sent men to the garage to detach the lorry's tailgate and, with crude ingenuity, clamp it over the windscreen as a shield, cutting a small port for the driver's view, using tools bolted to the house and buried in the garage. The job was ugly, quick and necessary, the kind of fix that didn't ask for elegance, only for survivability. Weapon distribution followed the same ruthless economy. 2 extra MP5s freed up by their dead men were put back into circulation. Andrei handed one to Deacon, one to Albion, and ordered Deacon to relinquish his shotgun to another of Albion's people. Better balance, less chance of a single man being too heavily armed and awakening envy. The remaining rifles were doled out to Albion's crew, along with the ammunition that would decide the fight. Andrei's mind clicked to the next problem: dinner. Food was short, and needs were screaming. He picked a man from Albion's group who'd poached before and handed him the shotgun with a curt instruction to bring back something edible, at least rabbit size or larger, and with a wry barb that if he returned with a cow, he should be prepared to drag it home alone. The man went off with the shotgun under his arm and the light of a purpose that is calming in its own way. Plans were set into the night with the same hard efficiency as the repairs. Prep at dawn, move at dusk, all roads ending back at the house. Deacon's earlier bravado faded into practical compliance. Albion steered with a mouth shut tight against saying what he felt. Outside, the van's engines made their small human noises, and men somewhere breathed, ate, sharpened and waited, each of them carrying the taste of the farm in their mouths now, the memory of shots and the sting of loss, and the certainty that the next day would be heavier still. Chapter 49. Barricades. Daz paced the farmhouse like a metronome, drifting between rear and side windows, keeping the glass breathing with his presence. Across the yard, Matt held the attic of the milking parlour, a lone figure behind hay bales and dust motes, eyes combing the track. Outside, the afternoon hung heavy, as though the fields themselves were listening. Bella sketched a defence in the air, barrels not as a wall but a maze. Embassy thinking, military compound logic, force an approach to slow, to hesitate. 2 barrels offset on the left of the track, another pair staggered to the right a little farther up, a third pair left again, a serpent's path that would force any driver into 3 slow, awkward arcs before the gates. Alex studied the imaginary turns, then nodded. It was exactly the kind of restraint the situation demanded. She set to work. The first 2 barrels had to be emptied. The weight was an argument you never won with brute force. A litre was a kilo, and each drum held more than 200 of them. Hose slung, taps turned, she listened to the wet glug of a great animal being made light. By the time the barrels coughed dry, sweat pressed thin lines at her temples, and the day was already shorter. She warned Matt and Daz, then cracked the gate, muscled the drums out to the far position she'd marked, and fed each a green mouth of hose. Water began to climb the inside ribs with a slow, patient sound. Only when the pair were filling and the gate was locked again did she admit what the barrels already knew. This would take hours. Fill, siphon, roll, refill, hours for every stagger. Alex had gone hunting for noise, anything that could be coaxed into an alarm loud enough to rattle bone. With the track snaking, he wanted sound to travel too. Bella, wiping her palms, wondered where he'd got to and turned toward the shed, then halted at the soft scrape of boots. Bernard, sleepless and purposeful, crossed the yard with his hands deep in his pockets, old habit when he was thinking. "If they breach," he said quietly, "I'd like to hide the fuel now, not when we're panicking. I've told Rachel and Brenda to lift what they need from the cellar for a couple of days. After that, I'll mask the hatch in the pantry. Can you give me a hand?" Of course. The answer was out before she'd taken a breath. They prized 2 concrete slabs from the disused septic tank, stone sighing against stone, and stacked the red cans in the cool, echoing space below. When they heaved the slabs back, the pale faces of the lifted stones flashed like fresh scars against the yard. Bella squinted, thinking, then jogged off. She came back with a bucket, a dustpan, the same brush they'd used to scrub fire from the kitchen weeks ago. She went hunting for dust, barn corners, ledges, the lip of the old trough, and tossed the grey veil high, letting it settle in slow drift across the 2 clean slabs. When the grit finally lay still, the disturbance was gone. The yard looked convincingly untended again. Inside, Bernard worked at the pantry like a stagehand. He laid down her grandmother's charred rug, then salted the floor with soot and shattered ash, building a mess that told a useful lie. Nothing to see here. No one's cleaned. No one's looking. No thief would expect a secret in a place so deliberately dull. By the time Bella returned to the track, the far barrels were brimming and fountaining a little at their rims. She cut the taps and moved to the next pair, draining the first and third from the left to leave that offset route for a truck she knew, in her bones, would come. The sky had shifted a tone darker. Dogs muttered between fences. The day tilted toward its evening edge. Crossing the yard, she paused. Every front-facing window but Vincent's was shut, blank-eyed. A shape in each, a barrel of a rifle jutting. If an enemy counted silhouettes, he'd count numbers they didn't have. She thought fleetingly of the mannequins at the quarry and felt a needle prick of regret for not hauling them home when there'd been time. Rachel arrived with tea, steam crossing the wind like ghosts. Bella, still staring at the glass, shared the thought. Silhouettes, long guns, the suggestion of a crowd. "Cardboard and scissors and I'll make you a platoon," Rachel said without missing a beat. "Get me big sheets. The kids can draw faces, chalk, markers, those paints we found. At a distance it'll read as people." Bella hunted supplies with the urgency of a new idea. Bernard, after a moment's rummage, produced his late wife's dressmaking shears, big-shouldered gap, beautifully heavy, and led Bella to the old barns where flat-packed boxes were stacked in a tide of brown. They ferried armfuls to the main barn until a cardboard hill rose for Rachel and her small artists. Only then did Bella claim her mug and gulp heat into her chest before returning to the gate. 2 empty drums rolled into position outside the bars. She dropped hoses into each, locked the gate, twisted the taps and watched water gain height. The yard breathed, and she did a quick circuit. Matt steady in the attic, Daz fed and focused, sweeping his window arcs, both with enough sandwich and tea to keep them there. Satisfied, she turned for the shed, following the percussive punctuation of hammering. The banging was regular, purposeful, the signature of work Alex loved, problems turning under his hands. She hadn't seen much of him all day, just the evidence of him, tools migrating, offcuts piling, a plan being made out of scrap. The sounds steadied her more than the tea. The barrels were filling, the silhouettes were coming to life, the fuel had disappeared into the ground. Piece by piece the farm hardened under their touch, the way a body tenses before a blow.
Chapter 50.
The alarm woke everyone. At first the problem was sound, how to wrench a single shout from the farm that everyone, everywhere within their little fortress, would hear and understand. Alex rummaged through every shed and lean-to for anything that would ring or crash or sing. The idea that finally took root was simple and heavy. 2 great gongs fashioned out of old corrugated tin, each plate slung from chains, so it could tremble and roar when struck with something suitably brutal. Tractor spanners would do nicely. One could hang from the sack-loading beam on the old barns by the house. The other would need its own frame, planted outside the milking parlour door, where it would be close at hand and out of the way. He started with timber, weathered fence posts stacked like old bones, but ran out of nails almost immediately. He'd spent the last of them bristling those spiteful nail boards. Cursing, he looked around and saw the answer Bella had already given him, the milking parlour pipework she'd dismantled. Steel tube, elbows, tees, grub screws, an erector set for grown-ups. With only an Allen key, he was building faster than he would have with hammer and sore thumbs. He was muscling the first frame across the yard when Bella appeared, shadow slipping out from the barns. "How's it going?" she asked, reading the sheen of sweat, the set of his jaw. "After a very time-wasted start," he said, breath easing into a grin, "I switched to the parlour pipework you stripped out, night and day." "Told you it would be useful," she said, satisfaction bright in her eyes. "Didn't think it would pay off this quickly." "Then don't just stand there," he teased. "Give me a hand." Together they shouldered the frame to the milking parlour wall and settled it into place. Bella fetched the base. Alex arrived with the tin plate already chained. 2 U-bolts bit down, the tin hung free, and he tipped the frame to the side so she could fix the base. When they heaved it upright again, it had a kind of presence, a crude altar to noise. Alex went hunting in the tool chest and came back with stepladder, heavy chain and tractor spanners that could break a knuckle just by looking at them. Standing on the ladder, he clipped a short length of chain over the crossmember, hung the spanners, then tied on a long tail of baling twine, long enough to reach the milking parlour attic and then some. "Go on," he said, stepping back. "Give it a thump." Bella swung the spanners and the world answered. Tin boomed, a broad metallic bellow that rolled down the track and bounced off hedges. Every dog detonated. Boris, Sheba, the little Jack Russell, the lot of them, until the yard was a single savage chorus. People materialised like startled birds. Matt from the parlour, Daz's face at the front window, Rachel and Brenda spilling out of the barn with the children flanking them, Robert and Sandra bleary and blinking at the doorway. Only Vincent didn't appear. He was visible through the barn opening, still in soft conversation with Bernard by the fire, teacups haloed in steam, both of them cocking an eyebrow at the uproar, and then returning to their murmured debate. Once the commotion ebbed and everyone drifted back to stations, Alex fetched the second sheet of tin already rigged with chain. Bella brought a long ladder. Hanging this one from the old sack-loading beam took 3 tries, a muttered swear, and a careful dance with gravity, but the plate finally swung free. They added another clutch of tractor spanners, a stout chain, and a run of baling twine. They didn't test it. Robert and Sandra had already made their opinions known about rude awakenings, and Bella reminded him of the boy who cried wolf. Better to keep the alarm a promise, not a prank. To make the gong speak from inside, they threaded the house line first. Twine in through the same front bedroom window Vincent had been shooting from, across the landing, on into a rear bedroom, where she tied it off to a curtain rail that could take the yank. For the parlour gong, Alex snaked the cord through an attic window and hitched it to an old hinge on the front-loading door frame. 2 pulls, 2 voices, 1 message. Work divided again, without words. Bella went back to her waterwork, tackling the last 2 barrels for the track barricade and setting hoses to climb them full. Alex relieved Matt at the attic so the lad could feed the dogs without leaving a hole in their watch. When the final pair of drums rose to a wet meniscus, Bella ducked into the barn for tea and to check on the cardboard army. Rachel and the children had been relentless. 9 silhouettes stood propped against straw bales, nearly finished, blocky shoulders, hats, the dark suggestion of men at windows. Bella smiled into her mug, then ferried the first 3 to the farmhouse. In the front bedroom, the one the fire had licked and left scorched, she chewed on the problem of how to hold the cutouts in place. The answer, as ever, was whatever worked. Sellotape and a tall chair hauled up from downstairs. She taped the first silhouette to the chair back, squared it with the sash, and went outside to judge it from the only vantage that mattered. The gate was locked, but she had to tug the hoses from the brimming barrels anyway, so she stepped beyond the bars and looked back. From the track, the figure read as a person, especially Bobby's, a brutish shape with a painted scowl that might give even a hard man pause. But they needed rifles in those hands. She remembered the lengths of black plastic tubing in Bernard's shed, the same stash she'd scavenged for arrow work and cut 9 sections to rifle length. Back upstairs, she taped the first to the sill so the pipe jutted across the glass like a barrel. Outside again, another look. Convincing. She moved through the house with quick, practiced steps, repeating the trick at every window, upstairs, downstairs, front and side and rear, until the farmhouse had grown a platoon of mute sentries. She set the last 2 silhouettes in the milking parlour ground floor side windows and slipped into the run between fences, walking the circuit to see the trick from every angle. It worked. Even knowing they were cutouts, her eye argued for men behind the glass. She hauled Daz and then Matt to the yard for a second opinion. Both nodded, the rare, unqualified kind. Bella took over Daz's post to buy him a breather. From the back bedroom, the view had opened like a new map now the big garden yew was gone, fields drawn in clean lines all the way to the far hedgerow. An hour ticked by on the slow clock of a watch shift. Rachel arrived bearing tea and sandwiches, her timing miraculous as ever. Bella thanked her, ate, and only then noticed herself, smoke in her hair, sweat at her collar, the day's labour in her skin. The shower would have to wait for the midnight handover when Vincent and Sandra came up the stairs. For now, the farm was quiet in that particular way that made you listen harder, and the gongs hung ready. 2 iron throats tethered to string, waiting for the pull that would wake the world. Chapter 51. Tension at the Farm. From the attic of the milking parlour, Alex scanned the pale outline of the track. The trees edging it formed a ragged screen, a perfect cover for anyone patient enough to slip through the shadows. He felt that familiar itch of unease along his neck. 2 rat-trap tripwires still sat unused in his kit, and it seemed wasteful to leave them idle. Rather than merely relying on noise, Alex decided they should bite back. He crouched over the floorboards, sketching the plan in his head. If he reoriented the mechanism and set them low, one could hammer into a shin or calf, painful, disabling, not lethal but enough to ruin an approach. With daylight still on their side, Alex called down to Matt to take over his post. The boy's quick nod from below meant freedom. Alex grabbed the traps and slipped into the tree line, boots sinking in leaf mould. He worked methodically, stringing the first snare halfway along the track where the cover was thickest, then the second at the far end, where even fog might not give them away. By the time he made his way back, dusk had begun its slow crawl, and the cold edge of the evening was already settling over the farm. By midnight, fatigue pressed heavy on Bella like a second skin. Her eyes burned from watching the dark so long. She drifted to the barn for a cup of tea, the lantern's small glow following her like a tether. The thought of a proper shower felt bleak. Instead, she decided on a strip wash with the old enamel kettle. She refilled it, set it back on the stove, and gathered clean clothes and a towel. Lantern in hand, she padded across to the milking parlour's shower room. Crossing paths with Alex at the doorway, she noticed the strain carved into his face. He glanced at the cold kettle, gave up on the idea of tea, and muttered something about sleep before vanishing into the darkened barn. When Bella returned later, blankets bundled under one arm, the barn was thick with the sound of snoring. Sheba's occasional whine broke the rhythm. Seeking somewhere quieter, Bella crossed to the farmhouse and lowered herself onto the living room sofa. The cushions smelled faintly of smoke and old wool. She was asleep within minutes, her body too tired to argue. Her next memory came in fragments, the cockerel crowing, Sheba barking at her side. For a heartbeat she thought she was still dreaming. Then she saw the dog, tail thudding against the floorboards, and realized the animal must have climbed in through a window. She scratched Sheba's head absently, still fogged with sleep, before rising to use the bathroom. Upstairs, Vincent and Sandra were still on watch. With Daz missing from his station, Vincent had stayed put while Sandra went to rouse him. Half an hour later, Daz appeared, steam rising from the mugs in his hands, the smell of warm egg sandwiches and Rachel's bread curling ahead of him. Vincent took his share with a murmured thanks. Remarking that the enemy hadn't gone anywhere, the thin column of smoke behind the milking parlour's field proved it. Dawn dragged itself over the horizon in a muted hush. Fog clung to the fields like a low tide, folding the landscape into something close and secret. From her new post at the rear window, Bella watched the whiteness shift. Daz had taken Vincent's usual spot at the track. Occasionally they swapped a glance, then returned to scanning the side windows. Those didn't need constant attention. The milking parlour's vantage already covered most of that ground, but the fog had a way of making you second-guess what you thought you saw. Outside, Bernard moved among the goats with Bobby trotting at his side, the soft clink of pails carrying through the mist. Rachel, with Tina trailing, stooped among the chickens, the basket on her arm filling with eggs. Even these quiet rituals felt brittle under the weight of waiting. Everyone was wound tight with the same thought. When would the attack come? A strange wish had taken hold, that the fight would simply arrive, be done with, and leave them something like normal again. For a moment Bella's eyes wandered from the tension. 3 deer grazed at the tree line, antlers pale in the fog. The sight stilled her heartbeat, a fragile sliver of calm before her gaze drifted to the vegetable garden where Rachel, Brenda, and the children knelt pulling weeds, their hands busy with small, deliberate movements. Relief washed through her as Vincent and Sandra approached to take over the watch. The monotony had begun to gnaw at her. With Daz beside her, she crossed to the barn, hoping for tea and a bite of food. What greeted them was a ploughman's feast laid out on the table. Cheese, bread, pickles, and her grandmother's tomato chutney, the last jars pulled from the cellar just yesterday. Alex and Matt wandered in soon after, drawn by the smell. They all stood for a moment, appreciating the spread. But Bella's appetite faltered, a shadow of guilt rising as she thought of the thousands starving beyond their fragile perimeter. "I hate this psychological bull they're pulling," she burst out, anger breaking through her fatigue. "I wish they'd just get it over with." Alex lowered his mug, his brow furrowed. "I only hope they're not using this lull to bring in reinforcements," he said quietly. "We already know there's more than 10 out there. If their numbers swell, we'll be staring down something far worse." Chapter 52. Change of plans. Dawn seeped in, thin and colourless, when Andre shook the camp awake. Faces turned toward him from bedrolls and chairs, the room still heavy with wood smoke and the stale heat of a banked fire. He didn't bother with ceremony. "I've made a few alterations," he said. "We hit them at 2 this afternoon, and Deacon, you're not taking 2 of Albion's men. One of them is replaced by Pavel." Deacon's jaw worked. "So you don't trust me?" Andre didn't pretend otherwise. "That's right, I don't." He ran through the rest without blinking. "The lad with the bad knee drives the truck. He's fit enough to steer. No one gets left behind. I'll ride passenger." Albion lifted a hand, a thread of concern in his voice. "You sure he's up to it?" "I'll take the first stretch," Andre said. "We swap before the last corner, so I'm ready to fire." He cut off the next question with a shake of his head. "I'll wake him when I'm ready. You fetch your 2 from the camp. On your way, drop Deacon, Pavel, and one of the men who were slated to go with Deacon." Deacon frowned. "If we're not starting until 2, why shove us out the door at first light?" Andre's mouth twitched, almost a smile. "Because we prepare. We don't need any unfortunate accidents slowing us down. Twisted ankles, that sort of thing." They moved at first light anyway, gear clanking softly, breath turning to steam. Deacon nursed one last cup of coffee like a small private victory, then climbed into the bright yellow railway van and rolled it back to their usual hiding place. Albion took the lorry and headed for the house. Andre's reasoning for the early start ran headlong into the morning. A fog lay over the land so thick they could barely see their feet. Every loose stone was a trap. Ankles, twisting, turning, suddenly felt inevitable. By mid-morning, the sun worried the mist to shreds and the shape of the house rose cleanly from the slope. Deacon's eyes went straight to the gap at the rear, then snagged on an absence. The ewe that had hidden their approach last time was gone. Someone had taken a saw to it. "Pavel," he said, frustration edging his voice. "You're meant to lead. Now what? We're nearly a mile out, and the second we step off here, they'll see us. Surprise is gone. We go back. Andre needs to know." Pavel's reply was flat, confident. "I run faster than all of you. You carry my kit. I get to the house in time." No arguments. He didn't wait for consent. He was already moving. The return to the dam house went faster on clear ground. Andre was waiting, face set, as if he'd expected bad news. "Do they have help?" he asked the room, speaking to no one and everyone. Someone with training? Because for a bunch of old men, women and children, they're doing a fine job of making us look stupid. He rubbed his forearm, still tender, then waved them off. I'll consider our options and update you. Deacon fed the fire out of spite as much as necessity, sent one of Albion's boys for wood, set the kettle on, and folded himself into a recliner like he owned it. Watching Andre adjust plans again was a small balm. An hour later, Andre came back with a new edge to him. Here's how it goes. You three, house by midnight in position at the rear. We'll drive up before dark so we don't need headlights, then lie low until 12. As the clock turns, I go down through the trees with one of my men. When we ram the gate, we open up from the woods to cover the yard. I get out with 2 others, and we use the truck as a shield to push in. While we draw their fire, Pavel, Deacon, and, what's his name, go through the back fence and into the farmhouse. Our noise is your doorway, and hear me clearly, no survivors. His name's Ginger, Albion said almost reflexively. Andre didn't blink. Do I look like I care? Ginger made a noise under his breath. We just got back and now we're off again? Move, Pavel snapped, trying on authority like a new coat. We're taking the van, Deacon cut across, already reaching. Andre flicked 2 fingers. Fine, take it. Pavel muttered something in a slip of English and Russian, but before he could steer the moment, Deacon plucked the keys from Albion's palm and claimed the driver's seat. They left the van at their familiar hide and went in on foot, dropping into the gully that gave them a clean view of the house. Then they waited for the dark to finish the job the fog had started. Back at the dam house, Andre stretched out and closed his eyes. Wake me at 6, he told Albion, already slipping under. Albion climbed the stairs and knocked at the door where Kevin, the appointed driver, lay with his leg up and his arm wrapped. Up, Albion said. Rebandage both and be ready. 3 hours. Kevin stared at the ceiling. I don't want to drive it into a gate, he muttered. My knee. Man up, Albion said, the kindness stripped from his voice. You'll drive. He left Kevin to the hiss of fresh bandages and the silent clockwork of the plan as it ticked them toward night. Chapter 53. All hell breaks loose. Bella and Daz relieved Vincent and Sandra at dusk, trading quiet nods and the dry-eyed fatigue of people who had learned to live inside their nerves. Before he stepped away, Vincent paused, gaze still sewn to the tree line. No smoke today, he said. Either they've slunk off, or they're saving their strength for tonight. My money's on the latter. Make sure the others know why. It's time, Bella murmured, conviction tightening her voice. Careful what you wish for, Vincent said gently. You'll meet enough fights in one lifetime without calling them in. Bella took the rear bedroom, settling into the rhythm of watching the way you watch a fire, patient, alert, unwilling to blink at the wrong moment. Her eyes kept returning to the ridge in line with the garden's corner where the yew had once stood. They'd used that shadow for cover before. In darkness, a man might still walk the ghost of a felled tree. She fetched Vincent's binoculars from the front room and worked the field in slow sweeps, schooling her breath, trusting the night to give up its secrets if she didn't hurry it. Everything in her said Vincent was right. If they came, it would be tonight. Vincent, restless with the same certainty, found Alex and passed it on. Alex took Bernard's binoculars and posted himself behind his hay bale barricade in the milking parlour attic. He traced the hedgerow opposite, imagined the sensible route, a creep along the far hedge, a cut through the trackside trees, each step tucked under cover. He shifted bales until the firing slit was a tight, perfect geometry, a medieval murder hole remade in straw and twine, protection and purpose in one tidy seam. Robert appeared beside him with a mug of tea so quietly that Alex flinched. He almost laughed at himself, age making his nerves too near the skin, and then remembered Bernard's aside about Robert, a hunter's quiet, a distaste for guns. The paradox made sense in this world. A man could love the woods and still hate what you had to do inside them. Sandra did a round of tea for Bella and Daz, reporting nothing moving and hoping, out loud, that Vincent's hunch would prove wrong. Twilight thinned to ink. At the front, Vincent took over Daz's watch again and refused relief with a soft, "I'm comfortable," that fooled no one about his focus. Near 11, the temperature of the night changed. The little Jack Russell began to pace at the front gate, not barking, only letting out those small, needling whines that meant scent or sound had drifted in from the dark. It crawled under Alex's skin and stayed there. A few minutes later, Sheba, who'd been dozing on the bed behind Bella, shot downstairs like a sprung wire, claws skittering. Vincent's voice came thin from his window. Movement at the end of the lane. Can't tell if it's a vehicle or deer. The darkness had weight to it. Clouds swallowed what little moon there was, and even the hedges looked like they'd pulled themselves closer together. Bella found herself bargaining with the sky for one clean patch of light. Out in the trees, Andre split the night into orders. Albion and Greg were to ghost to the fence in half an hour and hold. When the truck shattered the gates, they'd rattle anything that twitched with gunfire. Andre would give the signal. Albion and Greg slipped along a hedge, then into the wood, two darker shadows in a dark place. In the first yards of trees, Albion saw them. Barrels laid across the track, a low, patient threat. He sent Greg pelting back to warn Andre and crouched to listen, breath shallow in his throat. The shotgun blast came hard and close. Bark rattled down, something screamed. Man, fox, he didn't know. Albion froze, calculating trap or chance, then edged back the way Greg had gone. He found the boy by touch more than sight. In the muddled dark, the ruin of Greg's face resolved like a photograph in a dish. Albion swallowed bile, steadied himself, and moved. Further off, Deacon heard the shot and the dogs answering it. He and Pavel didn't break cover. They'd agreed. Move only when the night grew loud with the lorry's impact and sustained fire. Until then, they lay in the scrub 30 yards from the fence, breathing through their mouths, counting heartbeats. Under the attic eaves, Sheba and Boris materialized beneath Alex's firing slit, their sudden, thunderous barking slamming the quiet to pieces. Alex flinched again. Damn his jumpiness. And then a trap snapped somewhere in the wood, a brutal clap that jumped across the fields. Silence folded back over it like a cloth. Matt startled from his drift, and Vincent's voice cut through. Urgent! Binoculars! Daz sprinted them over. Bella kept glassing the rear, a metronome of scans, while Bernard emerged from the barn, coat half on, and, astonishingly, Rachel right behind him with a rifle pinched white-knuckled in both hands. In the confusion, Andre made the only sense he could. One of theirs had blundered into a trap. He shoved Kevin out of the driver's seat. Move. The truck coughed to life. Headlights speared the lane. He took the bend fast, and felt the vehicle lurch as if the ground had liquefied. The front tires sank and shredded, the rims grabbed at gravel, and the wheel fought him like a live thing. Pain tore across his wounded shoulder. Then the beams caught the barrels Bella had set, a staggered wall of dull metal, and the first pepper of rounds rang off the tailgate they'd bolted over the windscreen, each impact a flat, ugly gong. Vincent, squinting into glare, tracked what mattered, not the armoured sheet, but the small dark mouth of the driver's peephole. The truck slewed and jounced, the light blinded. He adjusted, breathed, fired. Miss again, miss. He followed the wobble of the cab instead of the headlights and squeezed on the exhale. Third, fourth, sparks and nothing. On the fifth, maybe the sixth, the truck shuddered like something vital had been cut. It yawed left, lost argument with gravity, and slid off the track, ploughing through a fence and down the bank until the world flipped. Metal screamed. Then, at last, stillness. The lorry on its side, lights skewed at the hedge, the night holding its breath. The gunfire came first, hard, percussive slaps that seemed to shove the night, and then the crunching, iron howl of a lorry losing an argument with gravity. Deacon and Pavel broke from the scrub on instinct, legs uncoiling for the dash they'd rehearsed a dozen times in whispers. The sky betrayed them. A seam in the clouds peeled back and spilled a sheet of moonlight over the field, silvering the grass and painting their silhouettes clean. Bella caught the movement the way you catch a thought you've been waiting for. She drew and loosed in one smooth breath. Her arrow flew at the closer shape before her mind had finished the word target. Daz's rifle barked an echo. Two figures folded, as if the ground had yanked them down by the ankles. A third reeled and flung himself into the hedge's black mouth. Daz stitched the bushes with careful, punishing fire, while Bella sent another shaft into the bracken. Both of them holding the line until a scouring burst from an automatic tore splinters from the window frame and drove them to the floorboards. From the attic slit, Alex saw the lorry finish its savage tumble and come to rest on its roof, the world around it tilted and wrong. Sheba and Boris hammered the air beneath his perch, a metronome of certainty. Someone was still in the trees. He told Matt to keep the timberline under a microscope and ghosted down the stairs. Bernard stood at the parlour door with that stillness old soldiers wear like a coat. Alex murmured what the dogs already knew and edged toward the nearest pair of barrels by the gate. A shape twitched at the track's edge. Before Alex could settle his sights, a single surgical shot from Vincent's bedroom window punched the man down. The clouds thinned like a breath on a mirror, and the full moon came through, painting detail where there'd been only suggestion. Alex shifted, ready to meet the next threat from the hedge, and was nearly caught by the real one. A man exploded from the tree shadow onto the track, spraying the farmhouse in a bright, ugly hose of rounds. Alex and Vincent answered in the same heartbeat. First volley dropped him, second volley, 2 shots that landed like a decision. Kept him there. Pinned behind the sill, Bella listened to the automatic's rhythm and picked out the point it came from. "Throw a pillow," she whispered, and Daz lobbed one high past his window. The gunman chewed it with a furious burst. In the brief strobe of muzzle flash, Bella triangulated, lifted, and sent an arrow into the dark like a sentence. The rifle stopped mid-word. She eased a hand mirror off the dressing table and held it out at an angle, watching the hedge through a slice of glass rather than her own skin. At the front, Vincent saw a runner blast across the track and vanish into trees before he could bring the scope to bear. Alex, catching the same flicker, sprinted to the barn to warn Bernard and, trusting Vincent to mind the wrecked lorry, climbed back to his straw casemate. The logic was simple. A crash that loud and a firefight that obvious would pull any survivors like moths along the line of cover they knew. He set Matt to raking the fields for any shape that didn't belong and settled into the patient brutality of waiting. The night answered. One of their tripwires snapped in the trees, metal on metal, a bright, vicious clack, followed by a lone rifle report and a scream that truncated into silence. The field reassembled itself. An hour later, farther off, another trap spoke, and then the woods fell back into their old deliberate quiet. Near dawn, the human world reasserted itself in smaller urgencies. Bella handed the rear to Daz and hurried to the bathroom, and stopped dead. Rachel stood at the open window with a rifle cradled like a teapot, calm, steady, watching the hedges. Without a word, she leaned the gun against the tiles, slipped out, crossed the stairs and yard, and disappeared into the barn. While Bella was still cursing the timing of bladders, 2 muffled shots stitched through the house. Back at the rear window, Daz gave the report in a low, tight voice. A man had broken for the tree line on the left. First shot wide, second true. The runner moved badly, an arrow stuck in his side, and Daz was sure it was the man in black. Vincent, hearing the echoes from the front, shouted for identification. Bella moved to his window and told him what Daz had seen. Vincent nodded, eyes never leaving the sight line. Nothing at the lorry, nothing on the track, nothing stirring in the woods for hours. They might all be dead, he said, and still he would not take his cheek off the stock. Not for that. By the parlour, Alex and Bernard kept their vigil on the trees that framed the track. Only the spiked traps remained there now. Anyone left might be in those branches or under them, and there was no way to tell but time. Alex let the uncertainty sit beside him like an unwelcome guest and refused to blink first. When the light had the thin, washed quality of mid-morning, Vincent slipped down to the barn with a plan. He'd go to the lorry, he said. One shooter would cover from the parlour, Daz would take the bedroom, and he'd carry the shotgun. Alex shook his head. He knew where every trap's teeth were hidden. His legs were quicker. Bernard backed him with a simple, heavy truth. If Vincent bled out on a nailboard Alex had made, they would all live under that forever. So Alex took the gun he trusted best, a short-barrel pump that sat right in his hands, 5 in the tube and 1 in the pipe, and slipped through the gates, careful to keep the dogs penned lest a single bad step ruin them. Vincent flattened behind the barrels by the gate, glassing 2 fences and the track beyond in one long lane of focus. Alex slid down the bank to the overturned Bedford. In the cab, a tattooed driver stared at nothing, a neat hole in his forehead like a third, unblinking eye. Behind the bodywork he found another man on his back, face torn open by a point-blank shot. Under the lorry's side rails, a third remained pinned by the weight of what had tried to deliver him. He ghosted back and passed the facts to Vincent, then turned to the trees, the place in every story where the bad angles live. He took his time through the underwood, let silence answer his questions, and only when half an hour had become more did he walk out at the far end, lift a hand to the house, and show a thumb raised against the wide white morning. All clear, for now. Chapter 54. Where do we go from here? Robert and Sandra took the watch so the others could breathe. Sandra moved from room to room in the farmhouse, pausing at every window long enough to let her eyes adjust and sweep the hedges, the yard, the long reach of fields. Robert climbed to the attic above the milking parlour, settling into the patient stillness the vantage demanded. His silhouette folded into the rafters while the glass drank in the morning light. With the perimeter covered, the rest drifted to the barn, shoulders lowering as mugs and plates pressed warmth back into tired hands. "We need to know if it's finished," Bella said at last, the words breaking the soft clatter of cutlery. "No guessing. We go and look." "The woods first," Alex answered, not unkindly but with the weight of habit. "That's where they lived. If they're hiding anywhere, it's there." Bella nodded, folding his caution into her own plan. "Then we trace their approach, and after that, the house. Just us two," she added before anyone could object. "Everyone else stays here in case company arrives." Vincent's mouth thinned with doubt. "Two is light. Are you sure?" "We're quick, and we know what we're looking for," she said, holding his gaze until his concerns softened into a reluctant assent. Bernard squeezed her shoulder on the way out. No lecture, only the quiet plea carried in a father's friend's hand. "Come back." Bow across her back, quiver snug against her hip, Bella checked her string with the small private ritual of a hunter. Alex took his crossbow and slipped a pistol into his belt, not to swagger but to hedge against surprises. They cut for the tree line, and within minutes the woods folded around them, wet, rooty, pungent with ash and old smoke. The camp still wore the shape of men, trampling, the charring of fire, twine snagged in bark. Alex crouched and tapped 2, then 3 separate tracks in the leaf mould, fresh enough to hold a boot's edge, laid over older traffic peeling toward the place where a vehicle had once sat. Not the army truck. Those tyres now lay belly up in the paddock like a carcass the crows had found. Back out of the canopy, they swung behind the house and almost stepped on the dead. 3 bodies lay in the grass, the flies already making their small claims. One was the man in black. Even slackened by death, he seemed to radiate the hardness that had knotted all of their spines. They said nothing. There was nothing wise to say. They struck for the dam. A mile shy of it, a yellow railway van flashed between the trunks like a warning sign dropped in the wrong story. Bella lifted the seat and found the keys exactly where a fool would hide them. Alex gave a thin, humourless smile and turned the engine over. He nosed it along to the old Land Rover, squatting on 2 flattened tyres and parked nose to nose as if they were in conference. They went in as they always did, through trees, on their bellies when needed, using hedge and shadow until they reached the same notch in the wood line they'd used before. The house below sat with its windows half-lidded, quiet as a held breath. An hour bled away. No movement, no voices, no dog. On that silent verdict they ghosted to the door, found it yawning a fraction, and eased inside. Signs of life everywhere. Mugs ringed brown, blankets kicked awry, the larder thinned, yet no heartbeat left to claim them. They cleared upstairs, then the cellar, the good hunter's way, corners first, then cupboards, then that last space that always feels like the place a mistake would hide, before stepping back into the day. They drove the yellow van home. Near the gate, Bella hopped out to lift the nail-boards, laying them aside with a care that looked like tenderness. Then she walked ahead of the bumper, reading the track with her eyes and her skin, a slim figure between vehicle and unknowns in case anyone waited in a ditch with patience and a rifle. Only when she'd cleared the last angle did she wave Alex through. They rolled into the yard and cut the engine. The farm's familiar noises seeped back in. In the barn the story came out in clean lines. Camp disturbed, House empty, 3 bodies behind the rear wall, a van that now sat outside like a bright stolen feather. "Vincent," Bella said, tilting her head at the stubbornly cheerful paint, "fancy turning that canary into a hedgerow? Green, if you please." He laughed, the sound surprising them both. "I'll gladly swap rifles for brushes. After this week, I could paint a rainbow and call it therapy." "Grandad," Bella added, a spark back in her eyes, "any spare wheels for a Land Rover? There's one by the dam that looks like your old bus, 2 tires gone." Bernard lifted a brow. "2 punctures? Couldn't possibly guess who we might thank for that." "Alex," she said, too quickly innocent, and Alex's shrug served as confession. "Back of the garage," Bernard said, the corners of his mouth relaxing. "Under the Hessian sacks. Take both." Alex cleared his throat. "Before we get civil again, I'll need hands. We've bodies to take to the quarry. With luck, the last time." "Say when," Daz replied, already pushing back from his chair. "While we're at it," Vincent said, eyes on the windows as if measuring the light. "Bring the dogs in and let the sheep enjoy the grass this afternoon. Feels safe enough." Bernard nodded. "It'll be a blessing to think about gate latches and feed again, and a bed at night like a bed." Bella grinned at him. "A routine? You never sleep long enough to own one." "At my age and Vincent's," Bernard shot back, "you don't ration sleep so much as hoard minutes. There's still too much to notice." Work resumed with that old steady rhythm. The boys and Alex loaded the dead onto the tractor, faces set in the resigned concentration of men doing a thing that must be done properly. They stripped the bodies before the final journey, belts, knives, small goggles of usefulness, and stowed every weapon in the cellar's cool belly. The haul startled even Alex. 4 MP5s and a tide of ammunition, all the shine and promise of a fight their enemies had never quite learned to make. Vincent shook his head. "Give a fool a precision tool, teach him which endpoint's where, and you still have a fool," he said, the line settling like a benediction over the cellar steps. After the quarry's grim punctuation, the day bent back toward utility. Alex, Bella, and Robert hauled the 2 spare wheels to the dam and swapped the Land Rover's ruined tires for serviceable ones. Robert took the driver's seat with something like relief, Bella sliding in beside him while Alex fell in behind with the Austin Jeep. The short convoy hummed toward home, and when the track forked near Tom's old place, they slowed. 2 vehicles nosed down toward the farm that had once been Tom's, engines low, intent unmistakable even at a distance. No one spoke. The road ahead seemed to tilt, the future narrowing to a single necessary line. Keep moving, keep watching, keep the farm breathing one more day.
This was Bella, Wisdom, Born Out of Necessity, written by Barrel Coops.
Book 2 in the series.
Thanks for spending time in Bella's world. If this
Second
book in the series resonated, please tap subscribe and give it a thumbs up. It truly helps the series reach more readers. Share your thoughts and theories in the comments, and hit the bell so you don't miss the next step in Bella's journey.